Hello. We are back and live. And we're going to this morning play a little Minecraft too. In fact, hardcore Minecraft. So I might die a lot. I think that's very possible. Yeah. Oh, you mean wait? Like if I die? So if I die, I'm banned from the server. Oh my gosh! So I can't. Is that really true? Oh wow! Wow, that's interesting. Wow, like. So, yes. And so we'll be starting hardcore Minecraft right now and getting going. Welcome, everyone. I see a few folks in the chat here. Good morning. Nice to see. Feel free to share and say hello. And so, yeah, we're going to play some Minecraft in just a second. And if anybody wants to say hello, feel free to introduce yourself. Feel free to share your name and pronouns, what brings you here. If you're just coming, we have a whole conference here, as it were. Today's my birthday, and let me share the schedule with you. Yeah, so schedule is in the chat. Okay. So welcome everyone. We're just getting going. We're playing Minecraft. Hardcore Minecraft this morning. Today's my birthday. And about to join into Minecraft. Currently we're just going into the server. Okay. So yeah, I'm heading into Minecraft right now. Question comes up, since there's no audience, is this like a theoretical thing? And I always think about like people watching the video in the future. We are now inside. Okay. Yeah. What a beautiful place. Oh, yeah. Should I go for the tree trunk here? You already have your planks ready. Oh, wow. We've got a crafting table now. We need a sheet. Oh, a sheep. Should I look around? I've got 4 blocks of wood. Is that enough?
Yeah, let's go up.
Okay.
I should have made a shovel.
Yeah.
See a sheep over here.
Oh, cool. Should we go down into that little cave down there?
There's a sheep here. Yeah, maybe a sheep over here.
Yeah, I know that could be the whole game right there. Maybe skip this.
There's a lot of sheep. We could kill the light kill the sheep.
Yeah, I mean, like, we gotta survive. It's a complex situation. I wasn't saying we need to be vegetarians necessarily. Where are you? Oh, there you are. What? The loud noise?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always run like this. I think it's just part of like the. What's that? Yeah. Okay, so what should we do now? What's our goal? Oh. Oh. Okay. Wait, do we want to take a break?
Yeah,
Okay. Save and quit.
Or just exit.
Okay. Cool. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for the birthday wish. Thank you. And thanks for the like, too. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for joining me on my birthday. Yeah. We're over here playing hardcore Minecraft. We're taking a little break right now. Trying to make it through the first day. How's everyone doing? And just to kind of welcome everyone.
Is there something there?
But yeah, welcome. Feel free to introduce yourself in the chat if you want to and say hello. And share your name or pronouns or what brings you here, what brings you to the internet tonight. Yeah. Oh, and thank you for the like too. Yeah. In a little bit, we'll play a little bit more Minecraft. We're just warming up here. Does anyone have? So, and also, we've got a larger theme today, which is that
Okay, I'm ready to go back.
okay, we're gonna jump back into Minecraft now. Hi. I'm returning. Returning. Okay, I'm coming. I'm arriving. I'm here. Should I dig right here? In this hole?
I don't know, we just want to start with a little path.
What's that? The place we had before was actually pretty good. We had like a little hole there. Yeah, because like then we just have to build around it. It's a lot less work. Let's think over here. I'm looking for you. I need to get that. Okay. Where are you? Okay. What should I do while I wait for you? You said you're coming, or you're finding me.
You should start building a workflow structure wall.
I see you.
Yes.
Okay. I'm following you. Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, so by having the bed, one thing that I wonder, and you don't have to answer this question, but by having the bed, do we not have to worry about monsters then?
Essentially, because the monsters will only spawn so you sleep constantly at another school.
Mm.
And then if you light it up, say, like I have a mini map that tells me where all the monsters are right now.
Oh,
I
okay.
can see one spider and one zombie.
You see a spider and a zombie in the minimap.
That's it. So, and then the zombies are hiding under trees. That's what I'm saying.
Wow, we've got the whole, like, we have a zombie radar here. Oh, shoot. Are you okay? Do you want me to... Whoa, whoa.
I lost the phone.
Oh, no. What's that? Wait, actually, should we put on the audio? Yeah, so we've made it through the night. All right, and we're back. All right. Oh, back where we came from. You can have the other half of the chocolate. Where are you? You're higher? Oh, you found some iron. Yeah. Oh, you found iron. Yay. Cool. Well, we've got iron now. Oh, no. Oh, so when I jump like that. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. All right, I'm going back down to our little boat section. Oh, there you are. What? Everything okay? Okay. Okay. Oops. I find these boats challenging. Hmm. It's a. Oh, cool. Hitboxes shown. That could be fun. Yeah. No, this is great. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, darn. Yeah, I could use. Let's see. Got it. Is that better? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Hmm. I could switch to my shotgun mic. Or we could turn the heat down for a little bit, and then I could switch to the shotgun mic in a little bit. Hold on. Stand by. Okay. Okay. That will do for. Is that less noisy?
I'm trying to figure out something.
Hmm.
I can't mute you. Yeah, no, your microphone is. You should probably put something and not use that.
Yeah, let me. This is weird. Let me see what's going on here.
Is my mic like that?
No, your mic's fine.
You need to sleep because.
Oh, okay.
You're up. What's going on with this mic?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's try. How is this? Is that better?
Are you using the streamer app or the website?
I'm using the website. Maybe I should switch to the app.
They don't allow you to have background noise cancellation through the website. So
Yeah, I muted myself. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
I can hear your mouse clicks like
Oh, that's because. Okay, wait. Let me try this one then. Is that better? How's the sound? Is that better?
that is better. Very still background noise, and you can hear myself from across the room.
Maybe something else is picking up your sound and feeding it back to you. Let me look into the Twitch and see. Maybe there's something weird going on there.
No, it's from your phone. I can hear it. I don't think you have background canceling. It's not good.
Try it now. Is that better? Testing 1, 2, 3.
There's just a constant background noise, and I can hear myself.
Is that better? Can you? How about this now?
That's the mic in your laptop.
Hmm?
That's the mic in your laptop.
I'm using my Shure mic right now.
No, there's no mic. I can hear the.
Yeah, I think that's getting. Maybe that's coming through Twitch. Let me check Twitch.
All I can hear is the stream.
Hmm.
I'm the stream.
Thank you. Okay, I figured out what happened. Okay. I think we need to just mute each other in StreamYard. I think the StreamYards was throwing it off. Because we're both in the same StreamYard, so it's probably we need to
Background noise in your mic. The mic needs to have some kind of noise reduction on it.
No, I think it's because we're in the same room that it's playing it to you twice. It's playing both
It's
of them.
not playing it to me twice.
You're sure?
What is happening is your mic quality is low. I can hear your background. There's constant fuzz. And I can hear me from across the room.
Try this. Is this better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is this better? How's this? Is that better?
Can you try typing? No, I can hear it. It's directly next to your keyboard, so it's very loud. This is also picking up the whole room.
How about now? Is that better?
I can hear me whispering right now. So it's going to pick up your keyboard. It's picking up the two ways from that.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
This is also bad over here. If you had like background music, I guess it would work. I can hear myself, but I don't like it. No, it's still not background.
Like on the stream, it doesn't sound bad.
It doesn't sound bad, but I can hear myself in the whole room.
Let me listen to it again.
Like right now, you can hear me. You can. Yes, you can.
No, I couldn't hear you then. No, I heard you very faintly.
You can hear me. Yeah, with the background.
Oh yeah, okay, I can.
Wait, don't add me.
Stage. now we have the mic going again.
Yeah.
And now it's growing again. And I'm using the hotkey. Is the hotkey now, as we consider this, is the hotkey only limited inside of StreamYard?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I say we take this and we go into the game and play a little bit.
Okay, and then try
Yeah.
to fix it later.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I think this is like good enough is good enough. And do you want me to add your screen too?
Let me try one more time. No, it keeps sharing the wrong one. Sorry.
That's okay. Take your time. We are ready to go.
Yay! Okay, we're in it for realsies this time. We're gonna play a couple days.
Okay.
All right, my darling. Let's get back into our boats.
Oh my gosh. Wait. There is so much audio sound right now. I'm
Yeah,
fixing
you
it.
Just turn down the master volume. The weather, yeah. Okay.
That's much better.
Okay, we're learning how to play Minecraft together.
Yes, we are.
Well, I already know, but
Well,
let's get back in our boats. Come on.
okay.
We got about 7 minutes here. I already see a village. A village for me to take over and rule.
Wait, why? Wait.
Huh?
I thought we were going to follow the village.
Oh, yeah, the villager
Universal
rights. Yes.
Yeah, Declaration of Human Rights.
We can still do that, right? It's not my fault if the Iron Golem. Okay.
Yeah, so for folks in the audience, if you're thinking about this, right? It's one of the interesting challenges of Minecraft is. Oh, are we going back?
Yeah, let's just hang out here for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, we could look at the villager rights actually if you want. I can send it. I think I already sent it to you, or
Okay.
no, I didn't. It's actually lagging my computer a fair bit. I sent it to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, one of the first things we have to do is protect the villagers. So
Oh, cool.
we have to put a wall up around them so that the mobs can't get them.
Oh, okay. We can do that. That seems like a good thing.
Yeah, we also can't just take things from them. So I can't just go into their house and take things.
Deeply important.
Oh, they have a little horse.
Oh, they got a horse there?
And a cat. Okay, right now I'm just trying to get some seeds. Okay, we got some seeds.
And yeah, here. I brought up the
Oh, nice.
the official declaration on the rights of the villager.
Yeah, they gotta have a house with like 6 tiles in it to live in.
I mean, quality of life is deeply important.
You have to heal the iron golems if they get hurt.
Yeah, like it's like, like a union. What should I be focusing on in the village right now?
Just trying to make sure that they're protected. Like we might want to make some walls and secure like an area, and we can plant some stuff and help them.
Oh, cool.
If they're
So you're saying make some walls is important too?
yeah, because if the villagers die, then we have to have a memorial for them,
Got it.
which is a bit time consuming.
So the question then becomes, where do we want to make the wall?
Well, we need to start gathering materials for it, I guess.
True. Yeah, because right now I only have 4 blocks.
Right, so we could start like digging over here. We could start trying to get better tools. Like I just got 3 iron, so I might try to smelt that.
Oh, okay.
And then we can try to find like a cave or something.
Cool.
We can also keep exploring with the boats and try to find some stuff. Like I like to find iron on like the shore when you're driving around. We don't have to be tied to the village.
No, I'm definitely open to that.
Here, let me give you a bed. Here. Careful, don't hit that guy in front of you when you come back in. Okay. You're all tied.
Thank you for the bed. Should I just put my bed somewhere?
Keep it on you, and then when we're ready to sleep, you can put it down.
Oh, there's an iron golem.
Yep. There's a bunch of horses up there, so if we get a saddle, we can ride the horses.
Yeah, I was looking at all the pretty horses. Do you want to keep exploring a little bit?
Yeah, we can. Where do you want to go?
I don't know. Oh, okay. I need to get some tools. I don't really have any tools yet.
What kind of tools do you need?
I need something to mine with.
So do you know how to craft tools? Like if you were to have to make your own tool?
I know how to make some tools, but like when I went to the crafting table, it didn't have the oops.
Okay, so if I put down a crafting table up there,
Uh-huh.
you see it up there?
Uh-huh. Yeah, so I've got the crafting table right here.
So what are you missing? You can make some wooden planks. If you cook that more than one time, yeah, or if you press shift left click, it'll just make everything that you have.
Got
And
it.
then you can shift left click that and make all of it as well.
Ah, okay.
So like the output, if you shift left click the output. Did that work? Right.
Wait, hold on. I messed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh wait, but now I've got more stuff.
Yeah. But so like you can make sticks now because you need a stick.
And you said shift left. Okay, there we go.
It'll just make so if when you shift left click on this side, it puts all the stuff available from your inventory. So shift left click this plank.
This one?
Yeah. I don't think you shift left click. Oh, you did. You only have one block. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and then shift left click out, but it takes it all.
Beautiful.
But you only had one, so you didn't see the effect of that. Okay, we have to sleep again.
Okay, should we put the beds down now?
Yeah.
Do, 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 do.
Okay, so anyways.
Food gardening.
if we come back over here, you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Get your sticks.
Oh, you're okay. Okay.
I'm trying to teach you how to make tools.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Get your sticks.
Oh, I
You got
see.
your
Okay.
stick.
Okay. I see the pickaxe and the hoe.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
And
cool.
so, like back in the day,
back in the day,
before all this newfangled shit got added, you'd have to physically craft these items. There's no recipe book, by the way. So, that recipe,
Mhm.
you had to make that shape with the items. It wouldn't do it automatically for you.
No.
So
I see.
you had to memorize the shapes, kind of back in the day.
I see.
But that's your first thing. So you make the wooden pickaxe, and you made 2 of them. You don't want to do that with tools. You don't want to shift click with tools.
Got it. Oh,
Because you want to make
right,
one
right,
at a time.
right. Got it.
You only need 1 wooden pickaxe.
So it was my initial shift click that, or was the set? Oh, okay. Got it.
Right.
Okay.
So anyway, you can go get some stone now. Also, good idea to pick up your bed.
Oh yeah.
Take
Thanks.
your bed with you, because in the beginning of the game we only really have 1. So yeah. Anyway. Also, jumping reduces your hunger. You want to conserve jumping in the beginning.
Oh, okay.
And running. So there's some stone over here that you could grab.
Oh, okay.
And then you can make a stone tool. And careful, because there's a hole right behind you.
Well, thank you. Your carefulness about this.
Well, we're in hardcore. If you die, the world's deleted. Yeah. It makes collecting blocks fun, because it's like, oh, like I only have a little bit right now. Oh, there's some copper.
Real quick, let me see here.
I'm also excited to play where I'm not like rushing to enslave the villagers. That's a little.
It is a weird feature in the game, I gotta say. Like,
yeah, like I've thought about a lot about this, how to solve that problem, and like why doesn't Mojang do anything?
Yeah, even as a person who's played the game so relatively little, like it's like, even as a person who doesn't understand it super well, it's very striking.
It's like concerning. Like if I had a kid and my kid was like playing Minecraft,
yes,
I'd be like, "What are you doing?"
Like,
and then my kid would be like, "I'm just playing the game," and I can't argue with him because he's actually min-maxing.
And I think that's how we got here, right?
Yeah, I think just treating them like if Mojang had a better system where like I don't know, like you just couldn't do that. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
But it's also a sandbox, so it's like I don't know. Okay, how are you doing over here?
I'm starting to make stone tools now.
Stone tools, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I listened to my tutor, and now I'm entering into the Stone Age.
Great.
And I'll even make an axe.
Yes, axes are better than swords. I don't even make a sword anymore.
Really?
Yeah. The only reason I have a sword is to have looting on it.
A sword helps with looting?
Yeah, there's an enchantment called looting, and when you kill a mob with it, it drops more items than it normally would. I'm cheating.
What's that?
I used FreeCam to look around.
Oh.
Okay, what's going on here?
Is this spear good?
I don't know. It's kind of new. I should probably turn PvP off.
Interesting. I'll take a spear. we've got wheat seeds. See, I think a spear would be nice because if a mob attacks me, then I'll be able to stay farther away from them and attack faster.
I turned off PvP as well, so we can't hurt each other.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm a little bit worried about that.
I mean, we could always put it back on if we're feeling more serious about the game, but like that's an interesting point. Like from a dignity perspective, like if you're playing a game in the beginning, maybe you want to turn PvP off, but then like putting it on.
I just think in hardcore PvP doesn't really make sense unless you're specifically like no rules. I hear you brandishing your spear back there. Personally, I don't know.
What?
Yeah, PvP is just like, unless you are intending to have people kill people, there's no reason to have it on.
Yeah, I can see. Oh, everything okay?
Yeah, I almost just fell in lava.
Oh, wow.
Got some goodies.
Oh, yay. Ice bucket challenge?
What does that mean again?
When you
Have
pour
obsidian.
icy water on yourself to
Oh, right, I know.
resist Lou Gehrig's disease.
I like how you know the disease.
That was the original.
That's so funny that you know it. That's cute.
Should I jump down here? Or is that... Oh,
No.
shoot.
I need a way out of here. There's some lava in here as well.
Do you want me to help?
No,
Okay.
I'm coming.
Okay, it's getting dark.
Oh yeah. It's 7:50 right now. We have 2 more minutes
Oh, okay.
until sleep time.
Should I put my bed down?
You don't have to yet. If you want to, you can. This is an interesting little portal room.
Oh, there's a portal in there?
Yeah, that's where I got some stuff.
Oh, wow.
I may have cheated and looked under the ground for it, but you know.
Looked onto the ground.
Yeah, I have a free camera where you can just like click under the ground.
That's right. That's right.
Is it cheating? Would you like me not to use it?
I don't think
Personally, I don't find it fun to look for things in this game, but like if people cared enough, I wouldn't do it. It's still you still can't find all the best stuff, and you still have to be in that area. I don't know. It's a bit cheating, but so is having a map and all this stuff. It's like whatever.
This is interesting.
I got some stuff in there. So this loads down. If you have a compass, it's really dark on your screen. Dang. You can turn up your brightness. You know.
Oh, what, on OBS?
In Minecraft.
Oh.
So that when you're in a dark tunnel like that, you can still see.
I think there's just a high dynamic range.
Yeah, but it's like look at your screen. Or look at my screen right now.
Oh yeah.
It's a huge difference. I can still see.
Yeah, true.
Like
I can see okay.
Okay, yeah. I just want to help you out a bit.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm gonna put my bed down.
Okay, cool. Wow.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, what's going on?
I got gold armor with thorns 3 on it.
Wow.
From that chest.
Wow, look at you.
If you were to hit me, I think it would hurt. It would hurt you in PvP, but we don't have PvP on.
Oh, that's cool.
I have enough iron if you want to make an iron pick.
Oh, I can do that. Thank you. Thanks so much.
There you go. Mine's almost broken.
Should I make 2?
You only have enough for 1. Well, actually, you could give it back to me and you could try to earn your own iron. Or try to find your own iron.
I can do that. Should I try to do that?
Do whatever you want. I don't care.
I don't mind making one either.
Go ahead.
Because I found iron before.
Yeah,
I'll
go ahead.
find it again.
We are working together.
Mhm.
Oh, I can burn this copper. I have a lot of copper, so we might make some copper golems.
Oh.
Look at this little villager, dude. This is not your guys' home. These are our beds.
Well, maybe we should make another
Kick
bed.
them out.
Ah.
No, these are ours. We
We can
you
make
gotta
more.
sleep before the zombies start spawning, please.
Okay. Wait. Okay. See, I see opportunities to make friends with villagers.
Yeah, there's beds. We gotta move those because
Or we could make more beds. Maybe the villagers want more
yeah,
beds.
we do need to make beds. Actually, they might have made more villagers because we placed those.
I feel like the villagers are could also be like the Sims.
I saw some mods that made them look a little more human-like,
Hmm.
and they have names and stuff.
Well, that's cool.
If you have any extra stuff, just dump it in this chest for now, and then
Okay. I need to very quickly just check the server really quickly.
Okay.
Oh, I added updates to the schedule, and so I just need to
No problem.
hop in for a sec.
If you're gonna get up, you should log out every time.
Grab my phone.
I know, but it's hardcore, so you should log out every time you get up.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see your point.
You're back.
Okay.
Okay, let's get some more iron.
Should I go down into the mine?
I don't know. That mine might not lead anywhere. I really want to make an iron golem farm. It sucks.
There's not enough iron?
It's just the game's kind of balanced around having one, yeah. You just have to torture villagers to do it, though.
Gosh.
Okay. I don't really just want to dig. I'm going to explore. Beds. Do you have your boat on you?
Yeah, I probably do. Wait, I think our boats are still by the shore.
I have mine, and we can make another one. Unless you want to go grab that one specifically.
I do like my old boats.
Let's go see. Yeah, here it is.
You found it?
Yeah. You see where I am? Or no?
No, I don't.
Do you know how to look at your compass for me?
No, how do I look at my compass?
See the dot on that bar? Like when you
Oh,
spin
yeah,
down?
okay.
That's me.
Oh. And so if I'm going towards you, you're in the center?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Come on.
Cool. Real quick, I'm going to check.
Oh my god. Get in the boat at least, so I can
Okay.
transport you.
Okay, cool. I'll get in the boat with you.
Press F5. It's a little better view.
You said press F5?
Yeah, on the boat.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, nice. Oh, Mary. That's right.
I forgot to turn some stuff on at the beginning of the server that we could take a break and turn on.
Oh, cool. I'm about to. I just have to flip a switch now and play.
Hit the what?
Hit it. Flip a switch. Like when I make a change to the website, I've got it set up so I just click this little deploy button here. It's ready. Because I have like a little staging branch.
Maybe we should log out real quick.
Oh no, I'm done. I'm all done. It's
Okay.
deploying now. We're all good. And this is a beautiful boat ride.
Yeah, the stuff I want to add is like a data pack I forgot to add. But it just tracks things on the server, like how all your actions get added to a scoreboard. So I could add this real quick, but it doesn't really matter.
You could do that if you wanted. If you want to take a break, we can do it right now or do it in a little bit. Oops.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to, but it doesn't matter because we're just
Well, actually, in a little bit, I should probably actually get off because Dylan is going to host a dialogue plus debate kind of thing in a bit.
Okay, how many minutes?
What's that?
How many minutes?
In about 20.
Okay, that's fine then.
Cool.
Just keep
And we can do more of this later today during the stream. It's really fun.
Yeah. Short. I don't really know where we're going.
That's fine.
This is a really cool biome to look at. This is like a desert, and then all of a sudden it's like
That's cool.
mud. I've never seen these. Mangrove.
That's cool. This is beautiful. I like the new trees too.
All right, back to the boat.
Okay.
I see a little desert ribbon. Oh, cactus.
Oh,
Well, actually, gotta sleep real quick.
we gotta sleep soon.
Yeah, I got your bed here.
Oh, thanks. Ah, beautiful sunset.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe we take a break now.
Okay,
Okay, let's log up.
good game. GG. Welcome. We're going to be exploring in our next section um, exploring this question about fascism and whether we should forgive fascists. Stand by for a second. Yeah, just stand by. We'll be talking about that in just. While we're just kind of here getting ready to start, we have like different things that we're exploring for facilitation. So I'm going to be facilitating in this, and as facilitators, there's a lot of stuff we do. So we'll be talking about that more in a bit.
you hear me?
We're just about ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes, I can.
Perfect.
Thanks so much,
All right,
Dylan.
for a moment.
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming today.
You're welcome. Happy to be here. And happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of fun, like just spontaneously doing this year again. And
Absolutely.
just before, Nora and I were playing hardcore Minecraft, and we finally got it working pretty well. So if folks want to play hardcore Minecraft with us today at different points, there's a server up that we've got.
I don't think I can necessarily compete on that level, but I appreciate the offer.
I'm pretty bad at it, so she's teaching me. It's actually kind of like a tutorial and like exploring stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyhow, yeah, and I'm excited about your topic today. This is really a great topic. In fact, a lot of people, when they heard about it, let me actually, Dr. Kevin's coming, so let me facilitate him to come in. And I guess while we're here, do you want to talk a little bit about what was like going on for you in raising this question a little bit?
Yeah, I think that this has been on my mind a lot since we've watched the federal occupation of Minneapolis. We've seen the full range, I think, of sort of dynamics with ICE agents, where some of them are very obviously gung-ho and very happy to crack a baton on their fellow citizens and harass and terrify people for the fun of it. Some of them, I'm sure, for whom it's just a job. It's just a paycheck, and they're not that enthusiastic about it, but they're willing to freeze for money. And then there's some people, I think, who had an idea that this was going to be a far more noble thing and might be feeling disillusioned or scared by what they're being asked to do. I think a lot of people are deeply, deeply ignorant, and it can be hard to put ourselves in that frame of mind where we'd sign up for a job like this not knowing what it entails. But that is definitely at least some people who I think didn't realize what they were being asked to do and are now there, and they're being told to do things that they didn't think they would ever be asked to do. And there's a heavy incentive not to quit. There's also, a community pressure from people on the ground showing them what that looks like to change their behavior. And so I think all of those people are in this undifferentiated mass that is ICE operating in Minneapolis. And for all of those people, how does the rest of the public treat them now? Might not be such a differentiated question, but afterwards can be a very relevant question. And I have to believe, at least for my own sake and for our political aspirations, that there is an afterwards. There is going to be a time when this ends and everyone's going to be sitting in the dust of it, and we're going to wonder, what do we do from here? And that time is definitely not right now. So these are not right now considerations. I don't think that grace is something you need to give anyone in the moment when they're hurting people.
Yeah.
But
So
what do we do after?
this is so what I'm hearing here, and Kevin just joined. I'm going to bring him up onto the stage too, to join us in this. Kevin, Dylan.
Nice to meet you, Kevin.
Dylan, thanks so much for your presentation today.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a dialogue too.
Dialogue.
And Dylan, what I heard you saying just now is that you've observed that there's like three kinds of people who are in ICE. There's people who are enjoying the mayhem and participating in the harm. There are people who were doing it for a job, who came out and who are now pretty like they're willing to do it for money, but they're not particularly excited about it in any sort of way. And the third group you mentioned were people who came into this idealistically and are now disillusioned. And I hear you saying that we may not be dealing with this immediately, but this is going to be something that we're going to have to come back to eventually.
Yeah, I think that that's going to matter for what do we do after. You know, people have said in response to the idea of abolishing ICE, well, let's say you abolish ICE. Now you have a bunch of angry paramilitarists with guns roving around the country. What do you do about that? I think there are various solutions to that. It's not an unanswerable question. But a lot of it depends on figuring out what these people are like. A lot of what, you know, when in behind the scenes, when people talk about denazification and when people talk about the Nuremberg trials, when people talk about various de-radicalization efforts, is working really hard to make those sorts of distinctions and figure out, for lack of a non-Christian term, I guess, who can be saved and who can't.
Yeah. So I'm hearing that there has to be some kind of process. And one of the things I think you brought up on the slide before was like something under like truth and reconciliation even, and thinking about that. But trying to think about, oh, hold on. We have another guest here, an in-person guest.
Really? Hello,
yeah.
In-person guest.
Welcome, Abby.
Hi.
Hi. You're walking right into the stream.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're cool.
Hello,
I
Abby.
just wanted to let you know. Dylan says hello.
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 And we might need a half second to figure. Let's see. I guess, Abby, do you want to join me over here and we can just be on the same mic?
Sure. 1 second.
Okay, cool. Take your time. And Dylan says hello too. Where were we? We were talking about truth and reconciliation and trying to assess the sense of who can be saved and maybe who is more problematic, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to actually, let's see, I'm going to take my headphones off now, but I'm going to balance the microphone so that it doesn't get brought into the chaos of the speaker. So if I'm feeding back a little bit, just let me know. So or feeding back, not necessarily me.
I don't hear
any
anything.
feedback on
You're
our
totally
side.
fine.
Is that now? Was it a little bit weird for you there just now?
No problems. You're
Or is it
still
good?
all the same.
Okay,
All
cool.
good.
Okay, cool. And yeah, let me. Okay. Now we are many more.
Hello.
Hello.
Stream not sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
America does run on Dunkin'. This stream is brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. It's probably not good.
Yeah. So, we should tell. What's that?
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. This is so much fun. Let me see if Kevin is okay. Kevin's not back yet. But we should tell. Do you want to introduce Abby to the theme of
Abby.
this discussion?
For this hour, we're doing the morning Chicago Power Hour, and we're discussing what to do about forgiveness and atonement in the face of state oppression. Looking at Minneapolis right now and realizing that there is going to be a time after this. And there's going to be a time when, and I have to believe this for a lot of reasons, when we are going to prevail. And there are going to be a lot of people who have done horrific, horrific things. And what do we do about that as a society? Do we treat it through the criminal system? Do we treat it through a restorative process? Do we ignore it? There are people who want to ignore it and say, let's, give people their due for what they suffered and just try to make sure this never happens again. There are a lot of ways that societies have approached this historically, and I think that this is a good time to work through it, not necessarily because we can apply these lessons right now. We can't go and say, oh, I forgive you while they're stepping on our necks. But it's a thing to keep in mind when we think of what does the peace look like. And so I guess we're here to figure out what the peace looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's really interesting because I think a lot about this because on a micro level, I suppose, the opposite of macro, I believe in restorative justice. I believe in, I believe that punitive measures aren't helpful, that they make things worse. But the more you ramp up the scale, the harder it is for me on an emotional level to accept that. If we were bringing up Stephen Miller on charges tomorrow, what kind of restorative justice is there for something of that scale? And I don't necessarily have an answer. I just want to acknowledge that a lot of people will be upset by anything less than punitive measures.
Now the question is, the punitive measures that we talk about, is that something that we as a society are mentally capable of? And maybe that's not true now in a way that it will be in the future if things get bad enough. But America historically, I think, has not had the sort of stomach for a reckoning. And what I mean is, in the wake, for example, of the Civil War in the United States, there was a large conversation about what might be called the traditional remedy for treason against your country or being an officer in a rebelling army, which is that you get hanged. That was a very sort of conventional punishment for leading insurrections in your own country. You get put to the rope and you die. And that was relatively uncomplicated. The U.S. took a very different tack in the wake of the Civil War, partially due to the death of Abraham Lincoln and the inauguration of Andrew Johnson. But even under Lincoln, there was this idea of let the army lay down and let their soldiers go home with food and safe passage. And that was a response that was meant at the time, aspirationally, to unify the country. As we can see, as it turns out, and Abraham Lincoln never had the opportunity to see because of his assassination, that was a solution that led to a lot of strife in the South for decades afterwards, led to the rise of the first Ku Klux Klan in 1865, led eventually to the restoration of the Bourbon governments in 1877, and led eventually to the Black Codes and Jim Crow. And so a lot of people trace that back to the decision to be lenient in the wake of the Union victory against the South, and say if they had been harsher, then there would have been less of an opportunity for the restoration of the racial superiority sort of hierarchy in the South in a full sense. Not that it was ever gone completely, but the reversal of a lot of that progress of the 1860s and 70s being down to those power structures remaining in place and those people remaining influential. On the other hand,
I want to, because we put a lot of stuff on the table. I just want to take a moment to reflect it maybe a little bit, but maybe after, go ahead. And then after that, let's make sure that we take in what, because we put a lot of stuff down now.
Yeah. On the other hand, what there were a lot of people who were worried about at the time and pushed for this was the possibility of a legit recurring civil conflict, not a cold conflict, but a hot one in the South, where an uncompromising attitude would lead to guerrilla insurrections, would lead to just a constant reign of terror against occupying forces actively combating an underground insurrection, the sort of thing that a lot of people worry about in the context of occupations, which at the time it was. So those were two forces that had to be balanced at the same time that people wanted the country to be reunified. They didn't want there to be a constant worry that the country was going to split apart again in the late 1800s. So all of those, I think, are things that people are thinking about right now. And obviously I have a position, but I'm not specifically fronting that right now. I want to see where the conversation leads.
Yeah. So this is great. And I appreciate your commitment to making it exploratory in the beginning. Like, especially because you're so, because you've got so many great ideas. What we just kind of went through a little bit was that there was, you know, like when we look at like the Civil War, for instance, and we look at the Reconstruction, it didn't really like take like we were hoping it might, and there's and you're pointing out that there's this sense, right, that it led to like the Ku Klux Klan and Jim Crow, and a lot of things failed in that, and we don't want to be back for that again. And then we've also been talking about stuff like truth and reconciliation, and then on the other hand, there's this fear that if you push the people who did the Civil War too much, that they might have kept doing recurring civil wars, and a fear of that. Is there anything? Let's see. Is there anything else that we're leaving out in that that's been said so far?
No, I think that's a pretty good summary.
Okay.
So, yeah, looking at those models from American history, and then looking at, you mentioned truth and reconciliation. I think that's a phrase that gets thrown around a lot, but it has a specific reference in the historical imagination to South Africa in the period of the late 80s and early 90s, where the end of the apartheid government in South Africa and the restoration of democratic rule in South Africa meant that there were a lot of people in the security forces, in white civil society, who had participated in horrific either verbal or often physical altercations with the Black majority in South Africa. And there were a lot of people who wanted to follow, for example, the Algeria model and just say, kick them out. They send them back to the Netherlands, send them back to the United Kingdom, send them back to whence they came. And this is a, not to flatten down the racial dynamics of South Africa too much, but for it to be an either mixed or Black country, and to just not have white people in it, because white people had brought so much oppression to the part of South Africa where they controlled for so long. And that was not the approach that they took. And that was considered sort of gutsy by a lot of people at the time, because if there was any regime that was going to, for lack of a better term, earned that, it would have been South Africa. And they said, no, we're not going to do that. Nelson Mandela was very influential in that process at tamping down a lot more of the radical factions and saying, we are not going to kick everyone out of the country, but we're not going to do nothing. We have to have a process for this, but we can't, we just don't have the capacity, and we don't have the political will, I think, to throw every white person in South Africa in prison, or even damn near every white person in South Africa in prison, even though a lot of them would have done things that absolutely merited prison time. So what do we do about that? And they came up with the model of truth and reconciliation, which was this idea that first, in order to avoid criminal punishment, which is still very much on the table, you have to come before a tribunal in public and on your own initiative confess everything you've done. This is your one chance to lay it out on the table. You might even disclose stuff that people didn't know about before, or that most people didn't know about before. But anything that you confess to now, you get a pardon for. You show You show regret for it, you show remorse, and if you're willing to be detailed and specific about what you did, then we won't punish you for it in the future. Almost like a confessional in a religious sense.
Yeah.
And that was a solution that let a lot of people who confessed things like, I shot my neighbors, I participated in massacres in public squares, I organized the mass imprisonment of political protesters, people who committed unambiguous war crimes or crimes against humanity in South Africa. And there were a lot of war crimes because there was a hot conflict between the rebel groups and the apartheid government. Those people, many of them, were not criminally punished for that. On the other hand, there was a deep sense that South African society had to grapple with what it meant for those crimes to occur, and they couldn't remain in the shadows. They couldn't remain valorized, at least by most people. It had to be all laid out on the table, and it had to be there for the history book so that people would remember what happened. And there was a measure of success to that. South Africa, obviously not a perfect country, has a lot of problems, as many countries do, has a lot of problems with race relations, as many countries do. And South Africa, it's especially unsurprising that it would have them. But it has moved forward as a somewhat stable parliamentary democracy in the wake of a brutal authoritarian regime. And so you have to wonder, is that part of what contributed to that relative success? Is that something that America can learn from? And I think there are things that we can take from that for certain people. I think that one of the things that was really important to it, though, is that the people who were doing that had to want to do it. There was the option to go to prison and be tried based on what the state could prove in court. People who took the other option of truth and reconciliation had to want to participate in that process. It wasn't something that they could be coerced into. And I think that that's important to consider when we consider what should happen to agents of the state here in America. If and when there's accountability, first they have to want it.
Yeah, I think that's very well said, and I think that's a great idea, because I think, a lot of problems with, that we're facing as a democracy right now are, at their root about the idea that order is more important than truth, and order is more important than justice. When you look at, Richard Nixon being pardoned, when you look at the refusal to prosecute Donald Trump after January 6th, everything like that, it's just very clear that, like, so many people in authority in America were afraid that, well, if we take this step of really just saying, okay, there has to be a consequence for what you did, then people will be upset. And, going back to the idea that, like, maybe this is lingering trauma from the Civil War, I don't know. But the idea that it's more important that things go on in an orderly fashion rather than somebody facing punishment that people might not agree with. Yeah. And I think the South African model, has a lot that we can learn from, of, at least the idea of, making, like you said, people need to want to do that. They need to want forgiveness. And that's a big part of my personal model of when we talk about repentance and forgiveness and things like that. This is a very Jewish perspective, is that forgiveness can only be granted by the wronged party. And it can only be granted, and it never has to be granted. You can repent all you want. If the person you hurt, doesn't forgive you, then they don't forgive you.
So that is an interesting model, and I guess I have to ask how you see that interacting with the institutional capacity of the state, in the sense that, for example, if you were on a jury and they asked you, are you the victim of this crime? And you said yes, you would be off that jury immediately. they would say, obviously, you can't render a fair judgment. You can't decide on this person's fate. You're obviously biased. The idea of, for example, the idea of like, seriously considering what a victim wants to happen to someone who commits a crime against them in criminal court is often more associated with conservative models of justice, where we say, oh, victim impact statements, tough on crime because, the person who's teary and bereft after suffering a crime wants revengeance against the person who wronged them. And we grant that a lot of consideration. Those are considered sort of more punitive and conservative models of justice. So
you're right.
is that the sort of thing that the state is capable of responsibly enacting in the United States?
So that's a good point. That isn't quite where I was going, because when I'm talking about the granting of forgiveness, I'm not talking about the foregoing of consequences. I suppose I guess I kind of got lost a little bit of track there because I love talking about this. But I think the main thing I wanted to get at was forgiveness should only be forgiveness and should only be granted by those who seek it out. And that's the South African model. It's like you can be pardoned for your crimes so long as that you admit to them and show that you're sorry, that you want to make good. And people lie about that. I'm sure people lied about it in South Africa and people lie about it now. But there's still the very act of contrition, of seeking that forgiveness, is the first step. And if you preliminarily just kind of... So it's not about the person who got hurt deciding their fate. It's about understanding that you need to come forward with what you did. You need to come forward. You need to understand why it was wrong, show that you understand that it was wrong, that you want to make good. And in this case, we're talking about the state. If we're saying the state, a jury, is the one taking responsibility for this, then they can take that into account. And maybe doing a truth and reconciliation style pardon. I suppose the trying to contrast that with Gerald Ford pardoning not Ronald Reagan, I wish, Richard Nixon, with let's move forward. The whole idea is just let's move forward. We don't need to talk, people still talk about it, of course, but we don't need to put it up. It's just the forgiveness is already granted because we find it easier. And I think that's the trouble, is that we need to really focus on that difficult part of saying, you need to face the people you hurt. You need to, which in many cases is the American people. You need to admit what you're wrongdoing, and you need to, do what you can to help it.
So you brought up whether people are sincere. And I guess I want to ask, from the perspective of civil society, do you think it especially matters if people are sincere? So say someone is completely lying and they're just lying through their teeth to avoid a jail sentence or execution. Is it okay for them to go out in public and say, I'm sorry, I'm so very sorry, and have that on the record, even if we know on some level that they're just doing this to absolve themselves of consequences, but the fact remains on the record that they had to go out before the public and say the words, I am sorry?
Yeah, for me, the way I see it is that I would, kind of the idea of the, in the American justice system, we have the assumption of innocence until proven guilty. And if you, start to go down the line of well, I don't think you're really sorry. That's, to use a phrase I never like using, but a slippery slope. We can't know a person's heart. We can't know a person's intentions. We have to take them at their word. Doesn't necessarily mean we have to trust them in everything thereafter. But I think I would rather have some people be, give an insincere apology and walk than some people give a sincere apology and not.
So I want to capture some of this because this came out of looking at a Jewish perspective on this, right? Of saying that forgiveness has to be accepted by the person who is, or that forgiveness has to be given by the person who has been harmed.
Yeah.
And then thinking about that, like in the context of a truth and reconciliation. And then on the other hand, this notion, well, okay, we've got people who are not sincere, who have done harm, but they know that they can, you know, get through the process and not get hurt themselves.
Mhm.
And so it's brought up, right? This is a complexity because you could have that situation and it could wear on things. Dylan, you also asked a question about, I can't remember exactly what it was that you asked of Abby about maybe the like, is there something bigger to this? Like when we give someone truth and reconciliation, you had mentioned before, for instance, the notion that it ends up in the history books, you know, when people would go before Bishop Tutu.
Essentially, the performance of contrition is not so much about divining how a person actually feels by how convincing they are about it, but is about putting on the official record that they have said they're sorry. And even if they don't mean it, at that point, it's a gesture of submission to a new order that they had to say it. Even making someone say something that you know they don't mean is a demonstration of authority to impose a new set of rules on how society works, and a break from the past where that person was able to wield unchecked power, and to say, look, they used to be beating people in the streets and now I can make them dance.
Yeah.
So I see. So you're bringing up the power point of it, and that it reflects that. Yeah, Abby, you were going to say something too. I want to bring something up, but I want to hear what Abby says first.
Yeah, and I think also going back to Reconstruction as well is, you know, one of the fundamental failures of that, like you said, is all of the people who, you know, led the Confederacy in the Civil War were once again just allowed to grab the levers of power, you know, again. And I think that's a big part is, you know, even if we say, okay, we pardon you for your crimes, you're free, you can rejoin society, it doesn't mean that we have to let you back into the White House again.
Yeah. So the question is it possible to maintain? I think we've seen a good example of it being difficult to maintain that sort of separation of political and civil life when there is political popularity behind simply ignoring the need to do so. And we saw this in the wake of the Civil War. There were a lot of people who rose to positions of political power despite being prominently participatory in the Confederacy. And while there were some people who were legitimately had their disqualifications enforced, there were a large number of people who, by acts of Congress, which can circumvent the 14th Amendment, Section 3, were granted again their right to participate in civil society. And so that prohibition didn't hold in the ensuing decades. I forget the name of the act, but there was some act in the 1870s that got rid of the disqualifications for remaining Confederates. And so how do we, what sort of civil structure do we create that enforces that prohibition and gives people the gravity and the remembrance of this was so horrible, we can never, ever allow this again? That leads me into a segue of, and you know, I want to give space to BA if you had something to comment on that, but that leads me to, I think, some of the, in one way, darker, but also instructive and sometimes necessary aspects of how we deal with this, which is the real way, not the storybook way and not the sugar-coated way that denazification was dealt with in the context of Germany. And I mentioned, I don't know if you've pulled up the slides.
Oh yeah, we can pull them up.
Included one example from Simon Wiesenthal's The Sunflower on the Limits of Forgiveness about his limitations personally in forgiving the crimes of the Nazi officers who persecuted him in a concentration camp. And then subsequent to that, obviously in history, in the historical narrative, the Nuremberg trials, and not just the trials themselves, but how Germany and West Germany, more in the American example, dealt with denazification. The extent to which it did not happen, both in people in the Nazi civil society maintaining positions of power, and the extent to which it did happen in a great many people being having unfortunate falls off of train platforms, we can say. Rail safety is a difficult thing to get right the first time, but there is I think a history that we're uncomfortable confronting because it would require a lot of willingness to hurt people that we know personally, who are part of these systems, and to say, they've sat at our tables, they've been a part of our normal life, but they can't do that anymore because they have crossed a line. And they've crossed a line where they can't be part of a society after this anymore. And are we willing to do that as a country?
So let me bring back. So let's kind of. I want to kind of sum up a little bit of what we've said. I also want to explore what you're bringing in too, and deepen it a little bit with some more questions. Also, I've noticed that Kevin has been quiet, and so maybe after I sum up, Kevin, if you want to pipe in a little bit, that would be certainly interesting too. So, first thing. So we're talking. One thing I keep hearing kind of is like when we're talking about a truth and reconciliation process, like we're talking about the details of that. We're talking about the Civil War and how there were certain places where it felt kind of undisciplined, that people who had previously done harm and in the Confederacy then were able to continue back into a political position. You even use the example of somebody going back to the White House after they've done something illegal, and then talking about denazification and the failure of that in different ways to reach things, and so we've got those dimensions going, and then another aspect you're bringing up is, okay, well, then if we're thinking about this, does this mean that these people who have ate at our tables and lived with us and we've known and been neighbors to, are we going to make a separation or a stigma with them and separate them? One thing that we could explore in a little bit, because Dr. Donna Hicks, who invented the 10 Elements of Dignity, she wrote her book where they're introduced with Desmond Tutu. He wrote the foreword for the book, and he actually had a lot of influence in those. So those are something that we could bring onto the table to explore in a bit. But before we do, I also want to just offer kind of one thing to think about. Abraham Lincoln said, "With malice towards all, and with malice for none, and charity for all." Malice towards none, and charity for all. Right? I'm sorry, I just totally garbled the thing. But malice towards none, and charity for all. Right, which is kind of the representation of this. And then he dies. Right, and Johnson becomes president, and all of a sudden things like 40 acres and a mule are disappearing, and there's huge pulling back of the South, because Lincoln had intended to rebuild the South and make a system whereby it was something that was good for people that could be sustainably move forward. And they actually did shift to punishment in Johnson's administration. So so it wasn't like we could speak about that. And then of course then it was a weak reconstruction, so someone could speak of the fact of like Rutherford B. Hayes and how they pulled the Union troops out of the South as being a moment where the Reconstruction really failed. I want to present that as one example. I could also present maybe more examples, but I just wanted to put that on the table and see how that lands with people a little bit. And then maybe, Dylan, we also want to consider the question you're asking as well in the light of that.
Yeah. I guess one of the things that I would push back on a little bit is the extent to which we talk about denazification failing. Because when I say it was like it wasn't pretty and it wasn't a storybook and it had failures, I don't necessarily mean that it failed. Obviously, Germany has not become a Nazi state in the ensuing 80 or so years. Germany has been a relatively, with fits and starts and even reunification, a liberal-ish democratic state since the 1990s, and certainly never had a redescent into abject fascism. So I don't necessarily want to call that a failure. I want to say it had failures. It wasn't perfect. The story of there were the Nazis and then there were Nuremberg trials and we vanquished them forever, not necessarily how it went. One of the, I think, uncomfortable realities is that one of the ways it went was hiring the 20% of basically indifferent bureaucrats to go after the remaining 80%. And that group I mentioned earlier of the people for whom this is just a paycheck, those are also people who would be, I think, perfectly capable of hunting former ICE agents if we need to do that in the future. And is there a degree of acceptability to paying off one cast of people who have done horrible things but are willing to just do a job to ensure a lack of political power and a lack of reemergence of the latter caste who are genuinely gleeful about hurting their fellow Americans? People who have a set of skills at tracking people and in working in government institutions, clearly, who are often more senior, who will have had that experience and built those networks, who are equally as effective at going after their former compatriots in a new institution.
So what you're saying,
that's something that we're amenable to.
So what you're saying is would it be like some of the people who have been part of this, if they're willing to make serious repentance towards it, and they weren't people who are the most egregious criminals in it, you're saying they could potentially be the people who track down the criminals?
Yeah, these are people who know how to work in a government. They're people who are doing, without being in the military context, for lack of a better word, intelligence work. Sorry, excuse me.
You're okay.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it does mean, for example, in much of East Germany and West Germany, there were former Nazis in positions in the state who were like, well, this is the only guy who knows how to run things around here. Yeah, used to be a Nazi, but maybe he wasn't that down with it. He was just sort of a casual Nazi on the side. I'm being, euphemistic, obviously. And is that a person who can be in charge of running things around here and making sure that the diehards, the partisans, do not reemerge as a political force?
Yeah.
And is that something we're willing to stomach, both on the end of the fairly serious repression against people who have been doing so much wrong, and a measure of granting actual power to enact that repression to people who were formerly part of such an awful system?
Yeah.
I want you to respond, but I also want to point out that Kevin, we haven't heard from Kevin in a while too. So I just want
to get your thoughts.
Kevin hasn't been saying much because he is so happy to be here with such great dialogue. He's just taking it in. It's important to him, and I value it.
We're happy to be here with you.
I just want to keep listening because I'm getting so much that matters to me. So keep going. I'm thankful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think this isn't necessarily a dodge of your question. Just something I wanted to point out is a hallmark of this administration has been completely hollowing out the bureaucracies of the federal government. So many of the people who know how to work the government are just not there anymore because they kicked them out and replaced them with people who have no idea what they're doing. I'm not saying that's not to dodge the question. I think that's definitely worth considering. I find it kind of darkly amusing, I suppose, of just like, oh yeah, no, the actual bureaucrats who know what they're doing, most of them have been fired. But
that is true. And that's one aspect of, can we rebuild the state capacity to even have this option on the table? Can we, is there, if we put our minds to it and we're intent about it and we're willing to resource it, can we build a bureaucratic system that's able to give us even the option of holding people seriously accountable in a way that does not excessively catch up innocent people and does enact a meaningful sense of justice? Because that takes resources, that takes capacity. And do we even have that to be able to make that choice if we want to make it? And
of course, that's also assuming that just this, however this ends, will end with, all 50 states in the union again, because I've been having my doubts about that lately.
Yes, to be clear, I am assuming that. I am assuming that control of the federal government will be determinative, and that in the foreseeable future, people who want to do these sorts of things in general will have it. And all these options will be on the table, and we will have to have a conversation as people who are influential to some degree in that government of what to do about a significant chunk of America that has wanted people in America dead for a very long time and has wanted them immiserated. And what do we do about that? Another option that people have seen is, and this is again one of the harsher things that America is not accustomed to, is there deliberate efforts at state ideology? And I mean that in the sense of not necessarily like mandatory re-education, but a massive effort at propaganda by the state in much the same way that Trump is doing with ICE, playing neo-Nazi and white nationalist media and using explicitly racist themes in public advertisement in a way where, like, the US government has never not had those elements in it. And there's been a lot of repression, but the explicit state endorsement of racial propaganda by the Trump administration. Is there a need for like aggressive and forceful state counter propaganda under a liberal regime? Is that something we can do about it, to say, well, we're not as worried about these individual ne'er-do-wells because the state puts a lot of resources into a forceful campaign of education?
This is, okay. Yeah.
I was going to say, I mean, I think it's worth considering. I know propaganda, when we say that word, it has a lot of negative connotations, but it is kind of, it's neutral. What we're doing right now is propaganda as well. It's just a matter of, is this propaganda truthful? Is this propaganda, what are the goals of the propaganda? So I don't know what that would look like necessarily, but I'm not opposed to the idea of the state or the republic, saying like, okay, let's put these counter narratives, these narratives out into the public discourse in a way that is, not really been forcefully done before, except, we're starting to see some themes of social justice emerge in Hollywood, but they're often watered down or distorted in some way.
Yeah.
And we can't really,
I don't just mean public propaganda. I mean like federal education standards for schools. I mean like the sort of stuff that we did very often in the wake of the Holocaust, where we forced people to tour facilities where this was done. We forced into the public memory the idea that there had been a grave wrong and that it was wrong, so that no one could deny it. Because there will be people, I'm sure, in 20, 30 years who hagiograph that, oh, it was never that bad. People were just sort of hysterical about it. That, for example, some people would say cannot be allowed to happen. there needs to be a state effort at imprinting this indelibly on the cultural memory so that we do not have another lost cause mythos, so that we do not have another stabbed in the back myth.
Yeah, I think so.
So
That-
that's something that we're willing to stomach as a country. And I'm not even saying yes or no. I'm just posing that as the question.
Yeah, I want to just kind of hold up what we're talking about a little bit, because you had mentioned before the fact that because there's such aggressive anti-human rights propaganda today from the state, that that would it be appropriate then to have counter propaganda, such as, like, for instance, like looking at like sites where horrific violence had happened and making sure that people actually see that and witness that and experience it and know that it happened. And and so asking this question of, well, okay, so now I want to kind of, and you're saying, yeah, that seems like a reasonable idea.
Yeah.
And what I want to say is, if the example is, like, say, touring like a place where, like, an ice facility, and seeing that in the same way that we tour Treblinka or Auschwitz or something like that, is that seems one thing. But then, when does it become taking the bait? When does it become, like in the 10 Temptations to Violate Dignity, which I can put on the table if we want to look at them, the notion of, like, when are we letting the bad behavior of other people justify our own? Or are we saying we're only going to do stuff like educational normative experiences? Or like because there's a lot of talk right now about fighting fire with fire.
Yeah. So in some sense, making people do something does mean, like, big men with guns go and round up everyone in the town and make them walk to a place and look at a thing. That is an element of it. Is that, when I say, are we okay with that? I mean, like, there's an element of coercion involved with this. That is
So you're
also
saying-
an element that, as liberals, as progressives, as socialists, as anarchists, as communists, whatever your flavor of left of center is that something that you have to get okay with, even if maybe previously you were not? Is that the sort of drastic measure to say, look, we're not going to kill anyone. We're not doing purges. That's not on the table here. But in the way that the occupation of the former Nazi Germany had a lot of coercive measures enacted under occupation, is that necessary to de-radicalize a significant chunk of the population that has been bought into propaganda and has come to view the dehumanization of their fellow Americans as a positive good?
I mean, I think the consequence of not doing that is what we're living in when we talk about Reconstruction and everything like that. I don't think that was never on the table during Reconstruction, of course. That's not something they would have done. But, I think if you don't do something along those lines, what you get is statues of Robert E. Lee in a public square.
Yeah.
What you get, and it's also just, like, ironic that even when we're not doing that, not really, and yet that is what the Republican line says we are already doing. I know, like, it's like Pete Hesgath or whoever the hell talking about, like, well, you don't need to apologize for being white anymore. And the very idea of that is, their ideology says that even the idea of acknowledging that their ancestors did something bad and that they should know that is an imposition in and of itself. They have never actually experienced it. And if they had, maybe then they wouldn't actually be taking these positions, maybe. I mean, I can't say for all of them, obviously, but I do think that, like, when you get that, like, this is how, like, Lost Cause and things like that come from, is if you allow people to bury their heads in the sand about the bad things that they've done, or that their neighbors did, or that their friends and family did, that allows this counter narrative to grow in a way that can be extremely destructive.
Yeah, so I'm hearing on the one hand that if people don't have those experiences, there's a concern that they're going to repeat because they didn't during the civil rights movement. One thing I want to bring up is do you think there's a difference between putting up those memorials and organizing them and having it be easy to access them and accessible to everybody? In fact, like, we'll put you on a bus and take you right there and we'll do it. All you have to do is just say yes and we'll make it really easy for you. Or do you say, well, if you don't go, we have our weapons and we're going to force you to go? And what are the trade-offs of each one?
I think the trade-offs are that people who do not want to bear witness to suffering because they don't regard it as real are less likely to choose to do it. I think the number of people who are gleeful about the suffering of others, who say, yes, I want to look at it because it brings me joy, I think this is a very small group of people. I think there's a lot of people who are comfortable in a degree of denialism about the nature of cruelty involved and are comfortable euphemizing it or viewing it from a distance and saying, well, I'm sure they deserve some of that somehow. And they can do that as long as they maintain a fantasy that relies on not seeing it with their own eyes. And I think that you do have to make people see things at some point. And we have done this in history. It has been done to some measure of success. And there was not, as Abby mentioned, a big lost cause movement in Germany. There are people who felt that way, certainly. There are people who kept that to themselves for the most part. Not always, to themselves, but mostly. But the public sort of what political scientists often call myth making, not to say it's false, but to use the term myth making as creating a national story around an event. And a lot of modern Germany's national story is we are what came after the Nazi government. This is what's after that. In the same way that the American myth is about the revolution, and for some people about the aftermath of the Civil War, but mostly about the revolution. We need a national myth. And if we are going to have a unified, functional, decent country after this, in the wake of all of this, does that national myth need to be hammered in by force? And I guess that's the question I want to leave people with. My hour is up. I do have to be somewhere, but I've greatly appreciated talking with you about all of this. And I realize it's unsatisfying not to come to a conclusion, but I hope that this has sparked real thoughts in anyone listening about what we do after all of this is done.
Sometimes in learning, the point is not necessarily to have a nice, neat, clean conclusion, but to have asked really important questions, which we're going to go on, keep talking about in different ways throughout the day. If you feel like coming back at some point today and we've got more time, we're glad to. And we'll continue this conversation at Code Whatever in the coming weeks and months, no doubt. And so we're going to be doing more live streams like this again, and trying to hold these space opens for conversation, but then also letting people towards the end who want to debate if they want to as well.
Thank you so much. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you so much.
Dylan.
Goodbye.
Yes.
So, welcome, Kevin.
Hello. How beautiful was that?
I know. What a wonderful way to start the day and to do something new. For folks, right now we've got one person in the audience. So what I would say is should we take a little break before we start the psychodrama, and also make sure folks, I've started messaging folks, and Kevin, do you want to just say a little bit about the panel especially even just for Abby right now. Yeah.
Well, I'm all charged up in a good way after that last session. I just want to have something go that well. But we're going to talk a little bit about psychodrama, but a lot of people on the panel are people who have experienced it in some way or learned about it in some way. So that's why it makes a great panel, because it'll be a great discussion of inquiry of what it felt like, how is it useful, questions about experiences, hearing from each other about it. It's really going to be something I have great interest in and value, but particularly value being around the members of the panel that I've been with as they learned about it, inquired about it.
Yeah, this will be fun too, because Abby's actually studying in social work right now.
No.
Or, I
Oh,
mean,
wonderful.
guidance counseling. Excuse me.
Counseling. Yeah.
Counseling.
Oh,
Excuse me,
good.
apologies.
Good.
She's studying guidance counseling right now, and she's also a
Mhm.
person who's acted as well. So,
Oh, beautiful.
so it'll be a kind of interesting dialogue.
Oh, great.
And so let's take a little break right now
Okay.
and gather our forces as we start up. So what I'll do is I'm gonna we'll just put up a sign that says we're about to start again,
Yeah, that's
and
great.
that psychodrama panel coming up shortly.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, cool, perfect. All right. We're going to be starting the psychodrama panel soon.
Okay.
Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Justin said he's coming shortly. He's trying to get in. And Jay, it is possible, maybe asleep still. We'll see.
Okay. So one thing I wanted to mention, Amelia.
Yeah. What's up? Yeah, go ahead.
We have a very strong panel, including yourself. There's a possibility that I will step out or take a call or something regarding some hospital issues.
Yeah.
But that's why we have more than one. We have panelists. You can just keep it going.
Yeah. Oh, here's Justin. Okay.
Okay.
Justin, we're going to add you to the stage now. Welcome,
Okay.
Justin.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Happy birthday.
Oh,
Happy
thank you.
birthday
Thank
to
you.
Yay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I think at some point, Jay's going to be here because we're going to do a candlelight vigil for world peace
Mhm.
in the park.
Okay.
At some point today, I've got to put that on the schedule. I know we've got it written down somewhere. I think it's like at 7:30 or 8 or something. So there will be cake today. And there will be birthday singing, I think. I don't think I'm going to be able to get out of that one.
Great.
Let's see if Jay has been working so hard. He may make the second panel.
Okay.
But do we want to just kind of let me just check and see if anyone else is coming, and let me just check in with folks.
A lot of coffee going on here today, Doc. A lot of coffee, huh?
Yeah, how are you, Amelia?
Well, I have to say, I cheated last night.
Okay.
I have to confess that last night when Kevin and I got off the stream, Kevin was co-hosting for the very first time with me, and he accidentally hit the end live button, and we had one person, and we had one person in the audience. So I took a nap, and I took a nap before I put things back up again. And so, but I did actually this morning, Nora and I followed our tradition, Justin, of in the wee small hours of playing some games. So we played Minecraft. In fact, she's got a hardcore Minecraft. If there's people in the audience who like hardcore Minecraft, we've got a hardcore Minecraft server.
Oh my God.
So
well, things happen the way they should, you know.
Right.
I needed that sleep. Honestly. I'm like, this event has been really quite a success in the sense that to plan this event, I had to do more careful backwards planning from the end to the beginning than I've ever had to do for any other event that we've done. And I was ahead of myself faster than ever. So I feel like I'm actually getting my impulses for organizing these kinds of things a little bit faster, honestly.
So I'm going to give you a contradiction. I'm not going to accept that you were cheating. You were modeling an example of taking care of yourself.
Hey.
You know.
Hey.
You think about it that way.
Oh well, thank you. You could argue it was a little bit of self-compassion.
That's what we want.
Yeah.
Self-compassion.
All the time.
We actually want to practice it.
Yeah. Now, Kevin, you've got some slides here for psychodrama. Should I pull those up?
Yeah, let's put up the first one. And even before the slides, I'm going to say a couple of words. So just about our panel members, Amelia, when we connected so much in Theater of Dignity, and we cross-train and learn from each other. So she really started following psychodrama principles and learning about it, and actually helped at Theater Y. I'm gonna Amelia, why don't you go on for a minute? I'm just gonna.
You've got your urgent call. Okay, that's fine.
I'll be right.
Okay. Yeah. So this all kind of started since Justin introduced Kevin and I, and we were talking about psychodrama. I think it was after the block party. The first time I worked on the block party, and Kevin worked on it, and afterwards we were talking about psychodrama, and I didn't know what to think of it at first. Like I had no idea what it was, and so it was a mystery to me. And we were also we also started doing the Theater of Dignity work as well, not long after that, because if you think about it, that summer, Jay and I were working on that video, Human Rights and Voting. And when we made that video, Human Rights and Voting, that was kind of our first attempt at trying to find ways to practice with people through acting dignity stuff. But then Kevin was telling me about psychodrama as a thing for healing. And I was like, whoa, wait a second. This is not, this is bigger than me. And it scared me, actually. It was a bit scary for me because I was like, well, Kevin's a cardiologist, right? And at the time I didn't know that he was one of the people who worked on the healing spiral model of psychodrama. I didn't know that. But then finding out about that and learning about that from him, I was like, wow, psychodrama is actually very modern, and it's a way that this is actually the kind. At first I didn't think it was what I was looking for, and then I figured out actually the kind of work, this is exactly what we're looking for, and this is exactly what I don't know how to do, and so I was just beyond head over heels grateful to Justin and Kevin for
when you mentioned you guys were doing that, I thought they would sandwich so beautifully together, and it did.
Yeah, that's strategic organizing.
Yeah, and it just I think once the world has a chance to see it, or you have a chance to present it, whether in Kenosha or Chicago, I think you're going to get a lot of takers, to be honest. It's a healing, therapeutic, interactive situation that, those who aren't timid, I think they're going to really appreciate it.
Oh, so nice. So nice to hear that. It gives a context of why the panel looks like this.
Yeah.
So I thought today I have psychodrama was started by Dr. Marino. He was in Freud's time, and he said that Freud analyzed dreams, but Dr. Marino said he helped people dream again. And so I think that's a little context of what was going on. So let me just jump a little bit to that first slide, and because we can talk a little bit about what it is. So I'm going to bring a couple of things up here. Okay, so when I came to Theater of Dignity, why was I so drawn to it? Aside from Amelia and all the dynamic people that were doing it, I realized that indignities are traumas. In other words, if someone shows you indignity and treats you in that way, I would say it traumatizes us. We don't know quite what to do or how to react or to overreact or to take the bait and so I kind of I read the Donna Hicks's book, several times and learning about the 10 dignities that she outlined. And then I noticed that how these are trauma for people. And so other work I've done in psychodrama is trying to help people heal traumas. So it's all connected. And I would say even in the theater of dignity, when we do work to help people, we're trying to be very careful not to re-traumatize people, not to, as people visit things that are painful, then sometimes we don't want to be an indignity to them, to have them that happen to them. What does the audience think about the idea of indignities or traumas? Do you think that's, does that make sense, or you're not buying it?
Yeah. I believe the seed of indignity is definitely wrapped around trauma that happened to other people, and it's them lashing out. That is the, that shows there's trauma there. Because if not, there's no need to, there's no need to have such action as indignities if you hadn't been harmed.
Yes,
If that makes sense.
it does make sense.
Yeah,
What do
so
you
you're
think,
kind of saying
Amelia?
hurt
Mhm.
people hurt people in
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah. Hurt people. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I know in some some modalities, there's the idea that everything that people do is a quest to get, it's off the phrase they often use is power, and
Yeah.
which makes it sound domineering, which isn't necessarily the case. It's more about, it is about dignity. It is about having control of your own life and your own choices, and the way you present yourself and everything like that. And I know one of the early early therapeutic theorists, whose name is escaping me now because I haven't been in school in a while, has said that like most trauma is rooted in childhood trauma is rooted in this ability that you can't assert your own strength, your own power over yourself.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm hearing you say that that trauma is often in not being able to assert yourself when you're still dependent as a child.
Yeah, Alfred Adler. That's who I was thinking of.
Let's look at
Yeah,
the,
and actually, like, okay, yeah, that so.
Go ahead, Bill. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just thinking about the dignity model, and if anybody at any point wants us to put up the 10 elements of dignity at any time, we certainly can. But it's like we have those 3 stages of dependence, independence, and interdependence, and those stages affect us in how we can be, like, ideally we become interdependent, right?
Mhm.
But then also like when we're kids, we can't control that somebody's harming us. We're out of control there, and I really that's a deeply traumatizing place to be in.
Yes.
And Justin, just so you know, we muted you for just a sec because you're moving around. But when you're ready, just signal us and we'll pull you back in. Okay.
Amelia?
Yes. Here we go.
Okay.
Hello.
Yep.
Got you right back. Cool.
Let's look at that second slide now.
All right. Yeah. How is trauma processed in the brain?
Okay, so we're talking about trauma, and from I'm a medical doctor, so trauma, our brain has to deal with trauma. If you think about it, if we have trauma and then it affects us and we can't heal from it or move forward, we would be disabled as a person on every trauma. It would just be one big mess. But our brain has a way that it deals with trauma, and it's based on biology. So as we try to look into these things, we have to understand, well what's the biology of it? Mm-hmm. So let's suppose someone says something to me that I don't like, or it kind of hurts me in some way. I might be able to just think about that, and then as I think about it, I'm using the left brain to like analyze it based on everything else, and then I say, I don't accept that, I don't think that's true, so I don't let it really affect me. It doesn't really affect me because I processed it and my brain put it in a place where I weighed what happened to me against everything else I know about life, and then the brain said, okay, that's probably not really big, so just put it over there, comment. I'm not traumatized by it. I processed it. But what we know about people that have trauma that's much harder to heal is that let's just take let's go with a severe case of child abuse. Someone's a child and they're being hit by their parent or something, and it's really a bad situation. Well, we know if we look at that closely, that young person in adult life and in the young life may remember all the things that, like what the room smelled like, or what the sound was like, or what the color was, And so the brain in that situation where there is so much fear and it can't be processed, it sends the message to an area of the brain on the right side of the brain. And that way, anytime that color comes up again or that sound comes up again, it's like, look out, you're in danger. Remember when you're in danger? So it makes a short circuit so it can react. And now the left brain isn't involved at all. They can't think it through, because it's if you think about it, if a tiger is coming at us and takes a bite out of us, we're going to remember that. We're going to react quick next time we see something that looks like a tiger. So it's like the biology is set up for our survival. So it's a real thing, including what your flight and fight reflexes set up for your survival. And so we still have that in all of us, but sometimes with trauma, we just have the fight set up. You need to be careful, be careful, be careful. You never have time to process it in the brain. So what we know is that when there's trauma that's really disturbing, then the right brain does all the processing, the left brain is held out. And that's what PTSD is about. It's like, well, I can hear the sound, or I hear the noise, or this is triggering me. And now I'm flashing back to how it happened. And even though, wait a minute, the war's over. You're not in Vietnam anymore. Why are you still tricked? Because the right brain is still trying to look out for that, And so if we're going to help trauma, we need to understand that our biology that is about our survival can trip us up and keep us from moving through things.
Yeah,
And I want to ask the panel about that. How's that sitting with people? How's that feel to hear that?
I think that's what happened in the shooting of the young lady in Minneapolis, that the officer who had been drugged out of the car was almost, because he had the gun out prior to the young lady even getting into a conflict fully with them, he yanked his gun out. And I'm like, whoa. So he had seen this before. And I'm thinking in his mind, he was somewhere else. He wasn't at the location in Minneapolis. He was more wherever the hell he got dragged 6 months ago by the car that dragged him. Not to mention, the guy was trying to shoot somebody in the face with a, what do you call those things, a taser? Yeah. So no wonder he got dragged. I mean, you try to shoot me in the face with a taser, I'm going to drag you too. But it just seemed as though he was engaged in something other than the present. Mm-hmm. And I think, not that I'm making excuses for the guy, but I think PTSD, man, played a part in what happened.
Mm-hmm. All the more reason to try to heal PTSD, help people with that, whether in a police situation or in their own lives. Or how does it play out in your life that you're suffering because of something that happened in the past? Because you're still kind of triggered to that past. You're still suffering.
Yeah.
Abby, I heard you want to speak up too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, one thing I often use with clients as an analogy is trauma is a bit like allergies, because you develop allergies when your immune system encounters something new and detects it as poisonous, and maybe it is, and reacts accordingly, trying to protect you from that. But afterwards, it will react in that same way to the point where it's doing the opposite of helping you. It's actually hurting you. And the brain kind of has a certain thing where it takes in certain stimuli, interprets that as painful, and then anything that reminds it of it, it overreacts in the same way that your immune system overreacts to pollen or peanuts, because it's your body trying to help you just in a way that's not actually helpful.
So that's a beautiful, that's a really accurate way to understand how biology, you're making a great analogy that, okay, there's mechanisms in there, it's how we are as human beings for our safety, but sometimes it overdoes it. It doesn't need to have that response now. So, and it's the biology of it. So it's a great analogy. It's a great analogy.
Thank you.
Let's look at the next slide.
Sure.
Well, these slides are just to trigger discussions. That's all it is, This is the point I'm making, that trauma can heal and generally does. I think I alluded to it earlier, that our bodies are set up to heal trauma. Think of all the traumas we experience in life that we go through, and they don't trap us in PTSD. They don't keep us from getting a job or to being with loved ones or hurt our relationships. That we have all kinds of traumas that heal, and I would say even back to that precious child. Some other child takes their toys. They're so traumatized by it, but they heal it, I see. I could share. I have choices. I learn from it. So the trauma is constantly there, even in the healthy part of life, where you're like, oh, this really upsets me. But then you realize, okay, there's a lot more benefit to playing with my playmates, than trying to hoard all the toys. So we may perceive things as trauma, but we just heal them up, then we learn better. And so I think similar to talking about nonviolence is most of our interactions with other human beings are nonviolence and loving and caring. Most of them, everyday actions all day long. So there's other things that happen which are very violent or really off, but humans have the capacity to heal trauma. And so that's why you say, well, that's such a big trauma, I could never heal from that. But you've healed all kinds of traumas because your body's able to do it. How do people feel about that?
Our body is an incredible healing machine. And we can endure a lot. And they always say children heal quickly. It's not always true, but children, have a God-given gift that they're resilient to a lot of stuff and things that may, or it may harm them later, but for the time being, it seems like they've gotten over it. And that's not always the case, that they're healed just because they gotten over it.
Yeah. And I think one thing as well is that it's, again, talking about and kind of using this biological allegory here, a lot of it also has to do with not just, there are like scrapes and cuts that heal pretty quickly and without leaving a scar, but also the sooner you are you are soothed and healed, better it is. If you leave it, then it doesn't do it.
You learn how to do it.
Yeah, like first aid, because I know there's post-traumatic stress disorder. There's also acute stress disorder, which is what happens during and immediately after a traumatic event. Yeah. And if you can, get support from loved ones and everything like that, that it often, resolves itself and doesn't recur, especially when you're younger and maybe these things don't.
Get out.
With my granddaughters, we use and grandsons, we use the Fred Rogers method. When they're upset, we say to each other, "Oh, I think she's having feelings." It's just normal. Everyone has feelings, but then we immediately say, "Oh, you're upset. Do you need an icy?" So you get a little ice cube, and then she has the ice cube, and like 30 seconds later, it's moved on. But we're showing her soothing techniques. Or she was upset just last night, and we just played a music box. So they're learning soothing. They're learning they can heal. They're learning some of these traumas are, they weren't. So anyway, I just think what you're saying, if you learn soothing and nurturing, the faster you can heal this. And by the way, on some of these traumas that aren't healing, they don't have the soothing, they don't have the nurturing. I would say it's like stagnation. You're kind of stuck in just this triggering the part of the brain that tells you to watch out, get away, rather than learning how to soothe it. So I'm making the point that able to heal this is a natural thing. We're all able to do it. It's something where you can think some traumas you can never heal from, but the truth of it is we heal things all the time. Let's see that next slide.
Yeah.
We alluded to this, that when you're stuck in the fight, flight, then you stagnate in your healing. Your stagnation, meaning things aren't moving. So stagnation occurs in nature. Stagnation is just lack of movement. So if your blood stops moving, it clots. If the ice freezes, it stops. Okay, but icebergs melt down and then rivers flow. So even with lots of stagnation that occurs, stagnation and healing and movement again is all it's part of the natural world. So stagnation can be broken up. What's everybody think of that?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The trauma response, fight or flight, it's by definition kind of turning off those higher brain functions and just kind of going that. Mm-hmm. And I've also seen some people add 2 more Fs to that list, which is including freeze and fawn. Which are also trauma responses, freezing, literally what it sounds like. You just freeze up and don't do anything. And fawning is more just like, in a social context rather, is the desire to ameliorate someone, to please somebody else by any means necessary, make yourself seem less of a threat. But yes, absolutely.
Tell me more about fawn, because I'm listening to you. I want to know a little more about that.
Yeah, so fawning response, again, like the idea is, you often see it in people who would dealt with a lot of very, very strict, very, very angry parenting and stuff like that, where it's they go they tend to over apologize, pleasing behaviors. I speak from experience because that's literally what I do. And when faced with traumatic experiences, I'm just like, I need whatever it takes. I'll make this right. I'm sorry. And
I know what you're talking about. And then I noticed myself doing it. I'm like, oh, that's because of my experience that I'm doing that. That's because of past traumas that I have that kind of response when it really wasn't really appropriate, but I did it just because, and I forgive myself, oh, I did that because it's still there to be healed. I'm still working on it.
Yeah. But the more time you spend in any of those states, whether it's fawning over others or being belligerent in a fight response, that doesn't help you heal.
It doesn't help you heal.
Yeah, it's going through these maladaptive coping mechanisms that maybe worked in the moment, but don't work now.
Yes. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, now this is kind of what I think psychodrama is trying to offer us. And Justin, can you read that slide?
Yeah, only when a person can experience the loving experience of support that honors a person's dignity and can heal resume.
Only I was going to ask you what that means. I don't know.
I don't know. Only a person's dignity. Only a person can experience love and experience support that honors a person's dignity. Okay, so just like you said earlier, a person that has been hurt will add an indignity to the situation. Love and support, those things are what build people up and give them dignity and hopefully make them able to share dignity themselves to others.
Yeah, I think.
I'm interested.
Yeah, Kevin, I think you mentioned Carl Rogers earlier, and that very much is based in his theories of unconditional positive regard. That in order to heal, you need to be with somebody who is on your side. It doesn't mean that they'll just do whatever you want and you can do no wrong. But even when you are misstepping or backsliding, they know that you are a person who is trying to heal and will love and support you regardless.
Yeah, some examples of this that come to mind, because it's often mentioned in education work of people like Alfie Kohn as well, right? That learners need to know that their teacher is not going to abandon them. I see this in students all the time. When a student has been abandoned over and over again, but the teacher blames the student because their pedagogy didn't necessarily work. And we see this happen all the time. So a lot of students that come to you are terribly traumatized by being abandoned so much. And I think it's a deep human impulse. I see. Also from our audience, Angela, who's in the audience, said, "Love the freeze or fawn," and she also said, "Healed people heal people."
That's right. That's right. I mean, if you're talking about hurt people, heal people. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I love that. And I'm going to add in a personal experience that um, sometimes I was thinking of myself as completely healed because I wanted to be. And as it turned out, I'm still healing. And even as I'm still healing, I can help heal people.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to be done.
Yeah.
But I think healing, people that are healing can help people heal,
Absolutely.
inspire them.
Yeah, and it's up for debate whether or not that work can ever truly be over. But yeah, I definitely think healed people heal people is really nice. Or healing people, perhaps heal people, maybe a little more inclusive there. But yeah, you need to be working on yourself regardless. If you're still in the thick of it, you can't be. You need to put on your own face mask first, your own
Right.
oxygen mask first.
What happened when I learned about this was my own, what I would call shadow. I'm just going to introduce shadow. It's a part of us we deny and repress. We don't want others to see it. So the reason I wanted to present myself as healed, it was kind of a macho thing, Well, I had this trauma and I healed it. Come on, Bill. It is actually better to just say, I had this trauma and I learned from it, and I can help others as well. Because that's then the shadow. I embrace the shadow. Okay, wait a minute. This ain't true. And I have more vulnerability. So it's just which makes you more open to other people, So this is part of the things that we don't want. I want to present myself as a strong, and I'm going to help heal you because I got everything together. It's not. No.
But I think along the way, as I don't know what you want to compare it to, but it's a constant job working on yourself.
Yeah.
And so you're never really healed. But if you find a great tool for other people to use, you acquire that along the way, i.e., the getaway with you, Dr. Kev, or some of the sessions we have with the men or whatever, and you can use that to help other people. I think that's a great thing to do. So you don't always have to be healed totally to help heal others.
Yeah, it's like that challenge of like, if we have to wait till we're absolutely perfect, do we ever get anything done?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if that were the case, I would have no business becoming a therapist.
Yeah. When's the perfect time to get married, and when the perfect time to have a kid? There is no perfect time. So
the perfect is the enemy of the good. Angela is saying it's an ongoing process of adaptation because change is inevitable. Healing is always ongoing. I try to process my healing and shift to another healed existence with new or reintroduced traumas.
Oh, thank you.
Whoa.
Thank you, Angela.
Let's go.
That's it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm. If I was to put a little bit of commentary on what she said, it seems to me she's walking with an open heart.
Mm.
She's open to herself and her processes and other people, the way that she's presenting it.
Great. All I can say is great job.
Yes.
Yeah. So okay, so we've been. I want to kind of come back a little bit because we had just framed a couple things here.
Yes.
Like we were talking about healing, and we were talking about one thing we were talking about was our individual responsibility in healing, right? Like from my own point of view, I have a responsibility to heal myself. I've got no business in trying to make somebody else do something that I wouldn't even do for myself. And then on the other hand, there's this other sense that in an institutional space, authorities in that space, no matter how much power we put in authority, right? Authorities and experts in that space have to be credible to the people they're trying to help as with unconditional universal regard. Mm-hmm. And I want to point out an example, which is like this is true of like the Toyota Motor Company. This is true of service organization interventions like the Vanguard method. At Toyota Motor Company in Japan, the workers have lifetime employment. If a manager wants to consider that a worker has a motivation problem, the manager actually has to ask themselves what they did to make sure. They usually have I think it's like a 60-something question list of questions that they ask and scrutinize themselves as a manager. Did I help this worker? Did I set them up for success this way? Did I make sure they knew this thing? Did I make sure you're actually set there to try to prove that you can help the person? And there was an article in The Guardian, I can share this in the chat, by John Seddon. They asked him, can you ask one of your friends at Toyota, one of the senseis there, can you ask them, do they ever have motivation problems? And John Seddon said, I was too embarrassed to ask at first, but when I finally did, John said, the Japanese are too polite to laugh in your face. But that people. Oh, okay. All right. We'll see you later, Abby. See you later.
Bye.
When you've got somebody who's actually setting you up for success in this way, what ends up happening is typically actually you get a couple rungs down, and the person wants to do a good job and you're helping them, so it's actually a lot easier for somebody to come through. So I wanted to bring that in. And does that bring up anything for anybody?
It's very good. It's very important.
Yeah, and so now, do we have enough? We've got more slides, don't we?
Okay, so I have time to stay longer, but
yeah, I don't think. Let's see. Yeah. I don't think there's anything on the schedule after this immediately. So we can stay in this as long as this is productive for everybody. I think that would be perfectly fine.
That's how I feel, and I respect people's time frames, but I'm willing to stay longer if people are enjoying it and want to learn things.
Yeah. Do you have any more slides?
We have slides. The slides are just things that make more questions.
Yeah.
This is good. This is an inquiry.
Let's
see what's next.
Yeah. Well, there are. Do you want me? Should I put the next slide up?
Sure.
Trauma has a long reach forward and backwards. Man, that's ugly. So it can harm you moving forward, and is always in your backwards. So it's always in your rearview mirror what happened to you. And as you said, moving forward, if you walk into a room that's red and red is the trigger, then you're always dealing with that, or say you got a terrible beating when you were a kid and it was Thanksgiving time and you're smelling turkey, and next thing you know, you're getting walloped. So
Amelia, let's put Jay Waxy on the panel here. He just joined us. I think I hear what you're saying, Justin.
Yeah. Jay was here. I'm sure he'll be back in just a second. Let's see. Jay's in the chat. Let's make sure Jay I gave Jay the link. I'll make sure.
Okay.
Jay gets in. Great.
But Justin, what you're saying, we actually think, when I think about trauma, there's domestic violence in my family, but then it was in my grandmother's family, and then it was in with my sister, and then this is crossing generations.
Mm-hmm.
People feel that we know things can pass biologically with genes, but there's a lot of thought that our own things we suffer can go through the generations. And so I'm gonna call on you, Justin. I don't know how many times all the work we do, you invite the ancestors to the space. You honor them. You honor them in your daily morning. So
yes, sir.
Are in touch with, like, I can still listen to them and learn from them. They're proud of me for helping me heal. That's what they want. And so you're a beautiful example of always bringing in the ancestors as part of the process. It's not just my own problem. You may have had some things passed to you that happened that you suffer, but thinking of our future and thinking of our ancestors is honoring our identities and bringing into focus what we suffer from and not alone.
Yes, sir. We got to have it. I think it, they dealt with many harsh things upon their time, and whether they it harmed them or not, they made it through. And we just have to make sure that the generations that come behind us not only make it through, but make it through sound, clear, and mind of body and soul, that they can move forward in a most positive way, as opposed to dragging what we know was harmful to our ancestors along with you.
Yeah, so beautifully said, and I know you model it so well.
You can recognize it. You don't have to live it.
Mm-hmm.
You can recognize it without living it and without it being harmful. What's Angela saying, B.A.?
She's saying it's important to remain self-aware. And I want to share in that like, we often talk about in Theater of Dignity, heading to the balcony. Because when we're in fight, flight, freeze, heading to the balcony. And this isn't Donna Hicks's idea. This comes from another, I think, an expert on trauma response, if I'm not mistaken. I might be, but it's in her book, Leading with Dignity. Heading to the balcony means that in a moment where we get triggered, it could be in a meeting, it could be anywhere, staying in that moment, taking a moment to pause, because it takes 90 seconds. It takes 90 seconds. Welcome, Jay.
Hello, Jay.
What up, Jay?
How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Even better now that you're here.
Yes,
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you, family.
Yes. Sorry for the delay. I was that tired apparently. I think it was 12 hours straight. I was down.
Not surprised.
Don't be sorry for taking care of yourself.
Yeah.
No, we had an amazing week, really active week. Things were looking beautiful, and I was really this close to being there for the cello at midnight, but then next thing I know, I'm on the couch.
Yeah, I get that.
Dang, but no, I saw y'all on YouTube just for a second. It sounded amazing, so I had to jump on.
Well, yeah, and we want you here. We've been talking about psychodrama, and we've been talking about trauma responses a lot. And I can even in just a moment, I'll go through the slides with you again. Angela, who's been here, points out it's important to remain self-aware in these situations. And what I brought up was from Dignity, heading to the balcony, because it takes 90 seconds before, Kevin was mentioning that you lose access to your left brain in these moments, right? We lose our choices in that moment. And so you have to buy some time for 90 seconds. And the model that Dr. Hicks loves is heading to the balcony, stepping back, looking at the big picture, seeing what's at stake here, because you could be having a trauma response, and in the moment you think you're doing what's right, but you're actually smashing your whole life to bits, and you can't, and sometimes you're in that moment where you can be very self-destructive, and so we need to give ourselves that 90 seconds. Even if after the 90 seconds we don't get our choices back, that's a lot better than not having any choices.
Oh, that's right.
Absolutely.
So,
and that's and that's the theme today. Don't take the bait.
yeah.
They want us to take the bait. We're not going to.
Nope.
So on that topic of go to the balcony, the way this plays out when we're doing psychodrama work, which we generally do in a group, and then in the group we build a container of safety, of support, and we ask the person to bring their support and their gifts with them, so they have their strengths when they want to try to deal with some aspect of previous trauma. But at some point, when the person may be facing that trauma and they may be kind of stuck or not knowing what to do, we ask someone to step in their role so the person can then step up the balcony away from it and see what it looks like, so they can think about their choices. Just what you're alluding to, Amelia, that we do that through action, through motion, through drama, to allow the person's brain to say, "Oh, I see what's happening." And oftentimes, when they're in the balcony, we ask them what needs to happen here, because then we have their left brain working. We're doing it in a safe place where the person can have the support of all the people working with them, and they have the support that we set up for them prior to starting, so they can think about it without being thrown into PTSD or re-traumatized or overwhelmed. Stepping out of their scenario is the same thing that you're doing when you go to the balcony, and you can do it in your daily life. Go to the balcony, think this through, step away from it for a minute, give your brain time.
This is giving me an idea as well, that we could even have a public park that has a balcony in the park, so people could go up and experience it directly, if that would help. If
find out a lot, because Jay, when you have physical things where people can walk and go up there, it helps them to go in that space.
Yeah. And I think a lot of us feel in nature, maybe, or in times in our childhood, that there's those spaces or places that you could get some respite. Like, I think, just our childlike intelligence that I remember needing to do that on the playground after getting really worked up and this kind of stuff, going to the edge of where our baseball field was and just cooling down. It's so important. It's so hard.
So Angela says physical actualization. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
What'd she say?
She says
Physical.
physical actualization. Awesome.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That means we're assigning, we're concretizing. We're making it in our circle of drama. We're making a place that you can see and feel it.
I want
That's
to.
it.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, because I heard you say concretization, making it physical, making this physical. And I wonder, Kevin, I know a little bit about this, but maybe you could help us understand the psychodrama process, how we engage with these traumatic situations and actualize to try to manifest some healing.
I'll give you thank you for that, because the concretization is so important. So I'm just going to give you a made up scenario. It's not anyone's work. It's just something that I'm using by way of example that's made up. It's not about an actual person. But someone may be sitting and talking about their feelings and just saying how they're upset and this and that. But if we concretize what they're feeling, for instance, one exercise we do in psychodrama, we have different balls on the floor. We say, pick up a ball that represents what you're facing. And they may pick one of a certain size, different shape. Then they can stand up, they can hold it to their body. They can, so you're concretizing what they're feeling into the physical world. So it allows them to go into their body rather than just in their head. They're going into their heart where they can feel deeply in a safe way. So concretize, that'd be one example of concretizing that it, what's happening is it's, you're visiting what's going on in the feelings in the right brain, but now you're able to process safely with support. So if people just sit and talk, then really you heal better through motion, through action, through walking. A lot of Buddhists, when they meditate, they walk so their body can move, so their mind can move, so there's no stagnation.
So there's a sense, it's interesting. I wonder if so you're pointing out this relation that like in meditation and healing, very often that moving is very, very important, and engaging the body and being engaged in this process. So fairly interesting analogy in theater, which is that actors, the bane of acting is self-consciousness, right? Knowing that you're a character in a play. Or exiting the imagination of the play, which you can't unless you're like Marlon Brando or somebody who has like some challenges in terms of maybe not being able to come back to reality.
Heath Ledger.
Yeah, right. And there's certain ways that people can trigger that unhealthily. In different ways, for instance, by re-traumatizing yourself, that can sometimes lead to folks getting into loops that they can't get out of.
Yes.
I feel part of it is intimidating. I love that you bring up theater and that expression, because it's like what was intimidating for me is being in a role that felt somewhat similar to myself, but then playing it seems so challenging, but to do it with your body and to lead some of the roles and things we've played, like I can't believe it makes me feel so glad that we've had this theatrical expression in the psychodrama space, like literally going through these things physically of whatever it is, frustration. It was a really surprising level once you start to use your body and play. It's really powerful.
I'm hearing that there's kind of an immersiveness in it.
Yeah.
It's surprising. It's things that it has the capacity, in my experience, of it, that like can bring out things that were only really partially aware were there within us. And in that moment of, I won't get into specifics of like my experiences and some like real in-person ones led by beautiful humans like Dr. Kevin or other trained people. But just like as soon as starting to go to a place, realizing, oh my gosh, wow, this is this much within me. And in other moments, I wouldn't have really thought about that, you know.
Can you read Angela's note there, the email, the text she sent?
Yeah. I think that it's so helpful with healing processes, biologically rewiring our responses.
Mm.
No, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi, Angela. That was amazing. Thank you.
There's a sense in this that, and so I think somebody's speaker might be on just a little bit loud, just a tiny bit, probably just one notch or two.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's perfect. But yeah, this notion of like movement in this, and how we like as an actor, I often have to immerse myself in specific details that immerse me then in the drama, right? That it's hard for me to get out of it because I don't want to be self-conscious, and that's part of making believe. So in that way, when we have a process for healing, that physical engagement, that paying attention to things, that being present, that meditation, that going through an experience that's different, is an important thing. Angela made another comment. Somebody want to read it?
I can read it. Thank you for having and hearing me. This is such a timely discussion.
Yeah, we don't have these discussions enough about trauma and healing.
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk enough about, like, we talk about what we have to do to take on the challenges and opportunities of our time very often, but we don't always talk about how we take care of ourselves, which is an opportunity in every one of our lives, unless you're really an expert at healing and taking care of yourself. I think maybe there's 5 people in the world who are probably that good.
When even then, there's still healing to be done their entire life. I imagine.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah, how do you ever get to 100%?
Yeah, like I think Buddha, who has like a kind of a famous storyline towards that, says things still, says all those people, all the, not even people, just all the aspects in life that frustrate you, the Buddha is in them, and this image of the gold, you know, the deep gold in us that can shine through so much, that we have that in all capacities, even when it's really hard and we feel like we're failing, or we feel like we're being tempted by judgmental thought or and other, you know, other intrusive thoughts that are really easy to get in denial, you know, have an impact. So I think the expansiveness of it is, speaking of meditation, there's a writer that I found that he started getting into meditation. He said that he had retired, so he had more time, but he said he was kind of surprised that he could meditate for 3 hours, 4 hours during the day and still have things that would keep coming up from his life, childhood, whatever. And so he's like, I just keep meditating now for 3 hours a day, and it keeps producing things, you know. So it's a nice retirement, like, as well.
Even Gandhi said that in retrospect, one of the biggest regrets in his life is he could have treated his wife better.
Oh, wow.
And that's after he brought down a whole empire, you know.
Wow.
Yeah. I think that's bringing up the notion of the 10 temptations to violate dignity. because he's not trying to save face and say, "Oh,
Yeah.
I'm Saint Gandhi. You know, I can do no wrong. I'm a perfect human being." Instead, he's saying, "I'm deeply flawed as a human."
Yeah, in a divine kind of way. I mean, if you can have that perspective at whatever point, like maybe good to Mother Earth and the planet and people, but not as great to the love and partner that is so there and supportive, and
You're reminding me, Jay, of the kind of notion that like certain biblical characters have, where they act as if they're nothing in themselves and everything in themselves all at once.
Yeah.
Thinking of like Abram saying to the Lord of the Universe, saying, if there were 20 good people in Sodom, I'm just dust of the earth. I'm nothing compared to you. But if there were 15 good men in Sodom, would you stand down and not destroy Sodom for that? I am nothing compared to you, dust of the earth. But yet I dare to say to you that maybe if there were 10 people, could we do 10? You know?
Yeah.
Haggling with divinity and existing as your everything and nothing in yourself. Anyhow.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Amelia, why don't we put up that next slide?
You got it.
I already advanced it. We just got put. There we go. And
I advanced it 1 2 actually. Wait.
Oh, can we go back? There we go. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Let's do this one.
Yeah.
Dignity work brings us to sit in love and kindness, or loving kindness.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's a powerful statement and very true, that if you're trying to pass on dignity, it definitely takes some love to do so. And those you love, you respect, and those you love and respect, you give dignity to. So,
amen.
Yeah, and do we want to, for folks, I just want to kind of bring this up. Do we want to maybe take a look at the 10 elements of dignity, or the 10 temptations to violate dignity?
Yeah, I should just say as well that I'm sorry, because of my wide sleeping, I was in part I was unaware that this was happening now. I don't have too much time, unfortunately.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Well, then actually maybe well,
we were just gonna get some food before Helena had another thing later, so we were kind of sandwiched in the time, but
there's gonna be another psychodrama panel at 3 too.
Oh, well then there we go. Beautiful. I mean,
we can I'm inclined, we've got some choices here, so I'm thinking that after this maybe we want to take a short little break, but before we take the break, thinking about for folks in the audience, is there anything anybody in the audience has any questions about, and then maybe what we can do after this is, if we want to, Kevin, Justin, if you want to stay on, if you feel called to, I know everybody has different schedules. If people feel called to, we could do some dignity work or go deeper into the dignity, but maybe take a little break for a second too, to move into the next phase.
I think that 3 o'clock dignity, I'm going to check back in on that.
Okay, that sounds good. Then maybe Kevin, we can kind of figure out with our audience when we get back from the break.
Yeah,
we can do some dignity work. We might do some theater of dignity. And Jay, come by. You are so welcome here any time of day. We've got lots of snacks over here. And
I'll be over. I think around 4 at the four or so at the latest.
Yeah, of course. Whatever. You know.
Sweet.
But
maybe probably earlier. And no, this has been great. And I think the dignity manifestations, like it just continues to be beautiful examples that we, you know, as Justin just said, like the loving kindness that we sit in, we fold it into different spaces, and if we wanted to fold some of that in before or after 3, I know our friend, I was gonna say Ali Zaidi, that's a character he plays, but Paul Severance is gonna come around later. I'm gonna get on.
You talked to him?
Yeah, I was texting with him and he said he's in, so we just need to find time for that as well.
So cool.
So yeah. But have you is this is hour 5 on this stream? Were you going since midnight?
So I've got Justin and Kevin know about this, but when I don't know, what was it, about 3 or 2 in the morning or something when you went to bed?
Oh my God, let's go.
Kevin was getting ready to come off, and I was gonna try to hold on for longer. And what ended up happening was Kevin accidentally hit the end stream button, and so
great break.
Yeah, right.
You could take a little.
Yeah. Kevin set me up for success here, because then I had to like bring the stream back up and change the website and stuff. But I was like, I'll use this as a way to take a little nap.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
So it was a blessing in disguise.
Was it recorded?
What's that?
Was the first stream recorded? I'm wondering.
Oh yeah.
Okay, amazing.
Everything's recorded.
Amazing.
I'm gonna go back and see. I'm gonna see Pop's players music, so I'm gonna go back and see that.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. That's in the first stream. And if anybody's looking for that, it's a different file than this one, but they should be. They're on the same YouTube account or the same Twitch or the same Facebook. Well, no, Facebook we didn't do last night. I engaged Facebook. I was able to get Facebook going this morning. So,
I'm signing off for now, but I'll be picking back up at 3:00.
Cool. Are there any more questions from the audience while we still have everybody here before folks go? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
love y'all.
2, 1. Okay. Oh wait, but Angela says I'm going to have to jump off, but loved virtually meeting you all.
You too.
I'm so glad y'all got too.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you so much, Angela, for making my birthday so rich.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
So thank you, Jay and Justin, for making this panel so rich. And we'll be continuing. We're going to be doing part B of the panel at 3 p.m. So that's 3 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 Mountain, etc. And so we'll be at it. And Jay, give me a time when we want to do. Maybe what we'll do, Kevin, is when we take a break here, we'll come back in a few minutes, and maybe what we'll do is we'll do a little town hall and try to figure out what our community wants. And so.
That's cool. Yeah,
I'll
send some messages out too if we have.
Yeah, because I can update the website at any time. You can probably see that the schedule has just gotten updated and updated and updated.
Legit. Okay, perfect. Perfect.
So like about 15 minutes or.
Yeah. So why don't we say coming back at 11:45 Central?
Okay, that sounds funny. That's good.
Okay.
Wonderful, y'all. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Okay, Jay.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
Bye, Jay. Welcome back, everyone. In just a little bit, we're going to have a little bit of a town hall. Kevin and I are going to talk about what we want to explore today. And as audience members, you'll be able to tell us what matters to you. In fact, if there's something that matters to you right now, if there's a way you're trying to explore not taking the bait, if you want to explore not taking the bait in some way, put it in the chat. Let us know. Let us know. How do you want to explore not taking the bait? So put that in the chat. Will probably be another 5 minutes or so. Welcome back, everyone. So we're exploring this theme, and welcome back, Kevin.
Hi.
Hello. I really feel excited today because this morning I was playing Minecraft on this very stream with Nora. We were playing Minecraft earlier this morning together, which is technically challenging because you've got to get like a whole video game into the StreamYard. And then you've got your audio and you've got the game's audio and you've got, you have all these things that are coming together. And like it seemed overwhelming. And for a while, I even got trapped in the process, like where I couldn't be as graceful as I wanted to be. And and like for me, it's like, like why can't I be so graceful? So it's I'm going to shift my audio a little bit and come back out again. Welcome back, Abby.
Hello.
So
yeah, we were talking. Yeah.
So glad you're here.
How are you doing?
Doing good. Sorry to step out. Just had to do some lesson planning.
Cool. Nice. Are you cozy with this layout?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, cool. And so we were just talking about that this morning. I was playing Minecraft with Nora on the stream, but like I hadn't done much game streaming really in a while, and so I ended up having to like combine OBS with StreamYard in order to do it. And so because this may not be for everyone's StreamYard, but for my StreamYard, I might have the security so private that I can't stream Minecraft directly.
Oh.
And so I have to like use it through the program. And so it was like a challenge while we were live streaming to like try to make this work on the fly. And it was overwhelming, but I started picking up some things from doing it. And one thing that it gave me the confidence to do, as it gave me the confidence to, as we were waiting here between the two sessions, I put up a message that said returning at 1:50 Central, and just being able to say to myself, okay, we're going to come back here. Well, it was originally originally at 1:45, and like knowing that we had that there, and that like even though we had to take a pause, I had never thought about that in a stream before. It was really interesting. Like I always want everything to run immediately, but then if I have a plan that's that like rigid, then it puts a lot of pressure on the whole thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It does, and if you notice that people are coming in and out because they have things happening in their day, they're checking on something, and so you're just doing what we're all doing, coming when we can and enjoying it when we can, and not like, oh, why weren't you here? Oh, what time? You're just letting go a little bit so you can be with all of us that way.
Yeah, it's really like wonderful being able to have that generosity in how we do it, and to think about that, and it gives me a lot of room to plan. So for instance, when I did that, then I put a question here, even though nobody responded to me and it didn't quite matter. I put in the chat, how do you want to explore not taking the bait? Now that actually may be somewhere here. I can check out over here.
In terms
I've got to be,
of
I've got to be
generosity,
careful.
in terms of generosity,
Sorry, everyone.
I'm not completely sure that I'll be there at 3, but you can still have the stream with who's there. But I think that I'll be there, but I don't know for sure. So rather than me worry about it or be upset, or I thought I was going to be there, I'm just going to go with what can happen and what might happen after that.
That's what we, sometimes that's the best way, to flow with things. So, what do we all want to get out of here? Is there something like, there's lots of different things we could do today. If somebody is in the audience and wants to share something, they can, but we're here together too. Is there something somebody wants to work on today, or maybe come up with something? Like, there's stuff we already have, but there's also stuff that we can just decide on.
I don't know. I mean, I did prepare some poems I could read if you like, but because I remember you mentioned that as a possibility. But
yeah, I would love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love it. Amelia knows
do you want me to set up the stage for you in any kind of way? And I'm going to maybe on the titles. Do you want me to say anything about the fact that we're doing poetry now? Like, I could.
You can, but also, up to you.
Or you know what I can do too? I'll do. I'll just say, share what you notice. Okay.
Yeah, so these are just a few poems that I was looking just through, trying to think of poems that really spoke to me in the present moment and all the emotions I've been feeling around what's happening in this country, particularly here in the Midwest right now. And so these are a few, just 3 poems that I found very, very helpful, and I hope you find them helpful too. The first is A Litany for Survival by Audre Lorde. For those of us who live at the shoreline, standing upon the constant edges of decision, crucial and alone, for those of us who cannot indulge the passing dreams of choice, who love in doorways, coming and going in the hours between dawns, looking inward and outward, at once before and after, seeking a now that can breed futures, like bread in our children's mouths, so their dreams will not reflect the death of ours. For those of us who are imprinted with fear, like a faint line in the center of our foreheads, learning to be afraid with our mother's milk, for by this weapon, this illusion of some safety to be found, the heavy-footed hoped to silence us. For all of us, this instant and this triumph, we were never meant to survive. And when the sun rises, we are afraid it might not remain. And when the sun sets, we are afraid it might not rise in the morning. When our stomachs are full, we are afraid of indigestion. When our stomachs are empty, we are afraid we may never eat again. When we are loved, we are afraid love will vanish. When we are alone, we are afraid love will never return. And when we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. So it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. So, Audre Lorde, in case you didn't know, incredible Black lesbian poet. Very powerful words here, thinking about, there's so many ways to read that one refrain of we were never meant to survive, especially as a queer person right now. And
when was that written?
Good question. Let me see if this thing says. Let me do a quick Google search.
The reason I say that is because it's so timely.
I'm not seeing anything that says exactly when it was published. 1978.
Wow, 78 is like right now.
Exactly.
All
right. This next poem. Oh, go ahead.
Now, if you want, we could do something. If you want to perform everything now, you could. we could also do something expansive where we talk about the poem a little bit.
Sure.
And explore it. Do we want to? Do we want to even? Can I share the link in the chat and then put it in front of our audience for a second?
Sure. Let me send it to you.
Oh, cool. This is really cool. I wasn't expecting this kind of learning to go on today, and I am perfectly tickled.
Me too.
And thank you for letting me bend this in this way, Abby. I'm really appreciative.
Of course.
Yeah, that was a beautiful reading. Thank you. And maybe, yeah. So I'm gonna put in the. Oh, hey. Somebody says yes. We want the link.
There you go.
Yes. So here's a link to the poem, and and I'm gonna just put in the chat here as we go into this. We have a little container here that I'm gonna share with you. You know, we're here to learn. Let's see. Did we lose you for a second there? Lose folks for a second. Kevin, can you see me? Okay.
Yeah.
Did I get lost for a second?
No.
Okay, everything's good. Okay, cool. Oh, is everything okay now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can hear the bells.
Okay.
But I don't know for whom do they toll?
Right. Who? Oh, what's this? Okay. So yeah, so we've pasted this in the chat, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put up here. Everybody can just take a moment to read the poem, and we're going to share what we notice about it, and just start with what we see in the poem, and what I would say is I'm just going to include some. So yeah, just take a moment and Yeah, and keep reading for a little bit longer. We'll take a little bit longer. If you don't see it already, it's in the chat. There's a link to the poem. And if you're on Facebook and you're having any trouble with it, just let me know. I think it should be fine for everybody. But yeah, we'll take another moment to finish reading this.
Yeah, we can go play.
No, there we go.
Okay, it's a little bit clearer.
Does anyone need any more time? Okay, what does everyone notice about this poem?
Okay, the last line, it says, we're never meant to survive. That kind of echoes and has an aftertaste, and it keeps going and going. You keep thinking about it. And it's kind of like, are they saying something nice, or is it shocking, or what's going on? We're never meant to survive. A lot to think about there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so different ways to read that. There's a way of saying like there's a sad way of reading it of well, we're not going to live through this, but there's also a more hopeful reading of like we were never meant to come this far, and yet here we are is the unspoken part. That's how I choose to read it, at least in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is we were never meant to survive, and I know Audre Lorde was speaking as a Black lesbian woman, but I think I can resonate with it as a trans woman, as a Jewish woman. Of there are people in this world, the ones with heavy footfalls, I believe is what they were said, that said like if the world was as they should be, I wouldn't be here already. I would already not be here. And there is and there is also fear in that, and fear is okay. Fear is important. Fear is welcome, and it's it's always there. And if it's going to be there no matter what, you might as well do the right thing, knowing that like we weren't supposed to be. They never wanted us to get this far. We're not going to stop now. That's how I choose to read it.
Yeah, so it's kind of a sense that that it was intended for the person who's being othered to not be there, and that actually their existence is a kind of like mistake by the conventional authority. And I think there's part of that I'm missing too, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, just the idea that some people are, called by authority aberrations. The people live it, stealing love in the doorstep.
Yes, the people stealing love in the doorstep. Yeah.
And this idea that the thing I always come back to is if the world really was the way they said it was, if people were unnatural and unfit, then why are we here? Our very existence puts the lie to that. We were never meant to survive, and yet we survive. The very idea that certain people are superior, that certain people are more fit to live, is so heinous and yet so obviously false. Because if this kind of social Darwinism they espouse really existed, then we would not be having this conversation.
Yeah.
You don't make laws. You don't need to make laws against something that doesn't exist. You don't need to send cops after something that doesn't exist. You don't. If this is the natural order of things, you shouldn't have to enforce it.
So,
you
go ahead, Kevin.
No,
if you want to try, are you trying to reflect it too?
No, I'm just clapping for what I'm hearing. I hear it. I can feel it.
Let me see. So I want to see if I can kind of come by it a little bit, in terms of if I can recharacterize it a little bit, that or have your sense that the idea that you're saying, the idea of this sort of idealistic perfectionism that is a form of supremacism, right? The supremacist perfectionism, that it's, are you saying that it's something that doesn't actually exist, or
yes.
and or are you saying, is it something that that is something that it's I guess you're saying it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. No,
is what your sense is.
Like that, again, going back to that phrase, we were never meant to survive. It's like, the idea, I think the idea is like, they see us at, the people in power see us as like, I don't know, like a calf born without a leg. We should be abandoned by the herd and die, and so that the herd can move on being perfect. But that's not true. We survive, we live, we thrive. And because I think in general, humans are ultimately compassionate. Humans are ultimately, stronger together, and they recognize that. I remember there was a anthropologist whose name I unfortunately don't remember, who was once told, what is the earliest sign to you that you can discover of civilization? And rather than explaining a tool or a weapon of some kind, what she said was, a healed broken leg is the first expression of civilization. The idea that civilization is when people come together and they don't just take what is useful. They don't only care about what is, normal, what is required. It's they care about others and bring them into the fold. And, even if doing so would not be beneficial to the collected, the whole collective necessarily. And so I kind of see that, like, we were never meant to survive. Yeah, we if you see people like us, people who are queer, people who are neurodiverse or disabled as an aberration, as a net loss for society, then we wouldn't be here because people wouldn't tolerate us. But people do tolerate us. People love us. And sometimes that group of people is small. Sometimes it's only people like us. But oftentimes it's much larger than that as well. And so, yeah, we were never meant to survive, but we did survive. And that's the world we live in. We live in the world where we survive, not in the world where we didn't.
we live in the world where we survive, and so part of, I think, what you're saying is that the fact that we did survive defies their expectation and in some sense refutes them.
Yes, exactly. Our very existence puts the lie to that, of lie to this is, what is normal society. We live, we're here. And, we weren't abandoned in the cradle. We were allowed to live. We were allowed to thrive. And not all of us made it, but not everybody does anyway, no matter what. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Are there any puzzles for you both in the question? Or there's anything, have we noticed all the little bits that we want to notice? Or do you want to take a little more time to notice any more bits that we haven't noticed? Oh, I see there's something in the chat. People are, oh, Paul's here. Hello, Paul. Thank you so much, Paul. Hey. We hear, also, hola, Dr. Kevin.
Hello.
Paul, did you find the poem in the chat? Feel free to read the poem and share what you notice in it. Maybe, do we want to take another read of the poem before we ask? Ask the next questions. Oh, go
is
ahead.
she willing to read it again for us?
Yep.
Because I think it.
Would you want to read the poem again for us?
I'm willing.
Cool.
Yeah,
would we want to put the poem on the screen and solo you, Abby, alongside the poem?
Oh,
would that be? Do you think that'd be helpful?
Yeah.
It's fine for me. I'm good with whatever.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to. Let's try this.
Doesn't seem to like that.
Yeah. Oh. I think we've had the stream running for so long. Okay. This is great because I can pull myself out of it. And what I'm going to do is while we're going through this, I'm going to put the poem here. So I'll follow you along.
Okay.
Okay. Is everybody ready? And Paul, as we go through this, feel free to share what you notice in the chat. And anybody who's here.
All right. Again. A Litany for Survival by Audre Lorde. For those of us who live at the shoreline, standing upon the constant edges of decision, crucial and alone, for those of us who cannot indulge the passing dreams of choice, who love in doorways coming and going in the hours between dawns, looking inward and outward at once before and after, seeking a now that can breed futures like bread in our children's mouths, so their dreams will not reflect the death of ours. For those of us who are imprinted with fear like a faint line in the center of our foreheads, learning to be afraid with our mother's milk. For by this weapon, this illusion of some safety to be found, the heavy-footed hope to silence us. For all of us, this instant and this triumph, we were never meant to survive. And when the sun rises, we are afraid it might not remain. When the sun sets, we are afraid it might not rise in the morning. When our stomachs are full, we are afraid of indigestion. When our stomachs are empty, we are afraid we may never eat again. When we are loved, we are afraid love will vanish. When we are alone, we are afraid love will never return. And when we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. So it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. So now that's on the table. Let's ask ourselves now, were there any details of this poem that we noticed this time that we want to draw attention to?
One thing I'd like to point out is the title, A Litany for Survival, because a litany is a poem. And not a poem, sorry. It is a poem, but it's a prayer, is what I meant to say. It's a prayer usually used that's like for call and response and things like that. And so if we read this as a prayer for survival as well. So it's not just a description of the way things are, it's also a message of hope, a message of a request as well, I think.
Paul says here, he notices being afraid of everything.
Yes, and that is, we talked about that earlier before you arrived, is fear is omnipresent. It's something it's something we live with and we can't really escape. We can learn to live with it. We can learn to, be comfortable with it, but it won't go away. And, it all comes down to that last stanza of, if we're going to be silent, if we can be silent, we can speak and be afraid, and we can be silent and afraid. And if the result is fear either way, then it's better to speak.
Have people been noticing, is our quality good on people's sides? We want to check, because we might want to take a pause for a second to restart our browsers, just because we've had this up for so long. But want to check, because this happened before and we got good feedback on that, but I want to make sure.
We keep on in and out.
Yeah, it does. So maybe hey Paul, Kevin?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Did we get lost for a second, or did you hear us the whole time?
The whole time.
What's that? Okay.
I heard you the
Okay,
whole
So we just got
time,
another comment.
Oh yeah, and Paul says, reminds me of 12-step programs. When you take an inventory and everything comes back to fear, you acknowledge that after the miracle really happens. Reminds me of the 12-step programs. When you take an inventory and everything comes back to fear, you acknowledge that after the miracle happens. Inventory of everything. Take an inventory and everything comes back to fear, you acknowledge that after that, the miracle. So you're saying that, like in a 12-step program, go ahead. In a 12-step program, by acknowledging your fear and inventorying everything, when you acknowledge that, that's when change is possible. And Paul goes on to say,
After you acknowledge that, and then the miracle happens.
Yeah, after you acknowledge that, and then the miracle happens.
So I'm curious, because I'm not super familiar with 12-step programs, what the miracle is here.
Well, yeah. So you're wondering why there's a miracle in 12, or what's a miracle?
Yeah, I'm curious what that refers to.
Yeah. So there's curiosity about that.
Living free of addiction.
Yeah, Paul says living free of addiction.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, okay. Kevin, you're going to take a little break?
Just I'll be back, but
okay, cool.
Little break, yeah. Just let you, I love it. I love it. Thank you.
Okay, cool. We'll see you whenever you.
Okay, sounds good.
Let me see here. Okay, cool. Let me see. So, living free from addiction. So,
Yeah. So, in the context of addiction, that makes a lot of sense. I don't want to speak for someone because I've never been I'm not an addict. I don't think I've ever been, or at least not that I know of. But so much of having to change your ways in any particular way does involve grappling with fear, with the fear of backsliding, with the fear of who you are without the thing you're trying to get rid of. And in this case, the fear in this poem that it refers to is the fear of not being heard, the fear of not being acknowledged, the fear of speaking up and nothing changing anyway. And acknowledging that fear is the first step you need is the ultimate step, perhaps, in taking a step anyway. Because if you give in to that fear of not being heard, first off, you won't be any less afraid. You'll still be afraid of not when you're not speaking. But also when you refuse to acknowledge that fear, you're going into the situation blind, first off, and you're also not making space you're not being compassionate with yourself. You're not giving yourself the compassion you need in order to do this work, the work of speaking up, the work of living openly and living freely. And if I don't know if it's possible to be completely without fear, but denial of fear is certainly not healthy.
So this is fascinating because what you're pointing out is how prominent fear is in the poem. And the poem for you brings up mostly thoughts about queerness. And the poem for you, Paul, is evocative of notions of addiction too. And I wonder, and you're mentioning fear, and I'm wondering, are there commonalities between addiction and queerness?
Well, I know that there's a lot of overlap in
or connections even.
There's I wish I knew the statistics, but there is, within the queer community, there are high numbers of alcohol addiction and substance abuse and substance dependence. And you'll find this in many marginalized communities as well. Because when you deal with the stress of living a marginalized life, you look for relief wherever you can find it. And an easy way to find relief is with addictive substances, alcohol, harder drugs. And of course, some people will use that as a way of saying, like, well, clearly that means you're, the fact that you are mentally unwell and reliant on a substance means that clearly something is wrong with you. When the thing that's wrong with us is the system that that we're living in, and that we wouldn't require these things if we lived in a system that let us live the way we want to live.
Yeah. So there's this aspect of the system being something that's making it hard for queer people to exist. Would you say that's also true of people with addictions as well?
From what I have heard, yes. And I think that's, true for most communities who are forced to live on the outliers of society. There's every community, of course, is different, but there are some commonalities that involve, wanting to say, like, I need relief.
Yeah.
That the requirement of relief from stress, the relief from fear, is, I think, universal.
The requirement of stress and the requirement of driving out fear. You're saying that's something that without that, it's very, very hard for somebody to have much of a chance in life.
It makes it more difficult. Yes. It's, it's a shackle around your leg. When you, and it's not that this is the only thing that you can do. It's not your only option, but it's often the most accessible one. And I think it's unfair of us to judge someone who reaches for when somebody has their leg caught in a trap. I'm not going to judge them for reaching for the first thing that helps them get out of that trap, or at least numbs the pain of it. I think I would love to help them get to, find a better solution, but I wouldn't judge them for it.
Yeah. So for you, it's a separation of getting them to a better solution rather than judging them in a situation.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to reduce harm.
Exactly. And that's what you see a lot of there are a lot of Americans who, see people who suffer from addiction, suffer from unhoused people often as well, who don't believe that people like that who suffer from these indignities deserve compassion. Because, the thing is well, if they were, responsible, they wouldn't be in this situation anyway. And of course, it's easy to judge that when you don't live in that situation. And so, studies show and people show that when you give people the tools they need to survive, they will usually turn their backs on, on things like drugs and stuff like that, because they don't need it anymore. And crime too. Crime and drugs. They're both, I know there's often, besides that, they're ways of survival. They're means of survival. And if you give people alternative means of survival, they'll take that. They don't, because it's not endemic to certain people that they're like, oh, that's just a criminal. That's just a drug addict. They are coping with they are coping.
So so you're saying the model is not that this is some characteristic of somebody that's immutable, that it's something that that is a response to, and now we're back at trauma. It's a response to trauma. Or maybe and so Paul says, the system is the problem, but we are also the problem. Internalized homophobia or shame, which, yes, is caused by a shitty system, but it's our problem to fix within ourselves. Audrey is talking about what we feel about ourselves. Let me share this on the screen. All those not good enough feelings. In doing so, she highlights marginality of LGBTQ and so many others. I think anyone reading this who has a minimum of self-knowledge would identify with this poem.
Yes, we did kind of get off topic from the poem itself. You're right.
Well, yeah, no, I know. I was being open-minded as a facilitator there, Paul. But also I didn't want to assume about what anybody was thinking. And Paul's like, just so Abby knows I'm gay. Yeah, Paul, I'm sorry. I did want to make it seem like you weren't thinking about the poem in its original sense. So I hope I didn't.
I'm not saying that Paul did. I'm saying I was following my thread of thought into things like that weren't necessarily talked about it.
Yeah. And Paul's saying, coin. You're saying our feelings in the system are too. So you're saying that. So are you saying, Paul, that like in our internal life, on the one hand, on the one hand, it's the world against us, and on the other hand, it's us against us.
Yeah, and Paul did mention that those two battles, as it were, are interlinked. They, so in things like, using an example, internalized homophobia, internalized transphobia, etc. Those things are imparted on us by the system, but we also need to, the solution isn't just fixing the system, though that is also part of it. You also need to fix it in yourself. And, when we were talking earlier about psychodrama as well, last time I was here, we were talking about how, so much of the work that needs to happen to help others is to also help yourself. And, the the ideal world. In an ideal world, that would be something that we all do for one another at the same time, is I'm helping you, you're helping me, we're both helping ourselves. And, you know, that's true both for mental illness, but it's also true for things like systemic oppression, where, you know, we need to work together to fix society, and we also need to fix ourselves from the damage that society originally caused. And, you know, I think I've heard some people refer to that as, you know, it's a more inflammatory phrasing, but killing the cop in your head. You know, there's that part of you that grew up hearing the judgment of polite society and thinks that, and judges yourself and others for things that aren't really fair or accurate.
Yeah, our self-censoring thing, the part that is policing us. And so, okay, so this is so I guess we're going pretty deep into this. Are there any puzzles in the poem that folks haven't explored right now? How are people feeling? Because I feel like we could stay on this poem for a while longer if we wanted to, honestly.
You certainly could.
And I just want to check in with everybody about how we all feel about that. But I'm enjoying myself immensely here. And I hope you all are too. So if you are, maybe if it's not tedious for people, then maybe we'll stay on the poem a little bit longer.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, let's stay on the poem a little bit longer. Unless somebody's like, no, read the next poem, then we'll do that. But so maybe let's take a moment. We just read the poem out loud again. Do we want to take a moment again? I'll put it on the screen again, and it'll be in the chat as well. And maybe let's take a moment to see, is there something in the poem that we missed that we think maybe is important? And while I'm reading it on the screen, people will see it on the screen, but then also it'll be in the chat as well. And so I'm going to put up something here, and folks can just take a look at the poem, and I'll add a little banner to let people know. We'll take, what, should we give ourselves like 3 minutes, I think?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back at 12:44. Okay, we're back. So, what did folks notice this time? Is there anything that stood out to people?
Yeah, I've said my 50 cents already. So
You know what? If I don't see anything in the chat yet, and so I'll just speak up and say one thing that I was kind of fascinated, a little thing I was fascinated in this poem is this little stanza here. And when the sun rises, we are afraid. It might not remain. When the sun sets, we are afraid. It might not rise in the morning. When our stomachs are full, we are afraid of indigestion. When our stomachs are empty, we are afraid we may never eat again. When we are loved, we are afraid love will vanish. When we are alone, we are afraid love will never return. And when we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. Yeah. What do you notice in that?
And going back to, this is a litany. That is how a litany works. It has the feel of a call and response.
Yeah, yeah. There's a rhythm there.
Exactly.
There's a rhythm there. What do folks notice about the rhythm?
Yeah, it's very. It feels like, like I said, it feels like a religious call and response, a litany. This is, coming from my perspective. It's like I can see this read as there's certain Jewish prayers that have a very similar cadence of, the rabbi would read something and then everyone responds with a certain phrase. So and when the sun rises, we are afraid it might not remain. When the sun sets, we are afraid it might not rise in the morning. That's not the perspective Audre Lorde was writing from, but there is a commonality there. And again, I think the idea of this being a litany, this being a prayer, is very, very powerful. I think it speaks to the moment that Lorde was writing in, in the late 70s as a Black lesbian. But there's also something that I, as a white Jewish woman, can resonate with.
Yeah. So you're noticing kind of the rhythm of it, and the similarity to Hebrew chanting, or even for that matter, right? Arabic chanting too.
I know less about that, but yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. But so as we're looking at this, I want to ask folks, how does the tempo, like if you're looking at the first part of this poem, like if you're looking at the beginning of this stanza, really, like starting at when the sun rises, we are afraid and we are still afraid. Looking at the stanza, and how does the tempo change from the beginning and end to the stanza? And if you're just coming by, I saw some new folks in here. If you're just coming by, the poem is in the chat. If you need any help, feel free to share something, let us know. But we're talking about this poem, and feel free to say hello. So, yeah, is there anything to anyone that's striking about how the rhythm develops in this stanza?
I think the thing that sticks out to me is the very end, because the format for most of the stanza is, when we are afraid that something will happen. When we are blank, we are afraid. But that ends with, when we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard nor welcomed, which again our words will not be heard nor welcomed is on a separate line. So that breaks up that rhythm first. And then instead of saying and, it's but. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. And there's no we are afraid of what. It's just we are afraid. And I think that rhythm at least definitely serves to drive this point home at the end. That's like, breaking up of the format. It was like, this is where you have to like, because I think with that rising and falling rhythm, it's easy to get lulled into it. That's kind of the idea of a liturgy, is da 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 da, and then suddenly it goes. You get a little loop get thrown into it there.
Yeah. What for you makes the rhythm so emphatic at different points?
So and I think again it is the repetition. I think I'm not sure how else to explain it.
Yeah, I had. Does anybody else have any thoughts about this? I have a couple thoughts about this. Paul adds something new. Paul says, she does refer to the system, who were imprinted with fear like a faint line in the center of our foreheads, learning to be afraid with our mother's milk, for by this weapon, this illusion of some safety to be found, the heavy-footed hope to silence us. And so, Paul, you're saying that this line, who were imprinted with fear like a faint line in the center of our foreheads, learning to be afraid of our mother's milk, for by this weapon, this illusion of some safety to be found, the heavy-footed hoped to silence us. That chunk is kind of like a proof that she's talking about the system. That's her example of the system. And Paul says, in the second stanza, the third moves to how fear restricts us, bounds us. So, yeah, so I'm hearing you say, right, so this is the first stanza. And then for those of us who are imprinted with fear, that's the second stanza, like a faint line in the center of our foreheads. Would you like to read the next two stanzas, or do you want me to read them?
Next two stanzas starting where?
From for those of us, the ones that Paul's referring to.
So for those of us who are imprinted with fear, like a faint line in the center of our foreheads, learning to be afraid with our mother's milk, for by this weapon, this illusion of some safety to be found, the heavy-footed hope to silence us. For all of us, this instant and this triumph, we were never meant to survive. When the sun rises, we are afraid it might not remain. When the sun sets, we are afraid it might not rise in the morning. When our stomachs are full, we are afraid of indigestion. When our stomachs are empty, we are afraid we may never eat again. When we are loved, we are afraid love will vanish. When we are alone, we are afraid love will never return. And when we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard, nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. So it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. And yeah, I think, again, talking about that rhythm, I could definitely hear that in that second stanza. And the first stanza I just read, I feel like that's just so. That in particular, I think I don't want to speak for anyone, but it feels like it's definitely speaking to generational trauma, being raised with fear in your mother's milk. Specifically, I'm sure for Audre Lorde as a Black woman, growing up with that, that's something that I've read studies where people grow up with that, and that's just something that's part of their lives in a way that isn't for you and me. And yeah, that's just something that stuck out to me here.
Yeah, so Paul's pointing out that the third stanza, so the system is the second stanza, and the third moves to how fear restricts and bounds us. And then Paul's saying the last stanza connects the system stanza to the third stanza, ourselves. What do we notice about the length of those three stanzas and their styles? I'm going to try something. I'm going to read them backwards.
Okay.
So it is better to speak remembering we were never meant to survive. And when the sun rises, we are afraid. it might not remain. When the sun sets, we are afraid it might not rise in the morning. When our stomachs are full, we are afraid of indigestion. When our stomachs are empty, we are afraid we may never eat again. When we are loved, we are afraid love will vanish. When we are alone, we are afraid love will never return. And when we speak, we are afraid our words will never be heard nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. Now the second stanza. For those of us who were imprinted with fear, like a faint line in the center of our foreheads, learning to be afraid with our mother's milk, for by this weapon, this illusion of some safety to be found, the heavy-footed hope to silence us for all of us, this instant and this triumph, we were never meant to survive. So what are you noticing about the different stanzas, like how they sound rhythmically?
Yeah, I mean, again, the third stanza has a very repetitive rhythm, and the second stanza has, it's more, can't think of the word right now. It doesn't flow the same way. It has a more jerky rhythm. It doesn't have as clear delineation of clauses, I suppose you could say. Like, we look at it, you know, it was imprinted with fear, like a faint line in the center of her heart, going to be afraid for our mother's milk, for by this weapon, this solution of some safety to be found. It's like it's flowing from one thing, from one idea to another, and not quite. It does. The third stanza has a very clear structure that says, like, you know, when we are afraid, da 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 da. When we are when we do this, we are afraid. And the second stanza has different ideas that are all related, but are not necessarily separated the same way with that same structure.
Yeah. So wait, you said that. Help me understand for just a second.
Yeah.
So you're saying that, you're saying that the third stanza and the second stanza, that they have different structures.
Yes, absolutely.
And that affects it. But there's something I think I'm missing here.
Yeah. So I suppose when you look at the third stanza, you know, there's a very clear structure of when the sun rises, we are afraid it might not remain. When the sun sets, we are afraid it might not rise in the morning. And it continues in that same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clear when one thought ends and the next thought begins. Even if there's not like punctuation marks.
Yeah. Even if there's not punctuation marks. How is, go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah. And then for the next for the stanza before that is, you know, we have, for those of us who are imprinted with fear, like a faint line in the center of our foreheads, learning to be afraid with our mother's milk, for by this weapon, the solution of some safety to be found, the heavy hope to silence us. There's a lot going on in there that doesn't necessarily, and it feels like a run-on sentence almost.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's almost got like a, you know, where you've got all these different ideas, being imprinted with fear, a faint line in the center of our foreheads, being afraid with our mother's milk, a weapon, an illusion of safety, heavy-footed hope, the heavy-footed hoping to silence us. That's a whole lot of ideas, kind of all in the same stanza, without any particular, like, even the line breaks, you know, aren't like, you know, they can give us certain things, separating clauses, and yet it's a whole lot of ideas that seem to run into one another. And I think that gives it a more almost frantic pace to me. Of, there's like, you know, it makes me feel like the poet is trying to tell us, like, you need to understand about, you know, those of us who are imprinted with fear, the faint line in our foreheads, being afraid with our mother's milk, all of this. She needs to tell you that all right away, almost. That's the feeling I get when I was reading it out loud. And then when you get to the third stanza again, it becomes more formal. It has this very literally liturgical structure to it of, you know, for when this happens, for when this happens, this happens. It slows down and kind of, you know, brings you to the point in a little bit more of a formal way. And then you get to that ending. We were never meant to survive. And, you know, that kind of flow you reach through just kind of ends very sharply and abruptly, letting you know this is the part to pay attention to. We were never meant to survive, but here we are.
Yeah. So this is so yeah, this is kind of fun. What we're talking about here, thinking about all the like, we were never meant to survive, and in the second stanza, talking about how it feels, maybe, I'm trying to think of the word, like, I would say more indirect than direct. Would that be that wasn't your word exactly, your description of it exactly, but that's what I kind of took away. But maybe there's a difference there.
Sorry, could you clarify what you mean by direct versus indirect here?
Like if I'm looking at like the next stanza, the third stanza, it feels more direct, right? Like we're talking about afraid keeps coming up. And
yeah, I suppose direct meaning, like, do you mean clear? Do you mean more just, or in terms of like
more specific even, or like as opposed to sometimes you can be more indirect or higher up, like in seeing things, like you're looking farther back, like standing farther back even.
I mean, it's interesting because a lot of the things like, she talks about here are in the third stanza are very general things, very, very specific things about, like, being afraid, being hungry, being alone, being loved or unloved. And yet they're also very abstract for the most part, I think, of just like, being afraid that the sun might not rise again. That's something we can all maybe relate to, and yet it's also very general. And the first one and the one before that, though, talking about being imprinted with fear, a faint line in the center of our foreheads, that's very visceral. Visceral meaning related to the body.
Yeah.
Meaning like these are things that are very specific, that, talking about, your mother's milk, heavy footsteps. It's very embodied.
Yeah, and there's this kind of image that stands out of like a faint line in the center of our foreheads. Like, I wonder, and this is for anybody in the group, how is a faint line in the center of our foreheads? How is that being used here? And I want Paul said, I wrote a message that is being checked by mods, I think because I used the word C, climb axe. I suppose the word he means is climax. And it's getting censored by the mods unintentionally.
Climb the axe.
Climb the axe. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Yeah. What do we? So you're saying is the climax? The
third stanza
I see. The third stanza is a kind of refrain for the song, and is the climax.
Yes, I would agree with that. Especially leading up to that final last bit at the end. That is certainly following that pattern of a climax. It's bringing you to a high point.
Yeah. Yeah. So. So we could look a little more at this poem, if people are still feeling it. I actually think there's a little bit more we could explore.
Well, I could talk about this poem all day, but it depends on if we want to continue that, or I have other poems I've prepared, or we could do something else.
Yeah, no, other poems. Well, we can. Let's see. Are there any strong opinions from the audience? I'll just speak to a couple things that I was thinking about in this while we're waiting. So I don't see anything strong opinions from the audience. I have just a couple questions as we wrap up on this one. How would folks describe the use of repetition in this poem?
How would you describe it?
Yeah, like how is repetition being used in this poem?
I mean, I think I'm like trying to think of something I haven't already said. I think it's, yeah, I think the idea is there. Like for me, it does feel like, you know, something. It's a rhythm that you fall into. The repetition is there to. It sets up the pattern for your brain to follow, knowing that it's going to go like this, it's going to go like this, and there's a slight shake up at the end of that stanza, followed by that, you know, gut punch of the final stanza. And so I think it is designed to be like, you know, talking about it like a climax, like Paul said. I think of it almost like that the motion getting to the top of the roller coaster, where you're going slowly and steadily upwards. And there isn't necessarily anything that's making you, you know, it's almost meditative, where you are, you know, you're heading upwards, the motion is constant, the rhythm is constant, there's a little slight jerk at the end, and then suddenly you're flying down.
Yeah. So we're saying the structure is a building structure that then becomes very very strongly pathos oriented, and I think as we're wrapping up on this one thing that like really stuck out to me in this poem, in the third stanza especially, is just how much he uses the word afraid. It's I think, is there any word in this that's used more than afraid?
I don't think so.
Yeah. And another thing I think it's kind of interesting, because in this stanza, like the lines start out a little bit longish, but then we get to this of indigestion, and there's kind of like this, it kind of like slows down. It changes the tempo in some sense. And then we go to long lines again, and the lines start getting shorter and shorter. There's like an interplay between them being longer and shorter and longer and shorter. But in general, they start winding down until we are still afraid. And then this contrast of, so it is better to speak remembering we were never meant to survive. The other thing that that I kind of thought in this poem a little bit was, or that I wondered about a little bit, is if we could think that maybe, and this is just kind of a parting thought, you had mentioned the quality of litany in the poem as a structure. And one thing that I thought about too is like biblical parallelism, like in the Psalms or something like that, which is, you know, a Hebraic medium too. So it's not uncoincidental that you brought up Hebrew in it. But you know, Quakers use that too. And I know that I am holy, and I know that we are all here together, and I believe, you know, there's this pattern of that. And so you already kind of explored that, but I wanted to just say a little more about it, I guess. But I think that's so. I think that's on this poem. If that's it, that's pretty good for now. Do we want to take like maybe 7 minutes and come back at, we're in Central Time here, so 1:15 Central, but like 1:15 1:15 Central, 2:15 Eastern. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Yeah, let's take a second and get everybody a chance to get seated, and we're gonna put up another poem in a sec, and Paul's asking, Do you have your poems all picked out already?
I have some poems in mind already, but I'm also happy to look at other poems if you have anything you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, we're open to stuff. Also, Paul, check your signal chat briefly. But yeah, if there's poems that people want us to explore, put them in the chat. And Abby's got some prepared too. And what we'll be back in just we'll be back at just 1:15 Central Time. That's 2:15 Eastern. And I'll just put that down on here.
No, just don't talk about it. Don't talk about it anymore. At least until arenas come out. Like, give us a week of it, please.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
So, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, so Paul, I think the poem you were referring to in your comment is Musée des Beaux-Arts by W.H. Auden, which is referencing the poem Landscape in the Fall of Icarus. So that's the poem I'm assuming you mean, which is a beautiful poem.
Paul says yes.
Yeah. I was like, it's confused at first because there's another poem with that title by William Carlos Williams, but this is the Auden poem.
Can you send me the poem?
I did.
So oh, cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna. Okay, that's wonderful. So, but I'm gonna also put it. I'm getting the piece. So. Sorry about that, everyone. Can you all hear me? Oh, we should show the painting as well?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Okay, that's a great idea. Maybe we should start with the painting.
That last one.
So I'm going to put it right here. Oh, okay, Bruegel the Elder.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. So,
yeah, pull up the painting. Yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait.
So that's the William Carlos Williams poem you're looking at.
Cool. Okay. Can you all see this?
No.
Oh, wait, let me, sorry, let me,
share screen.
Where are they gonna win?
Mm-hmm. So that's, yeah, that one's.
So we're going to start with just even looking.
Yeah, maybe we can zoom in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
And I want people just to take a moment quietly to look at the poem.
Sorry,
not the poem. I'm sorry. Excuse me. To look at the painting.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and to take a look at the painting, and let me make sure. Can folks?
Oh, sorry. Share this tab instead.
Okay. And
there we go.
So I've got this here. Just take a moment. Let's give ourselves like maybe 4 minutes till 1:24 in Chicago time, 1:20 or 2:22 in Eastern time, and just to look at this poem. And as you see things, feel free to put them in the chat. You don't. Yeah, just put what you notice in the chat. 2 more minutes.
Wasn't mentioned in the title.
If Icarus wasn't mentioned in the title, you probably wouldn't notice him.
Yeah, it's like a Where's Waldo almost.
Mm. We were unmuted, but we were mostly speaking. Thanks, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What do folks notice? So, Paul, I hear you saying that the way the painting is structured is kind of weird. I guess the kind of Bruegelish, a bunch of kind of random things mashed together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that. I mean, like the style of it is so. I'm not much of an art history person, but it feels very not abstract, but certainly not doesn't have that Renaissance realism realism either. You look at the the landscape, you look at the way people are proportioned like that. It's almost like, I hesitate to say, but there's almost a cartoonishness about it. Like you can see the curvature of the earth, the proportions of everything it feels a little bit off. It's very elevated.
You notice a cartoonishness about it, and that like the proportion feels weird. You said curvish.
Yeah, there's like you see the curvature of the world, and there isn't really a true focal point to put your eye that draws your eyes to it. Because when you look at earlier paintings, everything was all about that golden ratio and making sure that your eye is drawn to the part that you're supposed to recognize. But as Paul said, if Icarus is barely visible in this. If his name wasn't in it, you might not notice he was there at all. And the way the painting is structured, it doesn't draw your eye there. It draws your eye to if anything, I think, the horizon, which as opposed to all the details in the foreground.
Yeah, and yeah, where so it draws. You're saying it draws your eye to the horizon more than the foreground.
Yes, the subject of the painting is the subject of the painting is Icarus ostensibly, but he's not really there. And the plowman in the front is not looking at the painter, kind of drawn away and heading into darkness, and like the source of light, the big light is just in the background. It's the horizon, it's the sky. And that's where I find my eye being drawn away from everything. Everything that actually is happening in this painting almost feels like just minor details.
So for you, it feels like the back of the painting is calling to you, and the stuff in the beginning. Would you use the word paltry even?
I wouldn't say paltry necessarily, but it feels like, it doesn't feel like something we are meant to be examining too closely. If we're like, at a cursory glance, that is. At a cursory glance, we're just meant to be like, where does my eye take me? Eye takes me to the sun, which is, again, where nothing is really happening. Everything that's happening is happening in the foreground, but feels like, it's harder to keep your focus on it. And also, as Paul mentioned, everyone and everything in the painting is looking away from Icarus. And most of them are looking away from us as well.
Yeah. So most of the characters are looking away from Icarus, and Icarus is looking at us. Yeah. And Paul says everyone, the cow, the sheep, the dog, the shepherd, the farmer, both have their backs to Icarus. And then yeah, and then Abby's building on that and saying that they not just Icarus but also us. And do people now? Abby said she's felt that that our attention is drawn to the back of the painting. Does everybody else feel? Do other people feel that way, or do people feel the same way, or do they feel like their attention is drawn somewhere else?
Yeah, because like my feeling is that you've got, the background, you've got the, this kind of very blurry sun, and that's the brightest thing in the painting, and it's the roundest thing in the painting. And I guess for me at least, there's all these like, more muddy details in the front. Not to disparage the details, they're beautiful, and not the colors are beautiful, but they're also more muted. And so my eye tends to go like, okay, so if I start at the edge, I'm like, okay, there's a bunch of trees, there's this kind of city, and then, oh, there's this bright thing over here. So that's kind of how my eye is drawn through this painting. It's drawn everywhere but where Icarus is as well. Because Icarus is in the shadow in the corner, barely visible behind the boat. It's like, so like you maybe like start at the plowman, and then you kind of see where's he going, and then you see there's a little city in the background, and then you see, oh look, this beautiful horizon leading off into infinity. Where's Icarus?
I had an interesting moment while we were looking at the end. Abby wasn't sure if I'd seen the painting or not before, and asked me if I knew where Icarus was, and I was like, I think Icarus is upside down in the water down there. But like the fact that I had to say that, even though I've seen the poem or the painting before a few times, that lack of certainty in it, just I take with that what you want.
Yeah. And Paul says, yeah, they're all striving towards this kind of vague place. There's that city we can see in the upper left corner. We can't really tell much about it. Like, is that Crete? I don't know.
Yeah, and think about like what everybody's known for in this painting. Icarus, the plowman, the shepherd. Like, what's Icarus known for?
Icarus is known for crashing.
Right, he's known for going too close to the sun, and yet he's not known in this painting. And the people in the painting here, how are they different than Icarus?
They got clothes on.
That's true. That's a big stylistic difference too. Yeah. All right. So, do we want to now take a look at the poem?
Sure.
Or are there any puzzles remaining for folks about this? Are there any more puzzles? Yep. Flew too close to the sun.
Yeah. And like speaking of the sun, like the sun's the other major character in the story of Icarus besides his father. And we don't really see the sun itself. We see where the sun is shine. We see the sun shine, but we don't see the sun itself. We don't see like a ball where the sun would be. It's just like, you know, there's this glowing spot in the distance, like it's a hazy day.
Yeah, what's the relation between the sun and Icarus in the painting?
Yeah, and he's about as far away from it as you can be.
Yeah, widely spaced apart.
Mm-hmm. Like the light's not even really falling on him much. He's in shadow.
Yeah. So if there's nothing else about the painting, let's take a look at the poem now.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we?
Yes.
Oh, wait, it's on the other side.
Yeah. Poetry by heart, yeah.
Does anyone feel called to be the reader of this poem?
I mean, I'm happy to do it again. You can do it.
Yeah. Either way, if you want to do it, you can do it. Sure. Yeah.
All right. So this is Musée. I don't speak French. Musée des Beaux-Arts, 1940 by W.H. Auden. About suffering they were never wrong, the old masters. How well they understood its human position, how it takes place while someone else is eating or opening a window or just walking dully along. How, when the aged are reverently, passionately waiting for the miraculous birth, there always must be children who did not specifically want it to happen, skating on a pond at the edge of the wood. They never forgot that even the dreadful martyrdom must run its course. Anyhow, in a corner, some untidy spot where the dogs go on with their doggy life, and the torturer's horse scratches its innocent behind on a tree. In Bruegel's Icarus, for instance, how everything turns away, quite leisurely, from the disaster. The plowman may have heard the splash, the forsaken cry, but for him it was not an important failure. The sun shone as it had on the white legs of disappearing into the green water, and the expensive, delicate ship that must have seen something amazing, a boy falling out of the sky, had somewhere to get to and sailed calmly on.
Mm. Yeah. What do folks notice in this poem? Maybe take a moment to read it, and we'll come back at 3:38, I think. But yeah, let's we'll come back at 3:38. Yeah, what do folks notice in this poem? Let's just start with the facts of the poem a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, very broadly, this poem is talking about the fact, the fact that no matter how many horrible things happen, life does go on. And Auden is saying, yeah, the old masters, the Renaissance painters, and Bruegel, they knew this. That while divine suffering is happening somewhere just down the road, people are there are children ice skating in the wood. For example, of the world doesn't stop for that kind of thing.
Yeah, so that you could hold in your world at once children ice skating and all kinds of activities going on at the same time that the old masters well understood. While Icarus is dropping from the sky.
Yes. Icarus is dropping from the sky, and that's terrible for Icarus, obviously. But, the plowman doesn't particularly care. He may have heard, like you said, the splash and the forsaken cry, but that's an interesting way of phrasing it. There's not an important failure. Because it's saying, it's not even saying that the plowman doesn't care about human suffering necessarily. It's just saying the failure of the wax wings, flying too close to the sun, all of that, whether or not Icarus succeeded is beside the point. Just that's Icarus's life. And that's in some ways the worst feeling sometimes when we're suffering is knowing that when we're in pain, we're in the worst pain of our lives, we're in the worst day of our lives, somebody else is just cooking dinner. Because, that's kind of like saying, well, yeah, in certain ways, that there's that existential loneliness that we all face, which is the world doesn't revolve around us. It just doesn't. And that can be terrifying, and it can be liberating too.
Yeah, so it's that lack of recognition that you're pointing out here.
Yes, that the world doesn't revolve around Icarus is, on the one hand, very sad, because Icarus is drowning, probably. Maybe Icarus knew how to swim, we don't know. But, it's also the fact of the matter that, what the worst day of Icarus's life, the world still exists, and if the world still exists and what you do doesn't particularly affect it, that means you can do anything you want at the same time. And I think that's kind of, I don't think that was what Auden was going for here. Auden's more focused on the suffering and the mundanity that surrounds tragedy. But that's what my mind goes, is that kind of, the existential freedom that we all have to grapple with, of in our very worst moments, but also by extension our best moments, and as our normal moments, it's just a moment. That's all it is, and you can just the world goes on, and you can go on, and you can do what you want. But also, that is also sad sometimes, that when you wish that the world would stop because your life is horrible, it just can't. It won't. It's both liberating and terrifying and sad at the same time.
So you're wrestling with this complexity of life, this profundity of the whole experience, and yet at the same time it's like it's mundane and it's profound. It's everything and nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I think I like to think that as human beings, we are, we center our lives around stories so often, and stories have a main character, they have a climax, they have a structure, but that isn't really how real life works. And so when you look at just how mundane everything is versus how we perceive everything so often to be, having a structure, having a story where we're the main characters, there's like this weird intersection of the sublime and the mundane where, I'm flying on wax wings and falling to my doom due to my hubris. And this is amazing and sublime and everything like that. And at the same time, just life goes on. Nobody really cares if I succeed or not. If I fly too close to the sun or if I don't. It's just.
That it's like you're saying that if you fly too close to the sun, it doesn't matter how fantastic it is, that it's just not going to make it on the radar of other people's lives.
Not necessarily, no, because
not
everyone's got their own things going on, and that's again, that's like kind of at the root of existentialism.
Yeah,
is everyone's life is just as complex and just as strange and terrifying and beautiful as yours.
Yeah,
and there is something scary about that, I think. That can't, if you ever consider, first off, just realize how small you are and how enormous the world is. Because, we know our inner worlds are huge, I think. I think we all, see our lives and think about all the complexity that we live through. And we just think like, oh my gosh, my life is, strange and weird and terrifying and sad and happy and all these other things. And then I look at you. And your life is every bit as big as mine. We have all these equally significant lives. And, there's something about that makes me realize like, if I, when, whether or not I can see you, whether or not I'm around, your life's going to go on. Your life is going to be just as expansive and beautiful and terrifying and everything like that, just as mine. And also we need to wash our clothes, and also we need to feed our bodies and take a nap. And it's all there's just so much going on, and we're all so insignificant about it, but we don't feel insignificant. And that paradox there is really at the root of so much 20th century thought, is the idea that like when we all the more connected we become and the more we realize, the more we interact with one another, and we realize that like, oh yeah, you're doing your own thing. You have your entire life all the way across the world that I can't possibly comprehend. You can't possibly comprehend my life either. And if you just stop to think about it, it's terrifyingly big. And I think that's what I'm seeing in this poem, is even something as significant in life as Greek mythology or the suffering of martyrs. On the worst day of your life, that's so important to your neighbor. It isn't. It's your neighbor's life is just as important as everything you're going through. Your neighbor broke their leg. To them, they're having just as bad a time as you are in their head.
Yeah, to your point, and I see Paul's commented too. How often is it that we see somebody who is really, really already activated, and they talk to somebody else, and the person can't understand how invested they are in the subject, and the person starts trying to tell them what they think, and how dare you?
Mm-hmm.
So many conflicts are about people who don't realize they're violating somebody else's dignity.
Yeah,
and this is why we're learning not to take the bait today.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Paul in his most recent comment,
go ahead.
All the backs turned away from purposely focusing on trivia, emphasis on purposefully, and then likens that to the fossil fuel crisis, Gaza, Minneapolis, ICE, Venezuela, all of that. And the thing I'm getting at here is to the plowman plowing his field isn't trivia.
Yeah. That's life or death.
That's life or death, exactly. Yeah. And that kind of gets into this whole, I think something that happens so often in so much online discourse and in real life discourse too, is this kind of whataboutism of how can you be focused on this? We have to be focused on this. Well, how can we be focused on this? We have to be focused on this. There is so much going on, and we know so much more about it every single day. that more than we the average adult knew about the world 20 years ago, 30, 50, 60 years ago. The world is getting so much bigger because we have access to so much more information. We don't have that ability to remain ignorant anymore, which is a awesome responsibility and also extremely disorienting and depressing sometimes. So sometimes people do choose to focus on the immediate, what's in front of them. And and every once in a while I'll find myself thinking I need to do laundry today, but I also know that ICE is going door to door arresting innocent people, and because one is happening doesn't mean the other one doesn't. Something needs to be done about both of those things. Obviously one is more important on the grand scale, and yet to my life I also need clean clothes. I can't set that aside. And that's what makes life so strange sometimes, is we have knowledge of tragedies, the death of Icarus, and sometimes there isn't much we can do. Sometimes there isn't anything you do at it. Sometimes there is, and we just don't know it. But either way, we also have to live our lives. We have to keep on going with our mundane stuff because it's how we survive, and that's strange. And yeah.
Yeah, so we keep coming up on this theme of the profound and the paltry in this. And I think that going back and forth between that, do folks think that Icarus's death is profound or paltry?
I mean, I think in the painting, I would say the idea is it's given equal weight or even less weight than everything else going on. The boat going into its generation, the shepherd with his sheep, the plowman with his field, and Icarus dying. That's it's all the same in the eyes of the painter. And I don't think it's necessarily paltry because I don't think any death is paltry.
So you're kind of saying that it's all the same thing to the painter, but the painter sees it as what it is, not necessarily what we
the
want
painter is looking at it through through the eyes of the world, the eyes of God, however you want to put it. Of when we look at that painting with again, I'm talking I keep on harping about your eye being drawn to the horizon. The beautiful thing in that painting, the sublime part of that painting, is the world. It's the ocean, the sky, the sun, the entire landscape, and then all of these mundane details, including someone drowning, are those aren't given the same weight in my eye to me.
Let's see what Paul's saying.
Yes, but many people, Paul says, go out of their way not to notice big things. It's not the trade-off between put food on the table versus noting. It's the purposeful focus with an overwhelming amount of attention on the minutia to avoid noticing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that definitely happens too. I think about certain people in Congress talking about well, we need to focus on kitchen table issues over and over again while people are dying. It's not that those. And again, it's nobody's saying, well, yeah, kitchen table issues are important because people, that is true. But also at the same time, it feels like, or it looks like, to my perspective, that it's also okay, let's focus on these minutia, like Paul is saying, rather than, stopping the big tragedy. So that's also definitely part of it. So, I think Paul's right in that there's multiple ways of looking at this painting and this poem, where it's saying, are the other figures in this poem ignoring Icarus, or is Icarus just not in their field of vision? I think there's two different ways to look at it.
That's an interesting question.
Because when we're suffering and the world doesn't notice, it also feels like we're being ignored purposely ignored, when in reality we just don't. We're just not within somebody's field of awareness. So it's all, there's neither perspective I think is absolutely the right one. I think they're both there.
Is there anything else in this poem or the painting we want to talk about? Maybe we'll take a break in a little bit, but before we do, are there any blind spots that we have about this, or is there anything we're not thinking about? I feel like we've covered a lot in it.
Yeah, I should actually also probably go soon.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, since we're wrapping up on this one, and we'll take like a maybe 15-minute break after that or so, or maybe even a probably 15-minute break. Is there anything else on the Icarus poem before we wrap up for a little bit? Anything, Paul? And Paul, I hear you're gonna go. You might do something with Jay and I later today, and I'm hoping for it because I know it's gonna be great. So if there's nothing else for now, we'll be back in just a little bit. This has been Don't Take the Bait. And we're gonna be right back up at let's say 2:15. We'll be back up, and oh wait, Paul's got something else. Let's see. Okay, what did Paul say? Paul says, just want to know if this is a chestnut kind of poem. The people who are really into poems are kind of like, I've read. Wait. Did you say?
It's like, is this kind of like something that's like, oh, I've read this poem 20 times if you're a poetry person. And I'm familiar with this poem. I wouldn't say I've read it 20 times. So
yeah, I haven't read it 20 times. I didn't remember it when I first when you first mentioned it, but then when we actually looked at it, now I'm not going to say whether I think this poem. I guess we're at the end of this now. Do I think this poem is something that should be part of the common canon? I don't see why not. It seems like a lot of people know this poem.
Yeah,
and it means a lot of things to a lot of people. And I'm sure we found some meanings in it, but there are probably more meanings we could find in it if we wanted to go deeper. Yeah. Anything else, Paul? Abby's going to leave in a little bit. Abby, by the way, if you want to do more poems later remotely, you're perfectly welcome to.
Thank you. We'll see.
Because this was really great, and we could do more of this. Yeah. But if that's it, we're going to take a little break. Thank you so much, Paul, for recommending this. This was awesome. What a great way to bring visual arts and poetry together. And we'll be back in a little bit. So just stay tuned, everybody, and we'll see you shortly.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. We're here in Chicago, and we're here for the second year in a row. Today's my birthday, and we're here for the second year in a row to honor the precious dignity of us all and calling on one another to not take the bait. And by the way, if anybody wants to explore this question with me of not taking the bait, I'm going to be doing that a little bit more today. In fact, maybe even right now, we might do a little bit about it. Before that, I want to... I haven't seen anything new in the comments, so because I haven't really seen anything new in the comments, I think what I'm going to do is, I'm here looking at as we're talking. Well, I will just say that I use StreamYard in this work, and sometimes it can be surprising or challenging, and I learned how I could organize my StreamYard better, more effectively. How exciting. So I asked the question, how do you want to explore not taking the bait? And frankly, nobody's put anything in the comments, so that's good, because I can work on something else. So what we'll work on next is let's go over together. I'd like to go over together with you maybe some of our slides and kind of think about it. So the slides that I want to explore first there's a couple of things I want to explore first, actually. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this time right now because I want to explore a few things. Actually, before I get the slides done, I have to update the schedule. So I better do that. Oh, look who's here. I was about to update the website. And oh gosh, you missed a good end of the poetry adventure.
Oh, yeah.
Paul suggested a poem after the first poem, a W.H. Auden poem. Do you want to see it a little bit?
Sure.
I could show it to you just very briefly.
Okay.
And I was getting ready to we need to update. If you want to, I could show you
Sure.
how we're updating the schedule, and it's kind of cool, and it won't take very long either.
Okay.
Oh, I see somebody in the yeah, Paul, it's just the same thing as meaning joining the stream. like the stream is the video in perpetuity as long as it's going, and so I can be off of the stream and I can arrive at the stream. And also Paul says I love Kevin. Oh, Paul, you are so sweet and wonderful. And MG, that sounds Kafka. What? What does well, anyhow. MG the. Oh, MG. Oh, got it. And so, Paul, I'm glad you're back because I was going to show Kevin. I was going to show Kevin the Bruegel and the Bruegel and the W.H. Auden. So let's just take, we're going to take again. Can we take 3 minutes to just look at this? And you know what? Let me change the caption here for everybody. But yeah, just take a few minutes, and we'll come back at, we'll say 2:27.
Okay.
Oh, and Paul makes a great point here. He says it's called Landscape and the Fall of Icarus by Bruegel the Elder. Thanks, Paul.
And he'll start coming back now. And Paul, you know this one really well. So, and we just went through this a little bit. So before we go into it in depth, Kevin, do you want to share what you notice? Or does anybody in the audience who wasn't here before want to share what they notice? And Paul asks, do you see Icarus?
Well, one gentleman is looking up into the sky at Icarus.
Oh, interesting. So when you look at the guy, you're talking about the man with the stick?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the proper term for that is. Is it just a staff?
Yeah, I think it's not. I think a staff would be taller, but it's a walking stick.
Mm.
So I mean, Icarus. I think he's looking at Icarus.
And Paul was saying shepherd with staff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you notice? Kevin, down by the boat?
Oh, the guy's swimming. He fell in. There's something sticking out of the water there.
Yeah, right.
In distress.
In distress.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, yeah, we explored this painting a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to go into this painting more, or do we want to leave it open? I'm down to do whatever. I know for Paul, we just did this, and I know my mom and dad are watching right now, and you just saw it, so I don't want. But if you're feeling, Paul asks, do you know the myth of Icarus?
Well, he put wax feathers on and then flew up too high to the sun. The wax melted and he fell in the water. He was trying to fly out of prison. But I don't know. Is that it? I'm guessing.
So, yeah. So Icarus with the wax wings. I didn't, that was interesting thinking about like him escaping from prison and flying too close to the sun and then falling in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, so we explored this painting. And do we want to explore it more now, or do we want to, because we've got the recording of the other part. So we could explore this more. We could, I'm open to exploring it more. As long nobody said it would be boring for them. Do we want to explore this some more, or will this be okay? Let's go for it. And we've got a poem to accompany it too. Yeah. What else do? One thing that is striking in this poem is, let me tell you about the things I noticed that I didn't notice last time. This time, I noticed that city all the way in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And if folks are seeing that this is too small, I can make it a little bit larger even. Let me see.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, let me see.
So also I noticed that there's a lot of wind because the sails are full blowing and the sun is coming up with some beautiful light. Beautiful light into that yellow sky,
Yeah. Yeah, the sun is very, very bright.
Mm-hmm.
Bright. Yeah, bright.
And of course, there's a sheep herder, and there's also someone plowing, making it's fairly sophisticated cuts in the ground farming.
The plowman's making some sophisticated cuts. Where are people looking and focused on?
There's someone helping down to the guy that's in the water. Someone down there trying to help him.
That person in the bottom right corner you're talking about?
Yeah.
That they're pointed in the direction of the person in distress.
But you can see also in the middle of the water is like this. It looks like I don't know. Maybe that's the prison.
The you see that are you talking about the rocky?
Yeah. There's a door in it, so it's
island?
habitable. Yeah. But there's a door in the entranceway there, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything else we want to remark on?
I really don't know if it's a watercolor or an oil.
You're wondering. So that's kind of a puzzle that we've got. Is it a watercolor or is it an oil?
Kieran or Carrie?
Okay.
So we'll as we wait for Kevin to come back to this, it's kind of exciting. Oh, Paul, they're a fisherman and they're not trying to rescue, you're saying. And Wikipedia agrees with that point of view. Yeah. When I didn't know they were a fisherman. Yeah, I wonder what Kevin's take. Well, yeah, Kevin's take was Kevin was saying that the person might be trying to help the person in distress. And yeah, let's come back to this. We don't need me here. When I first saw that person, I had thought about the fisherman as like an oyster person. Mostly just because the image of I think the image from the Disney movie of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland with the mock turtle and what was his companion who deceived the oysters. But either way, that came to mind for me. And you're noticing that Kevin sees Icarus is still Icarus still being possibly in the sky, and because he had said that the shepherd was looking at him, and I'll be curious to see what his take is when he gets back. Yeah, I'm noticing different things in this piece this time. It's so you're saying that so the person who's flailing is just a random person, I guess. What I don't know is if that connection's been made or not yet, and we don't know it's been made yet. That would be my only I think that's a real possibility, but I don't know, of course. And isn't it kind of exciting and fun to have different points of view and discuss them together? I have to say I'm really tickled at how we're holding different ideas together in our group today. It's exciting. Yeah, so I'm noticing. Oh, and yeah, I see behind the ship towards the horizon, I'm noticing this island here with a couple of houses on it. Not the largest quantity, but a few. And then I'm noticing on the left side of this, I'm seeing there's many houses. And you had mentioned them last time, but I didn't see them right away, you know? You're saying the prison turns its back on Icarus? Or the person in distress. Now, Paul, is there anything no windows and the opposite side has trees and stuff? Huh. So what you're saying is that poetically, the prison having one side barren and the other side vegetative is like an island turning its back on the person in distress. And Paul, you're saying that goes along with the shepherd, the plowman, and all the animals and ships. See. Yeah. Is there anything else in here that we haven't paid attention to? Or anything? I guess one question I'm wondering is, what might be a reason that the boat is here, or that there are boats in this water? I'm sitting with that puzzle. Are there any puzzles for you, Paul? Paul's saying, just the position of the sun. If Icarus just had his wings melt, how did this happen given where the sun is? So for you, you're wondering, how can the sun seem so far away, so moved beyond, when it's the same sun that just melted Icarus's wings? Presents an interesting challenge. Because why would the sun be so far from Icarus if it had just melted? I could say more about it, but I'd actually like to leave it ambiguous for a while longer. Is there anything else we want to think about on this painting for now? We're going to start towards 3, another session. I believe, yeah, we're doing another psychodrama panel with Kevin at 3, and so we could also take a break till 3, since we're going to have to start up again, and I can update some scheduling stuff in that time. Do you have any more thoughts about this, Paul? What I might do is come back on stage and just yeah, I think let's wait. We'll just wait. Because there'll be more chances today, I'm sure. I know Kevin had something today that might even mess up him being able to be at the psychodrama panel soon. But he told us to just go without him if that does happen. But in the meantime, maybe I'll actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'll share with y'all yeah, I'm going to just Oh, welcome back.
I'm sorry. Little crisis, you know.
Oh no, it was perfectly fine. Actually, it was cool. Paul, let me update the schedule. Or if you let's see, Jay's coming over this afternoon. I think we could do the dance party thing, all three of us on stream today. And anytime between now and midnight that we haven't already booked. I need to add more things to the schedule right now. But excuse me. And in 7 minutes, we have the panel. And one thing that we could do actually really quickly if we wanted to is, Kevin, it might be good for me. Let's see. Well, you know, I don't think we should stop the stream just because Facebook kind of crapped out on us.
Okay.
I think we blew past the longest Facebook stream you're supposed to do.
I gotcha.
And so if we wanted to, if we were really sophisticated, this could be if we're really specific. And Paul, I'll try to pin down a specific time right now. We were talking about what? Oh, if we were really specific about it, we could treat it like how Hitchcock made the movie Rope, like where we know that a couple times during our live stream we would pause for just a second and switch out and then go live again. You know, part of the challenge is just that we're on this call for a long time. You know, but okay. But it's exciting. This has been really fun. I've learned about a lot of art today. I feel so lucky. I'm seeing how many. Let me. Stand by. Okay, Paul, you've got to take a break for 15 or 20. Love you, Paul. That's from both me and Kevin.
Yeah.
Because we're both driving the account. Oh shoot. Okay, are you heading out right now, Paul? Cool. We'll see you maybe in 20 minutes or so. Some of our friends might show up too. And I'll figure out with Jay. We'll figure it out.
Also, what I'm probably going to do is do this session now, and then probably when I come back, it'll be toward the ending, like 8 or 9, 10 o'clock or something.
Oh, cool.
You know, because Carrie's probably going to come over for dinner and this kind of stuff.
See you, Paul. See you soon.
See you, Paul. So I'm up for this, and then back for the exciting sign-off.
I know, what a thrill.
This is really going beautifully today.
Truly. Oh, yay. Iris is here too.
Nice.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hmm.
Hello.
Hi.
All right, let me so we're getting, and I'll be ready in just. Hey, here's an idea. What if we, while we're waiting and getting ready, because it'll probably take Jay and Justin a second to get here.
Yeah.
I forgot. I didn't have my headphones on. While we're waiting to get everybody in here, maybe let's ask folks if they have any questions about psychodrama.
Yeah. Let's put it out there. Mm-hmm.
And so then we'll get, and so then what I'll be able to do is, while we're doing that, we can then I can reach out to Jay and Justin.
We want to know what the demands are. Come on.
I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, great. All right. I'll be back in just a second. I'll update
Vanguard over here.
Right. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So yeah, folks, what questions do we have about psychodrama? Put them in the chat if you want to. If you ask them, I'll try to hear them and write them down too. Jay is on his way.
Okay, great.
I think Jay's gonna jump in just a second, and
Okay.
I'm gonna give Justin a call and remind
Okay.
him, and we actually will be like 3:05 when we start, maybe if we're lucky, and I think that's pretty good for us
Got him ahead of
for our crew. I'll be right back.
schedule.
And yeah, folks, if you have any questions about psychodrama, be sure to put them in the chat. Excited for this. And do you have any other questions you could think we could ask them? If you think of other questions, feel free to share them. Oh, wait, I took you off. I got it backwards. I was like, I'm having too much fun. I'm having too much fun with the movie.
Fun is okay. Fun is when we're spontaneous. We're touching laughter, joy. I always find that if I'm not having joy and laughter, that what's the matter? What's going on? Something's not right. I better make an adjustment. You end up going to art or painting, opera. Man, opera, it's the it's the ultimate art form with music and theater and dance and everything. It's like when I come home from a simulcast opera, usually Patty and I in the car were just like, wow. Just so happy about it. Mm-hmm.
That's wonderful. Yeah. So I just talked to Justin. Justin's going to jump in. He's just giving his mom a ride home.
Nice.
And Jay's supposed to come in any second now. So I'm going to double check with Jay. And then now Iris is here too. Let me just quickly, and Iris, you're on camera right now. You're live. Yeah.
Okay, where am I?
Do you see us
Oh,
right
there
now?
I am.
There
Okay.
we are. Hello, Iris.
Go too far this way. I'm not on camera.
Yes. We can move this. I'll move this over
Let's
this
tilt
way.
it. Yeah.
Like this.
There we go.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Kevin.
Hi, welcome. So glad you're here.
Glad to see you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Let me get this right.
Cool. And then do I need any kind of like earbuds or headphones or anything?
I wish that we could do a 2-1 thing if you wanted that.
Or if the audio's still good with neither of us having headphones, that also works for me.
I'm just using a good professional
Oh
mic,
yeah, this
so
is
it
your
doesn't-
good mic.
Well,
I
it's
love
not my-
this.
It's not my best mic, but it's a good enough mic. I call it my good enough mic.
Mm-hmm. And then do we look okay on camera?
I think
Yeah, that light's really something coming through there.
Yeah, the only thing that needs to be fixed here is just the light actually showed up behind us.
Yeah,
It's a little bit surprisingly, but honestly, I think we're good.
Or maybe if we tilt this downwards a smidge, then there's a little less light.
Yeah, but we like to see your.
That's off
We
your
like to see your full.
Oh.
There we go. That's not bad. I mean,
This is all right.
we can't complain about having light in the winter, you know.
Well, and this is really like not bad. Like it could be a lot worse. It was worse actually before when the laptop had less distance between the door and where it is now.
Right now, it's helping me see your aura.
Oh yeah. Does it make us look angelic?
An aura coming through.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'll take it.
Yeah.
You know, on a birthday, absolutely.
Yeah. Why?
On your 40th birthday?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
My chérie. Je t'aime, my chérie.
Yes. Yeah. So give us just a second, and
we should be ready. I'm just going to check one more thing, and we'll be right back. All right. Let me. I'm just going to check in with Jay. Jay said he was going to be here at 3. Maybe we could start though now, and Jay will just come in, and Justin will be in just a little bit late. Does that sound good to everyone?
Yeah.
I think that's fine. Okay. Jay's coming actually.
There you go.
So then we'll just wait for Jay.
Jaybird's flying in.
Yeah. That's right. Come in for a landing.
Well, so I actually have never done psychodrama. I'm, for all you listening at home, and Dr. Kevin, I'm a professional theater director. I have my MFA, and I'm happy to chat about this and be on the panel from like a theater point of view, but like I'll let Kevin and everybody take the lead on talking about psychodrama specifically. And like, I'm here to learn about psychodrama. Like, I would love to do like one of those intensive workshops someday and like actually learn about it. Yeah.
Well, we plan to do that. You know, we want to do that again.
Yay. Yeah, and Amelia invited me to be on this call.
Wonderful. We're all here to learn from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and don't worry, nobody is presenting you as a psychodramatist or a psychodrama expert.
Cool.
But you are an MFA in theater.
Yeah.
Which brings a lot of expertise.
It does. I mean, drama's right in the title, you know?
Yeah.
What if we well, no, Jay's going to be here in just a second. I was going to say maybe when Jay gets here, we can think about what our first experiences were with psychodrama, and share something, maybe just share something not super long, but share maybe some of us or each of us share a little bit out of our experience of psychodrama to try to help you understand it with our stories.
Yeah.
Cool. That sounds good.
Yeah, that's great. I think that's great.
So you can instead of take a different approach. Instead of explaining it first, we can talk about part of it.
I think it's the right approach.
Okay, great. Oh, and just so you know that microphone stands. Yeah.
While you're setting up, let's go to the slides because. I just want to go to the last slide. I think we're through all of them, but there's one that I really like to. It's probably going to.
You want to make sure that we don't forget this slide. You're saying.
Well, there's this one that's going to be pretty. It's on the psychodrama part. Okay, let's see here. Go back one.
That's the last one.
Go one more up. One back one, I mean. Okay, we did that one. Go to the next one. Okay. So we're going to go to that, not this moment, but I'm just going to bring that in later.
Okay.
Yeah, but not at the moment.
Okay. So, yeah, how's everyone's day been today so far?
Oh, wow. Surprising. Awesome.
Yeah, you all have been up have you been up since?
So I've cheated.
That's I gave you.
Oh yeah, no, I
correct
didn't.
one.
That's right. That's right. I've got
That's
it.
right.
Not quite.
You model taking care of yourself.
Yes, that's right. I modeled taking care of myself.
Yay.
And so last night when it was about 2 a.m, Kevin was going to bed, and he accidentally hit end stream.
Oh no.
I thought it was end stream for me, not everybody.
Yeah. He wasn't used to it because Kevin's been co-facilitating this with me administratively. And so, but it was a great, it was a great learning experience. And it also forced me to have to take care of myself, which was important. So instead of streaming all the way through, I took about a 3-hour nap and then came back to it and came back with a lot more force and a lot more strength. And it gave me a lot to move through it with. I've been up for a while, quite a while. This stream already is 8 hours and 46 minutes. And the first one was probably 4 or 5 hours. I don't know. But
we're not doing this now, but a psychodramatist would say, I hear what you're saying. So what forced you why in your life does you have to be forced to take care of yourself? You'd be asking that question, like, where does that happen for you? I'm not suggesting we open that up now. What I'm saying is when we do psychodrama, the person will usually tell us what's bothering them in their own language and something that they kind of know, really. You kind of know, really, that you were kind of forced to take care of yourself by accepting the way things happened. So there's probably something there that to learn from. But you also learn from it because you accepted it.
Yeah.
Hey Jay, how you doing?
Hey Iris. Hey Amelia. Hey Kevin.
Hey Jay.
Hey Jay.
I'm not feeding back in at all, am I?
No, not at all.
Okay.
How about me?
Everything's good.
I don't hear any feedback from anyone.
Yeah. Good.
Only constructive, right?
Yeah, there's a really amazing book on feedback that I commend to you all called Thank You for the Feedback. It's I think they're like law professors at Harvard who like run an institute that specializes in feedback. It's a really precious book. I've used it in the dignity sessions already. It's time for me to reread it. I've read it once now.
Very nice.
Yeah, a lot of really just practical stuff in that book. Like, for instance, I didn't know that it's very off-putting for people if I say, well, everything you say is wonderful, but I don't agree with it at all.
That is off-putting. You're right.
It's very off-putting. And actually...
Was I the one who told you that?
No, but I think we did listen to that. In the
book okay.
Point. Yeah. And we talked about it a little bit. And it was... and it's like, you could instead say, yes, and... just like an improv, right? Yes. And we also have this. And
absolutely,
for whatever reason, that works a lot better.
It's nice. It resonates with me. That was our year. We set an intention last year of being yes and it kind of it's really helpful. Yeah.
Nice.
Like your group, your nonprofit, like was that a group intention?
No, it was mostly between Helena and I. Like we kind of set like maybe this was even 2 years ago at this point, but it was a general kind of approach to life and it's and what you're saying, Amelia, about it was all wonderful, but I get into that mode as well where I think that it's beautiful to see the good in things, but to pretend that there's all good in every part of it maybe isn't the most genuine or the most authentic response.
Yeah. Like I know, like if I'm teaching class. Like I've taught 5-year-olds through college kids through, I guess now 100-year-olds, because I also teach adult education at a retirement home. But like my main thing is like teaching theater to undergrads. And I like if a kid goes on a tangent, like I've had students who they answer the question, but they're like really passionate about it. And then they just talk and talk and talk. And then they talk about other things and go on tangents. One thing that I figured out was saying politely, being like, oh my gosh, I'm going to stop you right here because that one thing you said was really great. And I wanted to highlight that because then that's highlighting the thing they said that was with what the group is talking about. And like, you know, I would interrupt them, but it's like a positive, affirming interruption. You know, like, I don't know, maybe, or somebody who's more familiar with teaching or more into psychodrama thinks it's terrible. You can tell me that. I know for Amelia and I, like, also my New Year's resolution, I don't know if we have the same one, but mine was inspired by you. It was to be more patient and not take the bait. Yeah, I think my resolution to be more patient was inspired by Amelia. Because, like, sometimes my anxiety manifests itself into fear. And then if I'm afraid, if the given circumstances are changing a lot, then sometimes I put that on the other person where it's really not on the other person. It's really like if my given circumstances are changing and like that can cause me to be very anxious, even if it's a little change, like there are ways I can deal with that. Like obviously if it's something really big, like if the building's on fire, then yeah, you'd be anxious. But like there are things I can to work on that without the other person's thing. Like, oh my gosh, like today, speaking of being patient. So here's how my day went. Like, so I had physical therapy at 10 and I took public transit there and I hated it because it was so cold out. And then after physical therapy, I called an Uber to go home because I was like, you know, as Amelia said, taking care of yourself, because it was like 16 degrees and it felt like -5. So I was like, you know, I'll take Uber. And my Uber was stuck in the same place for 30 minutes and the screen said it was 2 minutes away, but it was like a mile away for the 30 minutes in the same place. And I did leave a couple voicemails. I tried really hard to be kind and just say the facts that I noticed on the app and not be a Karen. But then after 30 minutes, I canceled that ride and I asked for another ride. The other ride wanted me to walk 3 blocks. So I was like, okay, I'll walk 3 blocks in the freezing cold to get my Uber. But then when I got to the destination, they canceled.
Oh my gosh.
I was so upset. I didn't show it. It was so cold outside. But I was right by this really lovely Jewish deli where I took Jesse and Allison and like they were open and I got matzo ball soup and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna sit with matzo ball soup and I'm not gonna, like, I'm warm and I'm fed at least. So I did get another Uber and they took me home. But it's like, there were so many ways where I could have taken the bait, which is like on theme here. I could have left a really nasty voicemail with that first driver. I could have been like, oh, even if you come, I'm so not leaving a tip, which, you know, I'd never say that to somebody. And I always tip. I'm actually a top tipper on Lyft. Yeah, but like, yeah, so there, I could have taken the bait, but I was like, okay, my resolution is to be more patient. So I'm going to practice that. And I'm fortunate enough that I can just chill for a minute with my matzo ball soup.
Yeah, it led you.
That's how my day went.
Yeah, we were talking earlier today about heading to the balcony.
Yeah.
I guess you found that balcony in that deli.
Yeah. Wow.
A balcony in your matzo ball soup.
Yeah, with the
my New Year's resolution.
Yeah,
with the soup. I was going to say it dovetails perfectly into our convo earlier. Like, it's so challenging sometimes, and we haven't even, you know, maybe we talked about it in pieces, but the system conditions that we're in, patience is not something that we're offered to us all that often.
Yeah.
We're in a big business deal right now, and I know every time I get an email from a lawyer or from a realtor, this kind of thing, my instant gut reaction is to be anxious about it, want an answer right now to know we're fine, and just like go forward. But sometimes patience is all that you can do, and to be a little bit more secure that everything will be okay, even though there's kind of an intensely worded email, you know, like these things I'm catching in myself so often, and it's really hard to challenge it.
Yeah. Patience, it can be so hard in the moment. Like I'm really glad that Amelia has been very patient with me, and I want to learn just how to be more patient with everything, because it's something to work on. It's something to cultivate and nurture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I got like at my day job, I was teaching class. This happened now twice with different people, but so Wednesday and Friday in the middle of class, the adults I was teaching were one of them on each day was like, "Can you stop talking and turn on a movie?" And they said it differently, and they asked differently, but that's basically that's actually how the first one phrased it. And I'm like,
Oh man.
Pardon me, I'm teaching class, and no, we're not.
So for you responded to them and didn't you faced the conflict with them.
Yeah, I tried to be kind, and I'm still working on patience, still working on going up to the balcony, still it's a journey, and it's a journey.
It's a challenge, right?
It's a challenge.
I always like the passage in Donna Hicks where she says, "There, but for the grace of God, go I."
Thank you.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Yeah, I
mean,
do you know the story? Do you know the story about that?
Was this one with the Irish English conflict, or
this was somebody who was in the Tower of London, and somebody was being marched to their death, to their execution, and the person who was there at the Tower of London said, "There, but for the grace of God." I don't think they said, "There, but for the grace of God, go I." They said something slightly different than that, but that's the origin of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it brings in so many pieces of our universe and what's connected to it there, but for the grace of God. And, my dad had always had this depiction of God, the kind of sums totality of the universe and all the things and energies that can happen. Like all of those are in us, preceding us, we're in them. And just it evokes so much humility that I go because of the universe and everything, the stars exploding to lead to us.
Because of it's.
But Dr. Hicks, that's so beautiful that she brings that in, and the dignity side, because probably dignity comes through the most when we can be in a more mindful or present mode rather than locked up in our outrage or anger of what this person has done and that kind of thing. I mean, it's important. It's not to say that's not going to happen, but to be in a position where you're going to make decisions in a certain way. I just saw this thing recently where there's couples in, I think it's either Japan or China, where after a conflict rises up, they try to just sit with each other in the same space in silence for a few minutes. And then talk about the thing that hurt. And
it's really powerful.
I think it's
that's a useful thing. We should find something to make a slide based on that.
Yeah, I think it's a concept called M-A.
Oh,
that brings in the presence and just the kind of co-regulation. Like the co-regulation together before diving into the conflict.
I think that's so important because as somebody I have anxiety disorder, I'm on Lexapro, I have a therapist. I've noticed there is always that point of no return when I'm activated and I'm in conflict with somebody. And I'm my anger is usually fear is what triggers then anger. And then my anger starts building up, but it's building faster than I can think about it. And I don't have that and then I impulsively kind of say something that then I regret, or then ends the relationship, or is the point of no return. And like, I can clock that for myself in some situations. And like, it's like, I'm not usually somebody who has like anger issues, but like, usually I can't tell when I'm super activated until I'm a little past that. And then after that, it can be hard to come down from it. So having a like, okay, 15 minutes of silence moment, that would be so useful. Like,
Oh yeah,
that's something everyone should just learn, you know, like.
agreed.
Yeah, like
balcony.
Up to the balcony, yeah.
I think it's a practice thing, you know, until you know how to meditate, for just as an example, like it's maybe a little difficult to just know how to do it. Try to be mindful, this kind of thing. But yeah, practicing that, take a step away. Bestie, don't we have, isn't there another, I mean, the balcony, but I thought there was another expression that we were call it off is a good, yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Call it off is another one. I mean, like fight, flight, freeze, or fawn is where it comes in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I notice, and I'm getting better at recognizing this. I'm so much better than I was like 7 or 8 years ago. But yeah, I am often in that fight or flight mode. And like, that's also a human thing. And then I'm also recognizing in the past when other people have been angry at me, I realize, oh, that's why they took it too far, because they were also in fight or flight. So it's hard, y'all. And like, also being in groups like this and knowing Amelia for the last year, like I've learned so much already. Like Amelia gave me the first Don Hicks book for my birthday, and yeah.
Here. The learning I've embarked on since getting to know this beautiful community and beautiful birthday girl, birthday person. You know,
I know.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know,
great birthday today. Unequivocally good.
So great.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just celebrate what's being said, man. Celebrate it being together.
The big 4-0.
Yeah. So we're here though for psychodrama, and I want to make sure we also talk about that too. But this all leads into it.
It does lead into it. In fact, when we do psychodrama, the first thing we do in a group is we warm up with each other and we make connections with each other, and then we celebrate things about each other. So you just are doing the warm up. We couldn't proceed in any kind of psychodrama without warm up and affirmation of our strengths and weaknesses and where we've been and struggles that we had. So it's making group community. If we just start, let's do psychodrama. What? We didn't even celebrate each other and help each other. So that was you just modeled a perfect example of enter that space.
It's amazing, and I think the psychodrama we've done together, you know, I'm at a very introductory level, but just the little insights of connecting our goal to celebrate, our goal to be aware of, and how distinctly and directly it connects to some of the shadowy parts of life. You know, I don't know if I've come across a concept that unifies those things so strongly that our greatest strengths can also be sometimes the most painful parts of lessons that come up in our life too.
No, I'm so glad you say that, Jay, because you before you came on, Amelia was going to ask a question. What's been some of your experiences, the way you came into it, and you just spontaneously told us.
That was literally going to be the prompt question.
Yeah. Without the prompt, you hit it off.
We're synced up.
Yeah. But feel free to elaborate a little bit about, as much as you feel comfortable elaborating about your experience in psychodrama. I'll share a little bit about my experience too. and Kevin, if you want to, you can too.
I will. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think the two. Oh yeah, go ahead.
And maybe what we could do, this is kind of a radical idea, but we share our stories. And if you want us to, Iris, we could think of you as the audience because you haven't actually experienced it.
Okay.
Do we want to do it that way? And anybody in the audience who's trying to get familiar with psychodrama, think of Iris as your Horatio in this play, the surrogate to the audience. And also, if people have questions and they're curious, just pipe in the chat.
That sounds amazing. And are we on Twitch, YouTube, and is that it? Or
we were on Facebook before, but we actually, I think, blew past Facebook's duration limit. So we have a choice where we could tonight, if we wanted to. I mean, we could pause for a minute, close the stream for just a sec. We're in the middle of the thing, though. After this, though, at some point, what we can do is close the stream for a second. I can update the web page, and we could restart the stream.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, that could
like a dinner, like if there's a dinner hour, be a good place to pause.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm also after this, I'm going to be taking the bus up to your place if that's the work.
Yeah. So, okay. So we'll figure this out. Also, I think we're going to hold on.
It's impressive.
I think Paul wants to join us up here too.
Oh yeah, exactly. And we're at hour 9 of this stream. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Is Paul messaging you? Because I
just sent him the link.
Okay, I let that slip a little bit. I was going to coordinate with him.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Paul. Yeah, come on. Yeah, feel free to join us. So, yeah, Paul should be here in a sec.
Okay, beautiful.
And we'll wait for Paul to get on stream.
Yeah, the whole flow of psychodrama and how it's come about, it's just, I feel so grateful for, because with the work and the theatrical expression and our activism that you've really led the way on, Amelia, guerrilla theater, bringing in humor, bringing in different scenes and thought-provoking directions. It feels like a dream kind of that we've done the activism in theater and then now psychodrama as a continuation. I feel lucky to have had this prep for embodying various roles and parts of ourselves. It's really cool how it's connected. It's almost like we planned it this way.
Yeah, sometimes this work feels really chaotic, and there's been a lot of twists and turns, and it's like, oh my God, what we're trying to do is like so far out there, and now it feels so practical compared to where we were even just a year ago.
It's beautiful. The systems thinking and general strength of our, general intelligence as a community and multi-directionality. It's amazing. But yeah, I echo that we've gone down this flow, with dignity and theater and psychodrama. It's so remarkably cohesive. Not actually surprised. I'm not actually surprised, but it is cool how it's like this could have been a 5-year plan. It could have been a 3-year plan of getting some acting experience and then going deeper at our personal levels that we can guide each other together, and just the amount of space and effort, intentionality that Dr. Kevin, you've brought to knowing this is work that we all can do. And we all together support it and make it possible. It's so special. I'll hold off until we give a chance to Paul, but those two experiences, one Theater Y out at the men's retreat, the psychodrama has been incredible. I would recommend it to all at this point, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see, because Paul might not be coming. Are you Paul, are you coming up or not?
I see an email. I see the link
I
to
sent
it.
you. Yeah, I sent you the link, Paul. So if you want to be on video,
Paul.
check your signal. And
Paul
so,
from Kalamazoo.
but also, Jay, Paul's listening, so maybe I think you should just start. And when Paul gets here, we'll say hello. We'll give Paul a warm welcome after the story is done, if he comes at that point.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I think the one that feels a little more called to talk about was, I had, like I mentioned, 2 psychodrama experiences with incredible, caring, attentive groups that have really been very open listeners, very accepting of exactly what we bring to the space that's going to be needed, and what perspective we can have and compassion we can have for ourselves, which, like patience, is something I don't think we get offered in practice all that much in the world, and treat ourselves pretty badly actually sometimes. So with the first experience at Theater Y, that we had a beautiful group of about 5 or 6, or was it 4 or 5, with us 3 and ER and Justin, our brothers and sisters, just going into that, witnessing my movement family, my family's experience in it, and knowing how I could approach it. It was Dr. Kevin's, everyone in the rooms welcoming that your shadow and your gold are welcome and needed here, was just so nurturing, and allowed me to go to places that, again, as I mentioned earlier this morning, I didn't know were that present in me. And when we were doing the shadow work, just sharing that one of my heaviest things was to carry was that sometimes I'm too much, or I feel like my expression into the world is going to overload people, or this kind of thing. And the emotionality of kind of saying that, and feeling how that feels, to feel like I'm smothering somebody with love or something. It was just so powerful, because it's like, saying it out loud, it's nice that you have so much love to give, and it's in its very core, that's a very beautiful thing. But Iris, you mentioned earlier, like the fear piece of it is so present there, that I'm afraid I'm going to push somebody away with this kind of an expression, this kind of thing. It makes it hard to be resolved, in that. And I didn't know I was having that kind of a outward expression in it. You always just think it's like a kind of a background voice that doesn't really mean too much. We all have intrusive thoughts and stuff, but in that moment, I could tell that I had this deep fear or anxiety of being too much for people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's a very nuanced thing, because I know exactly what that feels like. Sometimes it's even maybe the natural response, given if people aren't holding space for that and that kind of thing. But to admit it out loud to people I trust and feel really safe with, it allows it to be approached in a really vulnerable and healing way, that it left that session feeling just like in awe of the things that can come out when we feel safe and together.
Yeah. So I'm hearing that in your psychodrama, you were able to confront the fact that sometimes you feel like, or you're in positions where love is too much, or you're afraid, or somebody's afraid that love is too much. And
yeah.
And that being, would you say that's part of your shadow?
Yeah, exactly. It's part of my shadow. And I didn't say it this way, but too much, and maybe even misunderstood, that somebody won't interpret my my effort or my my reaching out as that, but as something else. And you know, it's, I guess it's the beauty of even bringing it out, because it's like, yeah, obviously there's some times where it's not going to be understood, but in the end, it's still beautiful to try and beautiful to throw that, to put that love in the world, because it's coming from my heart, not because, you know, I'm doing it to please somebody else, this kind of thing, but just genuinely because I want to try to be a kind, welcoming person. But you know, the shadow part of thinking that, no, I need to hold that back, or I need to protect the other person because they aren't going to understand it. It's like, no, we got to just be ourselves and be secure in knowing that it's coming from, you know, a good place. And so it, just the nuance behind it, it's so challenging, because even now it doesn't feel like that's the most shadowy thing. But when I was in that moment, and as I was like realizing what it can feel like to not be your authentic self, it feels really bad. You know, and I know that it serves myself and my community the best to be my full self. But it's just it's such a challenging thing to grapple with, to think that it's going to be received well, you know, for all the reasons. Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Jay?
Yeah.
As you went through that process, either time, or what was the role of being surrounded by non-judgmental love and support, and honoring your dignity, in helping you to grow?
It was everything, Dr. Kevin. It was everything. It was that human to human connection of, you know, I can describe it now, but as I can attempt to describe it now, but what you're saying, like when we're in a circle of humanity and of people there, no phones, we're not looking at phones, we're being there for each other. You know, it was looking in Amelia's eyes and your eyes and ER's and Justin's, to know that it was a little scary for me to say, like, you know, my love is, or my efforts are, I'm worried about them being smothering, this kind of thing. But to be there with people so committed to healing and openness for each other, it was incredible, because nothing was wavering in y'all's listening and support.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that really helped you find an opportunity to challenge this this shadow in you.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and then the and then the tears.
Yeah. I also want to say, Paul's here.
Great.
Let's we'll bring him up.
Paul.
Welcome, Paul.
Hello.
Paul, can you hear us? We can't hear you yet.
There should be maybe you have to allow access to microphone and camera if you haven't done that.
Yeah, we'll wait a second and see if it gets better. Paul, we can chat and we'll figure it out. We're debugging this right now. Our team is working on this patiently and diligently.
And yeah, but like you're saying, Amelia, the presence of one another for each other, and as the facilitator, you know, Doc Kevin really reminding us how we can be in those moments, the acceptance and the presence of mind and attention, it led to such safety that I started having very strong emotions. The crying, some of the tears came out, and you know, this clarity that, yeah, that has been something that I've been carrying for a while. And you know, y'all,
wouldn't that be similar to the theater of dignity, where people's identities are now respected, and ways for them to be in that space in a safe place? I mean, it's the same kind of work.
Absolutely.
What you're doing every day with people.
Yeah. Yeah, and the attention to dignity, and how if there's violations or different elements there, it's it's so true, because it feels like it brings a very tangible sense to that feeling in all of us when things don't feel quite right, and it's really hard to come upon it just yourself, but you've got the loving embrace of a team and a group work. I don't know if you would even like label this group work, but it feels like a very. Can you do one-on-one psychodrama?
Of course, yes, of
Okay.
course. Because if you're with someone who has that loving support, then you're already there.
Yeah.
But if you do it in group, then you have unique, precious individuals there multiplying, and then so there's benefit of having more people because you're surrounded.
Yeah.
You know,
And people's and people's shadow work. It's a treasure. It's a beauty to behold, because we all deserve so much healing, and
we all deserve so much healing.
Yeah, it's something that you could never forget. You just even obviously the content, but the way it felt. It's something that I hope we can become more regular, rather than oh wow, these 2 times in my life that had such deep insight. It seems like it's always there for us. So
I want to notice one thing is that in general, or as in part of teaching about it, is all those people who were loving you and standing beside you and respecting you were standing beside you as your own journey. You were making the journey. You're just standing beside you. We didn't know where you're going with it. We just were following you with support. So psychodrama is not something you do to someone. It's someone you stand in support and love as they take their steps as they wish.
Wow. No, it's so tangible, because maybe this is just a presumption, but it's probably not possible alone, right?
Well, I think that we are connected creatures. We belong together, and to take an I statement, to me to think I have everything I know myself, I don't need anyone to help me heal. What? It's in community that we create a world where we love each other and support each other and lift up. So yeah, it's best done with somebody.
Yeah.
Because it's not like you can just in your mind think it. You actually have to feel it in your body, in your spirit, in your heart. So I think it's something that you want to have the supportive group in your life, of others in your life. So
yeah,
before I was involved, I spent all my time trying to fix it myself unsuccessfully, trying to heal unsuccessfully, because I was just part of what psychodrama does is break the isolation.
Yeah.
It's not being able to reach out to someone or feel deeply or feeling blocked or stagnated. So what we're really doing is breaking the isolation and connecting you back to community and other people, standing beside you while you feel that, so you can come.
Yeah, it's amazing. It feels way too much to try to go figure out yourself. Even obviously just the mental or the research aspect is only one angle. Like there's somatic work. I'm looking at my little bookshelf here that has My Grandmother's Hands, which is by Resma Menakin, really guides you into doing body work and sitting, doing breath work and witnessing what's coming up in your body with certain things. But yeah, it feels so daunting to think like, oh, I'm going to go figure out every part of my own problems and go fix them all.
I don't need anybody. I'm doing it.
Yeah, like I was thinking about this was when this came up, this theme came up for Iris about this, like, right, like do do you produce your own play of psychodrama for one in that case, right? And you direct yourself in a psychodrama. I suppose that could be a thing in some sense. Maybe for somebody who's really expert. It makes me think of somebody playing like Dungeons and Dragons where they're their own dungeon master.
I do think I think there's also definitely because I've worked with other people in the past. I'm keeping this vague, where it's like they were so invested in, like, if they were in a leadership position, or especially if they wrote it, if they were so invested in it because it was personally very true and very vulnerable for their own life. And so they would end up seeing it as more of a therapy session for themselves than seeing it as a piece of collaborative art, which, like, this would be shows that are like straight plays that aren't psychodrama. And so when I've done theater, I've tried to not do that, but also I think every piece of theater has something personal in it. Like, I also, like, I'm legally blind. I have a very rare visual impairment called achromatopsia. And several years ago, I created a piece of documentary theater where I wrote stuff about my life, and I interviewed about 15 other people who have my visual impairment. And then I stitched together all this material into scenes and monologues. And I hired a lot of my good friends to be in it. And it was at the Chicago Fringe Festival. And also, because of that process, it's like, there was me where it's like, oh, I get to talk about my life story and all these things that are specific to me. And, like, you know, I kind of did sometimes, depending on what we're talking about during rehearsal, I let myself go on tangents and things, but that was because it's about the subject matter. And I didn't treat it as like a therapy session, though, even though it was personal to me. I know that documentary theater, though, is different than psychodrama. Or actually, one other thing I've worked on, this is a published straight play that's not psychodrama, but I feel like the structure may be similar to what you're talking about. As my grad school thesis, I directed the play Amelia La Marquise du Châtelet Defends Her Life Tonight. And it's about a French revolutionary physicist named Émilie de Châtelet, who built upon Newton and Leibniz's different theories. And she was incredibly smart and incredibly gifted. But because she was a woman, like, other people took credit for her work. And she's often seen as a footnote, even though if you do your research, she's really cool. And the play starts with her dying in real time at the age of 42. And then she says on stage, like, it's not over. I want a chance to relive my life. And then you see her as her older self going in and out of experiencing parts of her life biographically, but then sometimes a younger version of her played by another actor would sub in. And during this, she's also running this commentary to the audience about, like, what her life was like, and, like, if she regretted certain things or the decisions she made. And so she's reliving her life while talking to us. And then the play ends, spoiler alert, with her dying again, which she did in real life. She died at 42. And in how I directed it, it's like the other cast members were all like, okay, it's time. And they kind of, there's this section where they're all speaking things to her about how it's time to go very fast. So I had them all enter from different parts of the theater and then very slowly end up cornering her. And it does end with her finally being okay with dying when her younger self gives her a hug, and, like, and she dies. Older Emily dies in the arms of younger Emily, and that's last stage picture. And, like, and it's so cool that the playwright, like, anyone, like, a biography of this particular French revolutionary physicist could have gone so many different ways. But I thought that framing device that was the playwright's idea was so cool. So I don't know, is that kind of autodrama-y, other than the fact that it was, like, pre-written and published? Or not autodrama, kind of autodrama is different. I've actually taught autodrama, psychodrama-y.
There's a lot of psychodrama in that. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you're telling. I mean, even made me think about times that it maybe is. I mean, maybe not isolatedly ourselves and are doing our own psychodrama, but, you know, even with that, you've got these other actors that are embodying parts of her life and the different timelines, and that hugging of a former version of ourselves that's so powerful. And I've just seen in certain times where, like, maybe with like a near-death experience, or we have other times where we kind of have flashbacks to moments in our childhood or these kind of things. Like, maybe it's not always stimulated by another human experience, but probably most often there's some alignment to something that we went through as a child, or this kind of thing. Like, one time I was really sick as a child, and my mom saw me as really sick and had a flashback to when her brother was crying in a similar mode, and she was revisiting trauma from a very difficult childhood. Don't need to get into details, but just seeing me and Uncle Johnny look pretty similar. And so when me as a child was crying and feverish, I was really sick. She had a flashback to when she saw her little brother in childhood, and it was intense for 3 or 4 days. She was out of her body, really in a mode where, like, wow, all of a sudden this came out and came through. And so I guess that's with her son, with a family member. So it's very powerful, but it's almost like that initiated her own, internal process of a very, very hard thing. So maybe it's most accessible when it's with others, because maybe you could have that experience just in like revisiting a video or something. But yeah.
So I want to say, continue with what Jay was saying. So in my own experience, during psychodrama, I was able to revisit my dad, come back from the grave, and talk to him. Talk to him.
Wow.
So something that was in my mind, I could revisit and I could reframe it. And I could say things that I didn't get to say. So you're creating another scene that's actually in your life, and you're surrounded by support and love, able to be there in a safe way, not be re-traumatized, say the things that you didn't get to say. So it's similar to the play you're describing, where you can play out different scenarios so you can examine them safely in a way that's not re-traumatizing. So that's where you get the drama part, that we often in psychodrama use super realities, where you're talking to God, or you're talking to Gandhi, or you're talking to any person that can help you, can be in the room with you. So you create like a drama that you can edit and set it up the way you want, safely, to help you understand what went on. And people can play those roles with you, so you don't have to do it all in your mind. You can do it in your body and your movement. And so that's where the drama part comes in, is that you are creating a super reality.
Wow.
It's something you can alter, how it could have been different, or what it meant to you, So I think your play has a lot of psychodrama in it, but when we do the dramas in the circle of support, then we make sure that the person doesn't descend into the trauma and be re-traumatized, that they're there with their support, being able to look at the choices, similar to we do in dignity work. What were your choices?
So protecting the integrity of the process, protecting the clinical conduct, and making sure that everybody gets home safely. Paul is here again. Let's see if you can get on. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey,
Paul.
But I still have no video. This stupid thing. I'm like, I don't know. It keeps saying it can't find my camera. Are you sure? It said that in 3 different browsers.
Are you on your laptop or your phone?
Laptop.
Okay, that's so weird. It's yeah, I got it on my phone. I mean, it should work on your. Oh no!
Paul. Wait.
Wow.
Try it again.
Whenever there's the video thing, it bumps me off here.
Paul, what if you went on your phone? You joined on your phone. I know that's annoying. We don't need video. If you
Yeah,
just-
there's a long silence there.
Also, while we're
Yeah.
held, do you happen to have any water or tea or a hydrating beverage of some kind? I see a Gatorade. Like, if you've got that in the fridge, like, I don't mind.
I can.
serving.
I'll step away for a second.
Yeah, no, my mouth.
But Paul, we hear your voice.
Yeah. Hey, Paul.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
we hear
we
you,
can hear
and we want your voice.
Yes.
Um,
How's the
My
Saturday?
voice is so melodic. It's so
Huh?
beautiful. I have a
Truly.
big, beautiful voice. I have the most beautiful voice.
we think so.
We call it the big voice from Kalamazoo.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the link again so I can see if I can go on my phone.
Oh, we could get 2 Pauls.
Yeah, maybe, or it'll just mess it up again. I don't know. Anyway, I
Might
probably have to
be.
download the app, right?
No, I clicked it on my phone and it just takes it to the hello. Welcome back.
Back, thanks.
I clicked it on my phone and it took it to the browser, so it does the StreamYard from the browser. Yeah, and Paul, we were talking about. I'm sure you were listening a bit. Did you catch what we were saying about psychodrama, etc.? Well, he'll be back.
Wait. Oh, we got Paul.
We got the video.
We got the real Paul.
Oh, see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
All here. We can
Yes.
hear you.
Yes.
Gang's all here. Oh,
Now I can't hear you.
Justin January.
Justin's here too. Oh my god.
Oh, fuck. Now I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear
What?
us?
Here, maybe go to the audio. Let's see.
Say something.
Hello, Paul.
Can't hear you. God damn it.
I hear you.
Oh
Yeah,
wait.
You can see and hear me, and I can't hear you now.
Oh boy.
Let's see. Justin is in the
Oh,
waiting
this
room.
fucking sucks.
Oh wait. Just remember, we're on a stream.
He can't hear us. He can't hear us.
Here, wait. I'm gonna mute him for a second.
It's okay.
So okay. Well, let's just remember that we've got an audience here, so we want to keep them.
I can't hear you.
No. Let's see here. Hold on.
I don't even know if you're talking to me. I'm just going to shut up now.
Hold on. Oh my god, this is.
I get that as well, because in the play I'm directing now, we're doing a tour to like 20 different community venues.
Oh yeah,
And a couple of them are like all ages and are like churches or libraries. And so we wrote to the playwright to ask permission to exclude certain profanities from the script. And like, I don't think any of the profanities are like, making or breaking the story. And like, we have the rest of the text verbatim and the acting values, but like, there's a couple of words that certain all ages venues wouldn't approve of. I mean, also the play is another French Revolution play. It's called The Revolutionists. And so the actors know, like, when in doubt, just say merde, which means, I don't know, can we say shit here? It means shit in French.
Oh yeah, let's try
Okay.
not to, because like we'll get like they'll put a thing on us if we
Oh,
do it too
okay.
much, like, and then we'll just get distributed to a smaller region.
Yeah, we don't want that, baby.
Thank you.
Justin.
Welcome.
Hi.
What's up, family?
We're back.
Walaikum salam. We're trying to get Mr. Paul back here, having some audio issues, but he was just here on video.
I saw him going. He was like, since you can't hear me, I'm going to be quiet. I was like, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, it's one thing or the other, I guess. What I think the audio on StreamYard, it's you. Amelia, don't you just need to give access to your microphone and camera, right? I don't know why the audio playing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's hard to say sometimes why somebody can't. Now is Justin doing fine on it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And
yeah, we were. So we were just talking about how with the psychodrama. Oh, we just got a little round roulette issue of people staying on the stream.
Yeah.
But this is This is how it goes. We're in 2026.
Also, like, it's a good thing I picked the 5 o'clock and not the 4 o'clock for like interviewing me, because like now we have more time to talk about the psychodrama.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Absolutely. Maybe at about 4.
To be a hard 5 o'clock.
What's that? Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Yeah. I was trying to think about the time aspect. Iris, you reminded me. I want to take the bus up to y'all, up the Damon bus. So maybe I'll head out in like 15 to head that.
That seems like a good idea.
Okay.
I'm also very flexible tonight. I ended up, in regards to, like, for instance, my New Year's resolution that I mentioned, I'm coming like down to talk about anything, down to stay or leave whenever the vibe is. Like, yeah.
Cool. And in terms of timing as well, are we still thinking about any portion of a debate or the vigil?
Yeah, I think the vigil definitely. We need to do a schedule update too, but the schedule needs to be updated at this point, but which will only take a couple minutes.
Yeah.
But I've got the times that you and I planned, Jay, and I've got Iris's time. So probably what we'll do is in the psycho. Oh, here's Justin. This is perfect. Welcome, Justin.
Hey.
I want to keep us focused on psychodrama too, though. Just a little bit. Is there anything we want to do before we go back into the psychodrama topic? Is there any business we want to take care of before we go back into that?
No. Psychodrama.
Yeah, exactly. I guess just to button up what we were saying. Do we have a time for the vigil? Maybe 7 or 8?
I think what did we email about it?
I think it was 7.
Let me just check what we messaged about. Stand by, everybody.
I'm preparing a little.
I get myself full food from my bag. I know you mentioned your parents were cooking.
Yeah, sure.
So I don't want to.
Oh, you can. If you go down there, they'll help you.
Oh, cool. I'll start with something because I know you still need here, so I'll stay up here for now.
Yeah.
I'm preparing a little birthday present to bring over.
Aw, thank you.
Is that for 7 o'clock vigil supper?
Yeah. So the vigil is at 7, and
Okay.
the final debate is at 8. Or maybe it'll be a little bit later. But we'll have a final debate. I guess vigil at 7. Maybe the final debate at 8:30.
Is the debate about deep dish versus tavern pizza?
Well, honestly, oh my gosh, yeah, no. So one of the things that I'm here for today is to think about the temptation to violate dignity of taking the bait, and to help people in this moment when they want us to give them an excuse to have bad behavior. Challenge them. But what I want to do is, I don't want that to be, I'm offering that. And what I'm saying is, let's have conversations about it first. Let's listen to each other. Let's let people talk about different things on it. And at the end of it, if people want to debate me, I would love that, and let's just see where that goes. And Kevin's part of it, and other people can talk on different sides. If it turns out to be a really good conversation and not a debate, that might be just as good. And we can talk more about the debate.
But I think that would be really cool. I could send some really, let's say, evocative or not evocative, but really inviting texts to people, and just say, come debate Amelia on her birthday.
Yeah, well, and what we can do too in that lane is
Don't take the bait.
we also got a container that says that before people debate, because we don't want to like destroy each other, like in terms of like just what we want to do is first take each other and listen to each other, and then whoever wants to debate can kind of raise their hand and say, I want people to debate me. And I know I'm going to get there, but that's like, the idea is also to connect too. So it's like debate and connect.
I love it. I love it. and a dignified debate, maybe.
You know, we want some dignity in our debate. And I want people to challenge me. It's not like I don't want people to challenge me, but like sometimes people get like so busy in distracting stuff that it's not even like a challenge. You know, it's just like, oh, you mean you're making me work a lot, but you're not actually asking me anything that's real. You know, like that's not, to me, that's less interesting to me than say a debate where somebody's really trying to find my weak spots. And so, but let's turn. Now that we've got you and Justin here, now Jay just shared about his experience in psychodrama. Justin, do you want to? Does somebody want to kind of reflect back a little bit about what Jay said, and hold that a little bit, and then Justin, maybe do you want to tell your story or tell a story about psychodrama for you?
I'm sorry. Say again.
So I was thinking somebody could reflect back some of Jay's story about psychodrama and his experience in it. And then if you want to, after that, maybe you could share a little bit about your experience with psychodrama.
Okay.
If you want to, or whatever you want to share about it.
Sure.
Okay, cool. So somebody wants to try to sum up what Jay was.
I'll sum up what I heard Jay say. And that's number one, that he talked about first of all when he had a couple experiences with psychodrama, that he was surrounded by people who showed him dignity and love and stood beside him as he took steps, and wasn't really that used to that experience in the world, and all of a sudden he's in a place where he can have enough support that he can go places and learn. And then it ended up being, well, in his own words, he says, like a lifetime experience that he carries with him all the time. But he also honored the fact that he was just got a chance to touch his gold. That was right beside the gold was shadows. He got to sort out what was shadow, what was gold, shine it out in the world, help other people. And then he brought it into it. It had to do with other things he does with dignity in the world in his daily life. And so I think he was, without sharing any, no one was asking him to share details of the work. He was showing the blossoms on the tree from when he was growing. He was, and so I think it was a beautiful tribute to what's there for people in our lives. And I asked Jay right away to, well, maybe I didn't hear him correctly, or give me a correction. Is that what I heard, Jay? You know, am I selling it correct?
Yep. So helpful, and absolutely, I think that echoes it really well. It's something that feels somewhat simple, but it's so far from it that our shiniest, brightest parts, things that I'm most proud of, are literally so connected to the fear and the hesitancy, the blockades of being my full self. It's kind of daunting in a certain sense. So yeah, no, that the way you summed that up was beautiful.
We just lost Justin again, just as that happened. So what I could do in the meantime is I'll tell my story a little bit about psychodrama, and then when Justin comes in, if Justin comes in, we'll supersede him a little bit, or for me. But I'll just tell you my story about it now, which is that for me, psychodrama for me was something that I kind of knew I needed it before I ever did it, and I didn't know why. And actually, Justin is here, so if Justin gets on the stage, let's let Justin go, and we'll come back later.
Super sensitive. This thing is super sensitive.
I hear that.
Some of us are that way, you know.
Yeah, we can't help but being sensitive.
Yeah. It's a gift.
Like right now, I'm sensitive to the sound that's making there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. Oh, now it's gone.
God, did I miss you, Jay?
Oh no, just Dr. Kevin summed it up beautifully. Just detailing how that gold and shadow are so connected and could feel safe and with the support around to go there. So I thought he echoed it very, very astutely.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
And just what I was saying too, Justin, of you and ER and Amelia and Dr. Kevin as a facilitator of being there, and that's everything. That level of support, which feels as inherent as dignity, was the only reason that could come out, I think. And we were talking how important it is to do this work together, and maybe it's not as always possible one person doing it themselves, but even with one other person, a couple other, Dr. Kevin was saying multiple people, it can be all the stronger. So just that day at Theater Y, yeah, so powerful.
Awesome.
Was that last year? No, that was a whole nother session. That wasn't your birthday, Amelia.
No,
that was
after my birthday, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was another session. Yeah, that was not birthday stuff. That was a different session.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, Justin, you have a couple of psychodrama experiences under your belt now, right?
Oh my God. That event at the Theater Y with Dr. Kevlin and you doing your thing, and obviously Amelia doing her thing there that day was quite something, and it makes you reach into your inners and really examine some things, and gives a good opportunity to I guess that would be some shadow stuff that you could look at that you may not acknowledge as that, or I don't know how to explain it, but it was a very you can look at yourself one way, where you can always be Superman or Superwoman, but that really gave you a chance to micro look at yourself and how you react to different things, and why you may turn up the temperature on things when other people don't see why. All those kind of different things. It gives you a good quantifiable reason and why these little things that you think you got over, you haven't gotten over, and nudge you every day, one way or the other. And it was a great experience amongst friends to be able to feel that comfortable to go into some of those things. And I think it's like a bartender. Like a bartender, you get so many different things from different people. You never would expect some of the things that are said and done, and nevertheless, you can really be a great aid and assist to someone in their exploring self. We got Facebook now, so we got everybody's glad to have thousands of Facebook friends. But how many people got real friends that'll tell you when your breath smells, when you do not need to take the keys to drive your car, you've had a little too much, or things like that. Those are friends. They need to make up another name for the people that's on your Facebook clicking, because I wouldn't exactly call those friends. They're not necessarily involved in your life to that extent. And really, I don't think have your best interest at hand. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm gonna be gone for 5 minutes, but I'll be right back. I have somebody coming to see the apartment downstairs.
Okay.
Okay. No
All right.
problem.
Sorry, I was absent for a second.
No, it's all good.
I think, Amelia, you should come in now.
Yeah.
We can
Yeah. Let
start
me
now.
talk about it.
Mhm.
Yeah. So when I started, as now I come from an actor background, and my background as an actor has kind of set me up to be kind of reticent about how theater can be dangerous, and I don't just say that as a person who's a professional actor who's seen people get hurt emotionally in theater, and I'm lucky that I had the privilege to have mentors and people in my life who said to me, if you go this way, you better be aware what dragon is down that corner if you're going to try to go down that hall. And in the world before me too, not everybody would tell you that, not everybody would talk about that. And some people would be like, okay, keep going. Good luck when you get down there. Make sure you follow through on this because it's really important. Our whole careers are based on this, so it's that was something that I came into. And I also know about mental health a little bit in the theater world, that a lot of actors have a lot of mental health struggles. And the name of Heath Ledger has been brought up here once today, at least. As an actor who is trained in Meisner, I have a really, really powerful technique that I could damage myself badly with. And I was lucky to have teachers who were like, this is the dark side, right? You go down this side and you're setting yourself up for trouble. And so that all came into it. And then I was also dealing with a trauma that you both were present for, where I had somebody who took advantage of my giving the benefit of the doubt. And you'll remember I gave a soliloquy on the rooftop of Theater Y last year. And I gave this soliloquy, and I spoke to this person who I had felt took advantage of the benefit of the doubt that I gave in the situation that I offered, and made me unsafe in a lot of that. And it was one of the most powerful moments of my life. And I had Kevin's staff, right? His wizard staff, with my precious stone that I chose, and that
your gift
had such meaning for me. Cool. And so we found ourselves. I found myself confronting the situation where I had already tried to work on a speech like this with a therapist once before and failed. And and it was holding me back. It was making me doubt myself continuously. It was the kind of thing that I found myself just doubting myself all the time, because if I gave that person benefit of the doubt and they hurt me so badly, you know, what else could happen to me? Yet it was from this chance when I was on the rooftop to actually speak to this person who I gave so much benefit of the doubt to. And yet at the same time, I had the thing where I gave a person more benefit of the doubt than I've ever given someone, and they baited me and I took the bait. And isn't that a stinker, right? Like, to have that kind of trauma in your body. It really crushed me. It really was crushing for me. And it's taken me a while to get over it. And I think looking back on the psychodrama, that was some of the first stuff that I did that really started to address that pain and my healing in all of it. And then to engrave that in my psyche through trainings with everybody, where we made new things that could take the space of that trauma in our experience, in our psychospace, in our escape even. And it kind of just, you know, it was like, okay, well, you know, when we do therapy, like real therapy, right? Like not to say this isn't real therapy, but, you know, like typical therapy, excuse me. That was a fallacy on my part. But when we do typical therapy, conventional therapy, we talk a lot about transference of the relationship between the therapist and the patient that represents a kind of love relationship, and usually has to do with some of the healing in the relationship. And so now, instead of having it be about one person offering that, it's about a whole community building that experience together in specific generosity to one's mind. So that was so that's kind of the big picture of what psychodrama was like for me. Does anyone have any questions for me about it?
Yeah, were you in the balcony when you gave that speech on the roof?
Well, I had it up, right?
Yeah.
And I was,
motion. And then I remember the beautiful universe in the sky. You were speaking to the entire universe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with such see, some of it when we stand beside people in love and support, you can feel their gold, and you're just like, wow, you know, you wow, look what came out. You didn't even know, you didn't see it coming. We didn't lead you there. We just stood beside you when you went there. It's so beautiful to be with you in that space.
It was such a blessing to share that together, and to be together through all of this, to work on healing with each other, and to work on this important work of not avoiding conflict. Let's be clear here. While I speak of not taking the bait, I also say don't avoid the conflict.
Absolutely. And I have the most family level inner conflict right now, that as y'all all regale about this incredible experience on the roof, I was unable to go upstairs because I had a obligation with a friend in Palestine. But this is tearing me up, because it's so heartwarming that experience y'all shared together. And my main question, my dear sister, who I love so much, is, you know, we were exploring if the soliloquy could happen again, maybe even at the wedding or this kind of thing. But I just want to ask, at some point, whenever feels right or genuine to you, I can't go on in my life without having heard the soliloquy.
I promise you. You missed something, brother.
No, that's what's grinding me down right now.
Oh man, it hit like if it was a scale between 1 and 10, it hit 15 easy.
Oh wow.
I'm telling you.
I feel so honored in this.
I mean, she just ripped it. There's no question about it. She ripped that top to bottom. Top to bottom.
I can't.
Jay, you may not experience that same speech, but there will be a new one someday.
That's the way.
And frankly, it's a sad thing that you were so much a part of that speech, even as you may never know it, right? It'll be a mystery for what it exactly was.
I can feel it, and to just even the next time we go up on that roof and the balcony of Theater Y, I will be pulled there again, because y'all are so connected to my heart, and knowing that was what it was. I can't see it directly or experientially, but I feel how meaningful and real that expression was, and from inside, from deep inside.
From way deep inside.
Thank you.
But I do think what Amelia says is there's future in us together to be with us as things change in the world and what's going on. That's the way to look at it. It's sort of like now that he is in this place, it's not about going back to that, but us to be there with her and with each other as we go through things in life, because that's what we need, is what's vibrating now, what's alive now, what are we feeling now, and then, even like how that happened, even though we worked on let's have this little session in the Theater Y, but I didn't know, I'm going upstairs, I'm going up on the roof, I'm doing this, I said, I think you should do a soliloquy. I didn't get to pre-read it or know anything about it, So there's a lot of spontaneity and creativity, and things come out the way they should.
Yeah.
And by the way, you were part of the process, and kind of where everybody is in psychodrama is not like, well, I didn't make it to there. It's more like you came to the training, you're there in support. We got more work to do in the future.
Yeah.
So it's not about you're not missing out on Amelia, I don't think. We're all
No, exactly. On a certain level, I'm really glad that y'all got to experience that exactly the way it happened, and the way that it unfolded was the way that brought out the 15 out of 10 in terms of human expression.
I mean, I don't know if it was planned by Amelia's part. I don't know how she could have planned it. It seemed to be organic. And it was just hitting on so many, if you're talking about music, it was crescendo after crescendo being dropped on the top of the roof. So it was amazing. And the reason we try to be involved, I know we're not as heavily involved. We are involved through Jay, because we talk to him every day, and Doc, when we talk to him, and Amelia, because it matters.
Yeah.
Just being there, it matters. And time and place, and it just matters. So it was a blessing for us to have been there. And she said, we seek to have other times that are just like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we will.
We will.
Absolutely. And
now, yeah, you Jay.
No, I was just saying, as Angela said earlier in the chat, the presence of physically sitting there together, actualizing it together. This is work that I'm so proud of us, and you know, proud of Code Whatever, proud of Theater Y and all, you know, all of our amazing roles in it to stay focused on these things that are so timely right now. And I think we all can feel are very compelled to go back to for a reason, because we can continue to bring out things that we choose. We are choosing should be a part of our world, not accepting what is given to us in the world, but standing and displaying what we know could bring us back to balance and togetherness. And as you said, Dr. Kevin, we are social and connected beings, creatures that are we never would have made it here to this point if we didn't cooperate and we didn't we didn't link up together.
Yes. Yeah.
So inherent.
I want to, unless you've got something, Kevin.
No, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I want to give us maybe a break before the next thing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're gonna, I'm gonna interview Iris about The Revolutionists that she's directing right now by Laura Gunderson. Yeah. That'll be close to the top of the hour. And then the other thing is that so is that what are there any blind spots or questions in psychodrama for us or with the audience? But if you're in the audience, right, this is a grand opportunity to ask some really interesting psychodrama questions and see if we're able to answer them.
Did Angela come back by chance?
What?
Did Angela come back by chance?
She hasn't been back since earlier, but she gets pretty busy.
She had some good info.
Yes,
she's so cool. She's real cool.
I was honored to have her on the call. I just want to say how honoring it is to have this panel. I mean, it's obvious our connection together, but I don't take it lightly. It's vibrant in my life. I'm so blessed. I'm so happy about it, you know. And it just that happened organically too. I didn't even know. It's just Justin to call me up. But where are we going? I don't know, but you know.
That's how all great stories start, right?
I told Justin, like, that Jay guy, who's that? I want to be with him more.
He talked about James for so long. I gotta meet that guy.
Oh goodness.
It's how you enter life. Like, when you're loving people, you just want to be with them, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what I'm doing on this break to go in the northward direction to be with Amelia and in the same boat. So I'll be up there and not too long. And you know, I just to echo that, Dr. K, I think that these concepts, and Justin, when you were saying how these things that are within us, it feels sometimes like not necessarily simple, not really simple at all, but just these kind of concepts of that we deserve love and support and acceptance for our shadow and and that kind of thing. It's in a world, I don't want to project this onto y'all, but I know in the world, I often we think that intellectualizing something with a really deep theory and all this really nuanced approach, like, yeah, that's important. But with these things about ourselves that are just core to us, it's easy to pass by it. But when you do the work and you in your body, you're in your emotions through it, yeah, the wisdom and liberation that is flowed from it. It's I couldn't recommend it more, and would love to just put that out there in the universe of how we can find our next time, and we can invite others that would like to join us in community for another time, whether in Chicago or Wisconsin.
I got an idea, Jay, if you don't mind. The group that we went to for Tim, we had about 40 people there. This would be great to come and do with them, because we have another meeting coming up next month, and this would be hot to death. That we bring potluck dinner together, and these since I couldn't bring potluck dinner, I sponsored it financially. We couldn't bring potluck dinner, so we joined them and we donated. And 40 people, activists, all in their own right, who showed up. And when we were down there, Doc, I was like, man, about 3/4 of the group we were with yesterday are here. They want to be active. They want to be engaging. They need these tools to get over the hump to actually converse with an African American or LGBTQ or an Hispanic or somebody outside their set. They want to. This would help them do that. I believe so. So if you guys, I talk about it with Sonali and Tim, and we easily could do that. They have a stage in this little room too. I'm so scared to see them on the stage. I don't know what to do. But they do have a little stage in this, literally in the church, and that's the room that we meet in. And that would be a great thing to do because we're tired of sitting around. I don't want to be part of a group that's sitting around. If we're interactive and we're always learning, then therefore, when we get the call to go somewhere, then we're going with something.
Yeah.
We got something under our belt that will help us in many situations that happen in frontline situations.
Yeah, those human stories, the potential of seeing our different manifestations of it within our life, especially if there's like you're saying, brother, of those that don't know the ways that our humanity is common, and that we have these experiences, and somebody sharing about a really hard thing is like really unifying and throwing so many threads of connection to understanding one another. I love that.
Yeah. So I talked to Tim and Sonali about it. I'm sorry, I'm being too young.
And
This is we keep it real here,
Yeah, keep it real.
and Justin, if this sounds right to you, maybe Doc Kev, who's brought so much of the psychodrama and practice to us, and Amelia's got a lot of insight. We've been building our experience together. Like, what is the way that we could convey that could be done in the session? Maybe it's a 30-minute group activity. That's the only, I'm trying to think about how, but maybe we don't need
I think that if we did a group thing and then broke out into smaller groups, Doc, that'd be a great way to do it, because then in a smaller group, you can actually communicate amongst the thing. Then we come back into one big group and share what we got out of a smaller group.
Come on, you guys. You're so awesome.
Come on, Doc. Come on, Doc. We know you were ready for this, bro. It's taking form right in front of you. And this would be a great test model for us to see how we can go into other groups and do it.
Yeah.
It'll be, so I'll build it up. We'll let people know you're coming in from out of town, and we got this great dynamic group to do some stuff with you guys, some psychodrama, some dignity training, and they will be too hyped to participate.
Send me the dates.
Okay, I'll Jay, what did we just go to Tim's thing? Was that a week ago?
That was last Saturday, which was the 10th. So maybe it would be around February 10th.
Okay, so I checked with Tim, but I think around February 10th would be our next gathering. And like I said, we had 40 people there.
That's amazing. Whatever that Sunday is. Do you see the Sunday there, Kevin, around the...
February is, you got the 7th the 8th is, and the 15th. The 8th, on Saturdays, it's the 7th, 14th, 21st.
Okay. So maybe it's the 7th, maybe it's the 14th. We'll confirm. And beautiful idea, Justin. I think that Yeah.
We like to do things.
As much as we didn't want to go to that, Waxy, we were like, dude, I do not want to go. But I had to be able to, hold up Tim and support him. And I'm so glad we went.
That's awesome.
There were Native American brothers and sisters there. There was Hispanic sisters there, and brothers and white brothers and sisters who were expressing how they wanted to be a tool to be used for such great things as this. And so I think if they got more dignity in how you go about approaching people, and then with the psycho trauma behind it, I think they'd be cooking with grease. Yeah.
What better way to build unity?
So I talked to Tim tonight about that and Sonali about it, but I think they're going to be too excited.
That's beautiful. That's out of the effort. I think it's part of it's called Building Unity, right?
Yeah, that's Building Unity. So there's a lot of different organizations. That's the same thing I want to do under the Black Underground Recycling. People coming under our umbrella. We're able to disperse finances. We're able to disperse education and things of that nature. These are what he's trying to do with Building Unity.
Connective on a human level.
And he's making headway, man. He's got, I think, 7 of them up and running. And ours is the strongest, quite naturally, because I'm involved. No bias. Racine, man, I tell you, when he came to Racine before, Sonali and him put on an event at the Jose, what's the name of that, Jay, when we told you, it was a Hispanic brother, Jose, whatever, the community center that's named after the Hispanic brother up here, they had a beautiful event. They had like 200 people came out.
Yeah, wow.
That's amazing.
When they did it together, and then when they worked together, so we have the potential to do our group, and then go do another group, and then we'll look and see in Chicago what groups that we think we could really put it on and do in front of Chicago that could benefit from it. I know for a fact our senior citizens would love it.
Wow.
We know for a fact our senior buildings would love it.
Yeah.
Well, this is super exciting, and I look forward to working on this together. And I think this is something that we're going to keep developing and keep helping people out. And I think that also what's exciting is that this live stream that we're doing right now, we will be doing this is marking the beginning of the live streams returning again. So
all right.
We have enough strength right now to keep this going. And just so everybody remembers, in 9 minutes, Iris will be coming on the stage to be interviewed about her directing. And so we'll be doing that after that.
I'm gonna get heading on the bus then, and then I'm gonna listen. I'll listen into that on the YouTube stream.
Oh hell yeah!
On the way, and I will see y'all up in Bucktown and not too long.
And if you have, while we're doing it, if y'all have questions about directing theater, Iris is an MFA in theater, so and she's Windy City Times 40 under 40, or 40 under 30, excuse me, 40 under 30. So. Or 30 under 30, excuse me, I'm getting it wrong. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm gonna check
wait, one last thing before you all go. Well, actually, I'm just gonna put it out to everybody in a second, but I'm updating I've got the schedule update.
Beautiful.
So I'm just committing it right now to the repository. I just pushed the changes up, and I'm about to publish them, and then we'll have the vigil and everything on the board.
Amazing.
So I'll
That's
put that in the chat before I'll put that in the chat in the next like 2 minutes because it'll take a second to publish.
I'll send some more messages as well to folks that want to sync up for any part of the stream, for the debate, or any of that. So
yeah, if they want to let them know that part of it is calling in and listening to each other.
Yeah.
And so if they want the container, I can send the container. But
that sounds great. That sounds great.
But the
awesome.
I'm gonna check back in with you in an hour, babe. I gotta go do something, but I'm gonna check back in.
We look forward to it.
Yep, I'll see you
We
guys.
may close, but we never close.
Love you. Free them all.
Love y'all.
All right.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Kevin. Are you going in a second now, Kevin? For a bit. Yeah. Please cream in. Oh, Kevin, I think you might be muted. Let me see. Okay, I'm on mute. I can't unmute you because you're a host.
I'm going to be in and out as I'm able, and just such a blessing today. Just, I love it. I love it. It's already all on target, you know.
I feel so blessed today too. This is just such a beautiful day together, and we're about to do this wonderful interview as well. I also am just about to publish the latest schedule up too.
Okay, I'll be coming as I can.
Oh, wonderful, Kevin.
Okay.
Look forward to seeing you in the next few hours.
Yeah.
And Iris and I are going to be here doing an interview in just 6 minutes. So hang tight. We're gonna take a little pause here, and we'll be back shortly. Hey, y'all. For folks who are waiting for the next thing, we're going to start at 5:05 just to give ourselves a little bit more time. We think you'll like it too. So we're going to start at 5:05 and give ourselves just a few minutes more. Thanks so much. And we look forward to seeing you at the next thing in just 8 minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm here with Iris Solat, who is a Chicago director, who is currently directing the play The Revolutionists by Laura Gunderson. And we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about the art of theater. And so we look forward to you joining us. And as we get started, if folks have questions for directors, if you're wondering about what it is like to be a theater director, feel free to ask questions in the chat. Yeah, we'll get started just now. So let me just. Yeah. So so welcome, Iris. Thanks also for helping out on the panel as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. What for you brought you into theater and got you to fall in love with it? Like, why would you do such a crazy thing to become a theater director?
I think I just loved theater from a young age. From when I was little, I took classes at Piven Theater in Evanston, and then I also did Northlight Theater summer camp. And so really growing through those places, especially Piven, just got me hooked. And then in undergrad, I discovered directing when I was getting my BA. And by then I was kind of realizing maybe professional acting wasn't quite my thing, but I really figured out directing is a thing. And we had this small student-run black box theater that I directed a whole bunch in. And then the rest is history. Then I spent the next 10 years in the professional world.
Yeah. And growing up in story, so initially you thought you wanted to be an actor.
I did. Yeah. Initially, I want to be an actor. I was I want to be like Meryl Streep. I mean, not too late for that. I don't know. But yeah, I really was I want to be a performer, and I loved performing. And when I got to undergrad, though, I realized I hated auditioning with all my soul. And I'm still also willing to perform in people's stuff if there's no audition. So, but yeah, I'm mostly just a director now. But yeah, when I was a kid, acting was my dream. It was my passion. I applied to 22 BFA acting conservatories. I'm really glad I ended up doing a BA, though. I think that was better for me. Yeah.
What, growing up in Piven, in the world of progressive education in theater, going all the way back to the Compass Players and Viola Spolin. What for you made story theater, something that was just so how did that affect you as a theater creator?
I think the elements with story theater at Piven, especially, I think it was the elements of devising and really building your own world with your peers and just using the power of imagination and the power of connection. Story theater, for those of you who don't know, is a form of theater that devises pieces based on written works, usually literature. And then one example of scripted story theater would be Sarah Rule's Orlando, which I did in grad school. And so doing story theater at Piven, I loved the combination of a scripted story with room to build it through improv. Because as an actor, I think I definitely preferred having a script or a story where what's going to happen, but I also enjoyed bits of improv too. And so that was a super fun combination. I enjoyed just getting to try different things, and how Piven really set it up like a laboratory, which I think was very developmentally friendly to kids. I was there from 5th grade through 12th grade. And by the time I was in high school and I was in their young people's company, I was able to understand, that's why these things build on each other. Those times spending hours in 5th grade playing Pass the Clap and machine and zip zap zop, like, oh, that's building to being able to do this kind of performance. So I appreciated how there was just a lot of thought to how these things built, but then at the younger ages, like, it was just like play. Yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds like your sense of play evolved into your work, that you came to something that you wanted to do professionally because you found such wonderful play in it.
I think so. Yeah. Like as a youngster, I love to play. And like now I try my best to bring a lot of levity to my work. Sometimes that fluctuates based on the kind of work and based on my mood, but like it's called a play because you're playing. Yeah.
Yeah. As a kid, what was your favorite game to play on the playground?
On the playground? Ooh, okay. Let's see. I'm going to give you kind of a multi-part answer because oftentimes during recess, I kind of preferred spending it in the library reading because I love to read and it was less overstimulation. But then at home, my favorite things to play were Barbies and dress up. I loved dressing up, pretend, those kinds of imagination things. And so I think on the playground, I loved doing things where me and my friends or me and my siblings were pretending to be princesses or going on an adventure. So I'd say various forms of like make-believe using the jungle gym and this stuff there. Yeah, I wasn't as much of a sporty kid, like at all, because of my visual impairment. I'd be down for like a game of tag. Potentially, I'd be down for like a game of that ball on a string that you push. Yeah, but I'd say like if we're talking like if we're thinking like the just before high school years, elementary school to like junior high, it's like reading, Barbies, dress up, playing princesses. Not necessarily balls being thrown at my face.
Yeah, I think a lot of us theater people want to get into theater because we like to play role-playing games, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I used to skip gym in elementary school.
Yeah, you're so lucky.
Try to sneak. Well, I would get in trouble for it, but I would just, I would just kind of end up in the, like we had a choice between acting and improv and acting. Yeah, and we had a choice. And some way or another, I'd always end up in the acting class. I don't know what happened, how I got there. And they'd be like, "Wait a second, what are you doing here again?" No. I would just try. I knew what I wanted, and so yeah, I think that's fascinating. Now you mentioned for you that the playing in the playground sometimes be overstimulating for you, and that you were dealing with complex stuff as a kid. Do you want to say more about that?
Absolutely, yeah. I am visually impaired. I've been legally blind since birth, and I have the visual impairment achromatopsia. I can do kind of the Spark Notes deep dive about that. I am also kind of figuring out, just on the cusp of figuring out my neurodivergence, and I can talk about that too if you'd like. Yeah. So I have achromatopsia. That means that my cone cells are not functioning. So, in the retina, you have your rod cells and your cone cells, and they're together. I don't have cone cells. I just have rod cells. And the cone cells are responsible for regulating light, color, and acuity. So what that means in terms of color, for instance, I'm completely colorblind. I see in black and white, like in grayscale, like the Wizard of Oz before Dorothy Goes to Oz. Years ago, my point of reference for that was black and white, like Gone with the Wind. And then somebody told me Gone with the Wind was in color. And I was like, oh, never mind. No, like Wizard of Oz. Because, I assumed Gone with the Wind was so old and out of touch that it had to be in black and white. And in terms of photosensitivity, my eyes do not have the natural filters that, because of their don't have cone cells, they don't have the natural filters that filter out sunlight. So if I'm outside or even in here, it's better in here than outside though. Like if I'm outside, it would be like going in the sun would be like a white sheet being put over my face, or like a film caliber floodlight being put in front of me. Like I cannot see a thing in sunlight. I do have very dark tinted lenses though. So when I'm outside, and these are like darker than like shopping mall sunglasses, these are like the kind that would be covered on my insurance. I would wear those outside. And then in here, this is okay. I'm kind of turning away from that one light, but also like it's not too bothersome. We can keep that one light on. However, one thing to keep in mind is those tinted lenses, like when you see me wearing those outside, that doesn't necessarily mean I can completely see better. I'll talk to you all about the acuity part of it, which I think is actually the hardest. But yeah, even on really bright sunny days, it can still be a challenge just to get around, like navigating the streets of Chicago, getting out of the L and stuff. Yeah, that's why I don't really like do a ton of outdoor stuff. And then though with the acuity, because I don't have cone cells, I can't see things that are very small or things that are very far away. Like for instance, I use font sizes that are like 18 point or higher with hard copies of things. In school growing up, I used large print books, and now I still use audiobooks a lot. Amelia actually got me into Audible. And like I zoom in when I read things online, which is luckily most of the reading that I do. So that's really good. So yeah, I can't see tiny things, but I also can't see really far away things. So if somebody were to wave at me from like 6 or 10 or more feet away or make a facial expression, I wouldn't be able to read that as well. And like thinking about segueing into theater, like that's also been kind of a thing in theater too, where like for instance, when I was taking, I think a scene study class at Piven when I was like 13 or so, the teacher was like, oh, could you try making eye contact with your partner? And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll look at them in the eyes. Like, so this character would want to look at the other character's eyes. And like, I didn't know eye contact was even a thing. And I had to like Google it. And it's like, oh, that's something everybody does. And like, yeah, Piven was actually really nice and really supportive. There were other theater environments though, where like, I'm pretty sure I wasn't cast in other things like my high school because like of challenges making eye contact, or just how my eyes often my read is very squinty or that kind of thing. Or spaces where I've been told like that I couldn't, and I'm making air quotes, that I couldn't like read the room because I'd be perceived as having lesser interpersonal skills because I literally couldn't perceive nonverbal cues from a distance, like facial expressions, small movements, things like that. Like in undergrad, for instance, in the end of my sophomore year, I was told that I had bad interpersonal skills. And I'm like, okay, I'll work on this. And it wasn't until like a couple years later that I realized, oh, this is really just because of my visual impairment.
So by not being able to see those details, they interpreted it as that you had bad interpersonal skills. And they didn't offer you any kind of thing to try to help you develop it.
Because then like in that meeting, and that was called the sophomore review. So every sophomore gets kind of talked to by all the faculty. I said like, oh, how can I improve my interpersonal skills? They were like, oh, it just comes with life. There's no checklist. When like growing up through my 20s and 30s, oh yeah, interpersonal skills are absolutely a learned thing. And there can be like, it's not a checklist, but it's like social skills are a skill. And whether you're able-bodied, visually impaired, whether you have good or bad interpersonal skills, like you can learn, like it's learnable. I learned a lot from the book How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. So that's kind of like, also the reason why my visual impairment is not correctable by prescription lenses is because, as y'all might know from physics, a lens, like a glasses lens, works with the outer lens of your eye to counterbalance what's going on there. Whereas with my visual impairment, it is more neurological, that there are actual cells that are not in my eyes to perceive certain things. So throughout my schooling, I was lucky that I had a lot of adaptations to do things really well. But yeah, because of the bad acuity, then sometimes in some situations, there are still a lot of challenges, and there's still kind of what I call like 1,000 unseen life hacks. When I say 1,000 unseen life hacks, I mean like if I'm waiting in line at like a cafe or a coffee shop, I can't see the overhead menu. So what I do is I take a photo on my phone of the menu and then I zoom in. Kind of things, like little things like that. And it's stuff that I have just had to do to adapt, but somebody who's completely sighted just would have no idea and like, you know, would take that kind of thing for granted.
So when you interact with a lot of people, they're not thinking when they meet you that, oh, Iris might not be able to see this.
No, usually people don't know, even people who know about my visual impairment, because I am sighted enough to be perceived as completely able-bodied that people forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, like
no, I can attest to this. When I first met you, that I didn't know. I didn't know unless you told me in many cases.
Yeah. Actually, so if you want me to tell my coming out story, it is related to my visual impairment.
Oh, we love
I
that.
think you know it. I've told you
Yeah.
it, right? And you've met my friend Avi, who's in it, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So by the way, for those of you who haven't been able to tell, I'm gay. And I was kind of late to come out as gay, relatively late. I started coming out to friends at around the age of like 21, 22. And then I came out to my parents, I think at 23. And as somebody who was in the closet, even before I came out, I would often go to gay bars and gay events. But something that I realized even earlier, like even in my teens and in undergrad, I realized that like so much of, because like with gay people, there's not only that layer of, oh, does this person like me? But it's, oh, are they even gay? And so much of that is based in nonverbal cues. And so sometimes I would go to these gay bars and I would just kind of sit on a stool, like looking around, like, what do I do? Or like out in not specifically gay places, it's like, well, I can't just ask somebody if they're gay. But one time, and I was thinking about coming out to friends, but I didn't know I'd come out at this night. I took my friend Avi to a show. It was at Stage Left. I was an artistic associate there. And I almost like wasn't even going to go that night, but I was like, oh, you know, I had planned this with Avi, so I'll try to feel like going. And then after the show, though, we went to Cheesy's, which is a gay adjacent grilled cheese bar in Boys Town. And then, so I can't drive because of my visual impairment, so I never have to worry about being the designated driver. So we got our grilled cheeses and I ordered a cocktail. And then after our grilled cheeses came, the bartender said my cocktail was ready. So I went and got it. And then she immediately like went around to the other side of the bar, and like Cheesy's, the building is with the bar is kind of horseshoe shaped. So then I circled through the crowds to try to get to her, like, oh, here's my money. This was back when cocktails were like $6. And I was like, okay, hey, I need to pay for this. And then later, when we're eating our grilled cheeses and I'm drinking my cocktail, Avi, he says to me, Iris, you know that lady was flirting with you, right? And I was like, wait, she was? And so my whole face lit up like a Christmas tree. And I asked him to tell me exactly how she was non-verbally flirting with me. And Avi said that like the reason she walked away was she gave like a on the house sign, meaning that the drink was free. And I was like, and then I kept asking Avi more. And then that eventually led to, we actually left Cheesy's and walked into his car. And in the car, this is my first time coming out to anything. I was like, Avi, so I'm attracted to women and not to men. And Avi's like, oh, cool. That's awesome. And so it just felt so liberating to come out. But then I realized too, it's like both before and after coming out. I'm 32 now, so I've been out for about a decade. But like, it's like I've probably missed so much nonverbal communication. And I realized too, like, even though a lot of people might bash things like dating apps or social media, I've met like pretty much actually all of my serious partners on dating apps, because at least on an app, it is all text-based. So you don't need to rely on like, oh, is this person even gay? Oh, if they're gay, do they like me? Like if you meet someone like in the olden days when people just met out in the community.
Right, and they'd say, I'm a friend of Dorothy. Which might have actually worked better for you in some way.
Yeah, hanky code would have not.
Oh, yeah.
I'm colorblind. Hanky code is,
got you.
But yeah, actually, as long as if I knew what friend of Dorothy meant, I could have been like, yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about as a queer director, as a gay director, the experience, and then also being legally blind, dealing with both of those. Not only you've got the challenge of not only being queer and dealing with all the queer stuff, but then on top of that, not even being able to recognize the signals and things.
Yeah.
And missing those cues, and so operating at a challenge that makes it harder to have people see you as you are. That's a really challenging thing.
Yeah. Like luckily in theater and queerness go hand in hand. So I'm really glad that like I happened to be in a career field where it was easy for me to come out. And like I was actually like kind of making queer theater before even officially coming out.
Yeah.
Cause it's like, yeah, because like especially in Chicago too, like there's a lot of queer people, a lot of theater people, a lot of intersection between the queer community and the theater community. It's probably the easiest job to be in and be out as queer. So that's actually really nice.
So theaters work well for you.
Yeah.
In that way. Since our theme is around dignity, what does dignity as a disabled person and as a queer person mean to you?
Ooh.
And feel free to share a story about that, or feel free to help us understand what it means for you.
I think dignity, I'm thinking up my definition now, and I'm thinking of it just in relation to me, not necessarily in relation to being disabled or being gay. I think dignity means the inherent worth and inherent respect of everybody. It means really hearing people, really seeing them in your mind, metaphorically, not being superior. So kind of a sense of being equally partnered, non-hierarchical.
Oh, I want to say Kevin's made some.
Yeah, I actually can't see Kevin's comments. I'd love to see his comments.
So
yeah,
he said you couldn't see them because they were obscured on the screen.
Oh, okay.
But I couldn't see them either, actually. But Kevin said, "Beautiful story." Kevin, is it okay if I bring Kevin up here? For
yeah, you can bring Kevin up here. Yeah,
bring Kevin up here for a second. Welcome. You might still be muted. Yeah.
What an honor to be here with you.
Hello.
Yeah, Kevin, you said before, I see your courage and great definition of dignity.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
So I think dignity is all of those things. I know Amelia in the Donna Hicks book, Donna Hicks does define dignity and respect differently. I think in a lot of situations though, and in my kind of like off the cuff layman's terms, I think they're very similar.
She does include, she says respect for dignity. That we should respect people's dignity.
Yeah.
But her distinction is we don't have to respect, say, a war criminal.
Absolutely, yeah.
You
I
know?
wouldn't respect.
And that's why she makes the distinction, is because dignity is inherent to us.
Yeah.
You can't take that away from somebody.
Mhm.
Our dignity is in our hands alone, as Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu like to remind us so much. But respecting people's dignity is where that connects, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's listening. It's being willing to understand the truth instead of like trying to overpower or trying to put on a narrative of something. Yeah.
So not trying. So hearing the truth, not trying to say make something a truth or make something a reality.
not trying to say, oh, you're wrong, like about somebody's own experiences. Because like that's happened to me a few times in my own life. Like to me, being misunderstood or being lied about is a big trigger for me, because there were a few situations where, and like I won't go into details, but where like false information about me was presented as true, and like I had to write the narrative, RIGHT, write, but also write with a W could count too. But yeah, I had to write the narrative, and it's like when you're caught off guard about kind of untruths about one's own experience, that's incredibly hurtful.
Yeah, what was that like? What's that like, having somebody violate your dignity in that way?
I'm thinking about one situation. I do want to protect the people involved, so I won't give any.
Right. Thank you.
I won't give any other identifying things. But it's, I mean, you probably know.
Well, we'll go on.
No,
that's not here nor there.
To me, it's like that did light a fire under me to write with an R the situation, and luckily I was very blessed to have a few very good allies around me. And it's like, and in that situation, I made it very clear that like I am always open to constructive criticism, but if it gets to a point of either gossip or hearsay or just straight up not true information, that is when I put my foot down. And in that situation too, like when it was happening, I literally like didn't sleep for 24 hours, and I was like, praying to I do believe in God. I was praying to God. I'm Unitarian, and kind of the more Christian. Unitarians are kind of as far right as you can go. As far left. No, as far left as you can go while still being Christian. But some Unitarians don't consider themselves to be Christian. So I am like a Christian Unitarian. Yeah. So it was so, but also that's in me how fear turns to anger, and being me, I also was like, oh, well, I'm going to do this, and like, I'm going to get this person fired, and I'm going to write a big HowlRound article and get this. And it's like, no, I'm not. No.
Don't take the
and
bait.
I had to check myself.
Don't take the bait.
Luckily, like the situation was resolved, and I think my relationships with the folks who were already my allies actually became strengthened. And my relationship with the person who violated my dignity ended up being like kind of just neutral and distant, which is good. And I think they realized what they did. Yeah. So I won't go into too much detail, but like, no, I know what that's like. And like, if I feel like my dignity is violated, I usually end up going to anger, which is, I know, something I shouldn't do. And like, sometimes in theater, like I've seen a lot, like I've seen interpersonal situations can become like there's just such a mix of like the professional and the interpersonal in theater. So it's like that's kind of always present. So I think this kind of dignity work, especially among like theater companies or university theater programs, where the top people, like the executive director of a company or the professors at a college, also need to be there too. And it's, yeah, I think this kind of dignity work would actually solve stuff within theater, because like there can be a lot of conflict in professional and academic theater, and like I've been a lot better at handling it, but yeah.
So you're observing that there's a lot of conflict in the field, and that there could be an improvement, and that dignity could actually help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I'm not trying to say that, generally here as a facilitator, I'm not trying to say that somebody indicate that somebody has the right answer or not, but just to be frank, we agree with that here.
Yay. Yeah. And like also in general, my interactions with people in theater, both in school and professionally, have been like mostly positive. Like it's a net positive. But yeah, Amelia did ask me about like my largest dignity violation that I had experienced. So that's what I'm referring to. But usually I am the most kind of happy-go-lucky, amicable person with everyone I work with. So
yeah, I want to at this point of the interview, and do we want to go for the whole hour? Would that be
yeah, let's go
seem like
for
a
it.
good, does that seem like a good amount?
More than an hour. Like I'm just down to chill and talk about stuff.
Cool.
I came into this with very little like I don't know what Amelia will ask. I don't know what we'll talk about. I'm down to talk.
Well, yeah, I'd like to offer some choices here, because on the one hand, I do want to ask you, I've got more questions for you, but I also want to ask you, what questions would you want somebody to ask you that you haven't been asked yet? That's one thing. But another choice that we have as well is also, and you can pick either of these right now. In addition, there's three choices really. You could also see if Kevin has some questions or the audience has some questions. And then lastly, hey, Jay's in the audience here.
Hi, Jay.
Jay said with us, don't take the bait.
Yeah, I've gotten so much better at not taking the bait. I used to be terrible at taking the bait.
Yeah, we've all taken the bait, right? There, but for the grace of God, go I.
But I don't know. Like, I think a lot of it is just being on Lexapro.
And then, and Jay says, yay, dignity, and affirms, yay, we believe in dignity. And Jay says hi, and Jay is on the bus.
Yeah.
And barreling this way. So yeah, you could think of a question that you're dying for somebody to ask you, a question from Kevin or the audience, or a question from me.
Let's see.
And there's no right answer or no wrong answer.
I want to see what questions other people have for me first, like you, Kevin, or the audience. If there's a lull, things that I would be dying to ask me about are, the first thing might just be more about like the revolutionists and Violet Surprise, but also that might come up later, or even if it does not, that's okay too.
I think we should definitely talk about it earlier than later, but Kevin, what do you want to talk about?
Well, if something's bubbling, I usually think I got to say it, and I just noticed, we call it in psychodrama, we call it your gold, like your gold shines, all the ways you find your way through, all the ways you keep going, you know, in a beautiful way, and inspiration to other people. So sometimes that's hard to find. You seem to be embracing it, and it's shining. So how's all that happen? how's all that happen? Because it's kind of amazing. It's a privilege to hear about it.
Yeah. That's a great question. Of you have so many gifts. Do you want to say more about how your gifts have been nurtured through the years?
Let's see. I think I've nurtured my own gifts because like I'm too stubborn to quit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've had a few I've had several really awesome, wonderful collaborators who have really believed in me so much, and like they have really nurtured my gifts. Like I'm thinking of one of my grad school professors, Elisa Gonzalez. She is, I think I learned the most from her. She taught voice and speech, and she was like the only professor who really sat down with me and helped me figure out how to like start to look for jobs out in the real world, and took an interest in helping me understand like professional development and that kind of thing. She really nurtured my interest in voice and speech and Shakespeare. Also, my thesis advisor, Gilbert McCauley, he was so helpful, so constructive. He really helped me diffuse one interpersonal situation that happened during my thesis. He is extremely wise. He's really good at guidance, but without hand-holding. Like he's great at giving advice, but without telling me exactly what to do or doing it for me. So I think he was an excellent thesis advisor. And before that, during my time in Chicago, like so much of the work I've done has been in collaboration with Allison Fradkin. She is the co-artistic director of Valid Surprise. I've known her for about a decade. She and I have done so much stuff together, and like she's a good friend. Yeah, I just really appreciate her so much. We work together well. We can also hold each other accountable, and we can also talk about like personal and friendshipy stuff. Also, an actress named Delia Kropp. She and I worked together on one of my first shows in Chicago, which was one of her first shows after coming out as trans, and like as colleagues, we really hit it off, and as friends. So for like the next 10 years, we often came to each other's shows. She was one of my recommenders for grad school. She is also somebody who, like, both her artistry and her compassion, I really appreciate and look up to. And like, she's just so cool to talk to. Like going to see a play with her and just talking about it and just being friends and stuff. Like she's really great. So yeah, I think I've definitely surrounded myself with a lot of, and I just have a lot of like personal friends who aren't in theater, and like Amelia and my other partner, Jessie, who Amelia's in theater. Jessie is a writer, so she's more theater adjacent, like arts adjacent. Yeah, I think I've become in recent years just a lot better with surrounding myself with a whole group of people who are just all really good people who nurture me and I nurture them. And like the Revolutionist cast right now, most of the people in that cast have worked with each other before. And so like now in this play, like I think things are going well. I think people really enjoy working with each other and becoming better friends as well as professional colleagues. And like, I'm proud that I cultivated that space. Yeah, so I think I've surrounded myself with people who nurture me. Other ways I nurture myself, like it is also a journey to think about things like just time management, energy management, like how much energy and time do I have to give and what do I want to give it to, and being like more intentional with my own resources, like me as a resource. Because I know that like for anyone who's like early career in Chicago, it can be so easy to just, you're so hungry for work that you say yes to everything and you do everything. And then I at least found points where I was getting really burnt out. So in the last few years, I have become more intentional about what I say yes to, and then also what I choose to make while I'm self-producing. And so I just think but I also want to be flexible, which is my New Year's resolution. So I think finding what is that balance between being decisive, but also still being flexible, which I think is just something that directors and anyone should just think of for life. Like, when do you need to be real decisive? When do you need to be real flexible? So yeah, I said a mouthful. I hope that answered Amelia's question. Like, I didn't know what you were asking, but I think I covered my bases, I hope.
Yeah. I do want to hear about the play, how you feel about it, what's going on.
So this is a play called The Revolutionists by by Lauren Gunderson, and it is a reimagining of 4 different characters. 3 of them were real people who existed during the French Revolution. One of them is a composite character that was also based on other real people who existed. And the concept is that in 1793, all 4 of these characters, just kind of by the magic of theater, meet each other in the study of the playwright Olympe de Gouges, who was a real playwright and a character in the play. And in this story, like, they all come into it with different things that they want and need from the revolution. And much of it is around these concepts of justice, as well as legacy and controlling your own narrative. And these characters all come in with different points of view and different needs. Like, there's Olympe, who's a playwright. She is more privileged and kind of sympathizes with the monarchy. There's Charlotte Corday. She was a real person who wanted to assassinate this guy named Marat because he was responsible for guillotining hundreds of people a day. And so, and then Marianne Angel, she's a composite character of women who were active in the Haitian Revolution, which took place around the same time when Haiti was a slave colony of France, and the people who were Haitians of African descent were fighting for not only freedom from slavery, but also freedom as a nation. And then also Marie Antoinette, the queen, who had been recently dethroned, and like, her narrative was slandered all over the place, and she was going to be beheaded. So all these women meet each other with these very different positions in life and very different wants. And then through the situations they're in and through becoming friends, and also the reality of the violence of the revolution, they all each change in some way. And like, 2 or 3 of them are beheaded during the show. Spoiler alert. So yeah, it is a little, it's not exactly a happy ending, but I'd say it is a satisfying ending and a satisfying story about friendship and sisterhood, as well as activism and revolution. So like, yeah, like, I think it's a very Amelia play. Like, I invited Amelia to audition. I know she had a lot going on, so she didn't, but it's very, I think it's like up both of our alley in terms of what we like. And like, this is a very Iris play. So yeah, and I'm doing this with Violet Surprise Theater, which is my small theater company that I started with Allison Fradkin in 2019. This is our first full production. And we're doing this as a tour to about 20 different community venues in Chicago and the suburbs for July. So we're going to be traveling, carpooling. Our furthest north venue is Milwaukee, and our furthest south venue is Joliet and Plainfield. I don't know which is further south, Joliet or Plainfield. But yeah, like, we're going as far as like Antioch, Illinois, which is on the Illinois-Wisconsin border, and then further to Milwaukee, plus, of course, the city and the near suburbs as well. So we are, for 5 months, we'll do probably an average of like 1 show a weekend to all these different locations. And yeah, I think there's something really powerful about taking a show on the road, because you're actually communing with your community and you're bringing interesting, progressive theater often to communities where there's not a ton of professional theater, or maybe there's not a ton of like progressive storefront theater. Yeah, because some of our locations are kind of far out. So
we got a question from the audience.
Oh yeah,
and go ahead.
You want to read it? It's from Jay.
Yeah, and also Jay says, solidarity to Haiti, the queen and the women.
Yay.
And Jay asks a question: How does the Revolutionists fit into your theater anthology? If you could speak to how this play fits in to the timeline of your directing career. Thank you, Iris. Smiley face heart.
Yay. Thank you. Let's see. I think like with some of the shows I've directed, I've often said things like, oh, well, this play is so relevant now. But with The Revolutionists, like if you read it and like you speak the lines over and over, you do realize, and like this was written just before Trump was elected, so the playwright could not have predicted any of this. There are so many little nuggets of the play where it's like, oh, that's how real it is. Like one point when Marianne first enters Olamp's study, Olamp's like, oh, I'm glad it's you. I thought it was the National Guard. And it's like, oh. So things like that where like it actually is super relevant. And I think we're making production choices that show some of the parallels between the time now and and the Revolutionists and in the French Revolution. And I think it continues in my body of work because so many of the pieces of work I do end up being about women or people in general, mostly women and queer people, taking ownership of their own narrative. And that is a big theme in the Revolutionists, like whose story is the one that'll survive. So like the play I mentioned, my thesis show about Emily de Châtelet, that's also a common theme, a big theme in that one as well. And then I also see the Revolutionists as kind of a sister show to the play Jane by Paula Kamen. Jane, I've done 3 sold out charity readings of that. And it's a play about real women who started an underground abortion referral service and then eventually performed abortions in Hyde Park in the 1960s and early 70s.
And incidentally, last year we had a reading from that.
I remember that.
That was amazing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So yeah, like I'm so familiar with Jane, and like anytime there's a new development in women's reproductive rights being threatened, it's like, okay, time to do another reading of Jane. And the playwright wrote that play over 20 years ago and interviewed many of the real women involved. So Jane is also documentary theater, and it's based on It Is All Completely True. And like, this wasn't that long ago. Like at the talk back, the real Janes we met were like maybe 80 years old at most. Like, yeah, like this was still pretty recent, but I say it's kind of a sister show to the Revolutionists because both of those shows are about women, often from very different backgrounds, coming together and facing social injustice together. So in terms of the chronology, yeah, Jane and the Revolutionists are sister shows in that way. I think the Revolutionists and Emily have, and also Joan of Arc. I did a show about Joan of Arc as well several years ago. Those all have the theme of like women taking ownership of the narrative. I think that could also be true about Sarah Rules Orlando, which I did. Yeah, I think that's actually kind of a thread in a lot of my work. It's women reclaiming who gets to tell their narrative. Yeah, like that's even like Buddha's birthday to some extent, you know? Yeah, I think that was a theme in there too. Yeah, so yeah, and then if I had to describe my work, I would say I have my mission statement on my website. All my plays are usually about socially relevant issues told through an unexpected or surprising lens in order to foster moments of revelation by the characters or the audience. So usually they have some kind of socially relevant theme, but also some other convention, whether it's like magical realism or maybe a nonlinear structure or time hopping or a perspective that's not explored a lot. And then that's used to create a moment of aha or oh, a game changer for the audience or the actors on stage.
What a beautiful body of work.
Thank you. Yeah. And I have my website, like Amelia, if you want to send people to my website.
Yeah, let me put it in the chat actually.
So yeah, I'd say, and that's also why that's even where the Violet Surprise name came from, because you guys probably know this. Violet is a lesbian coded flower. And at that time, Allison Fradkin and I had both left a theater company that was not the healthiest environment, even though it was a queer theater company. The theater folks here know what I'm talking about. And so we were talking about, oh, what if we did like a parody festival and we self-produced it? And so our first festival was called Violet Surprise, and it was a festival of different parodies of works of like theater, literature, etc. And like also technically that's not copyright infringement, because if something is under parody, then it's not copyright infringement. I found that somewhere. So what?
Understandably, yeah. I understand.
Yeah. So we did that first festival and it was super sold out. There were so many fun parodies in there. Like I directed a queer I Love Lucy parody. Nice. I played an evil stepsister in a queer Cinderella parody. I wrote a queer Wicked parody. And so that festival was like, okay, let's keep doing this again. Then we had one more in-person festival, then COVID hit. And then we were like, okay, let's still like keep the name Violet Surprise. We did a ton of virtual theater during COVID. And then I got into grad school, and then we kept doing programming with things like 2 more Jane readings when Roe versus Wade was overturned in 2022. And then when Trump was elected in 2024. And Amelia, I think that was our 3rd date when you came to that last Jane reading. Amelia was the one who had all the smart questions and kept the conversation going. Yeah, and then since then, we also did another in-person festival of short plays called Sophisticated Histories that Amelia stage managed and was in and directed for. And so, yeah, a lot of the work until now has been either readings of full-length plays or festivals of fully staged short plays. But this is our first like full production of a play that we're doing. So
wow.
You're pointing at me, pointing at my website. Yeah. Thanks. Oh, do you want to poke around my website? Do you want to?
Yeah, I have it up on the
share it.
I have it on the
Yeah,
page.
if you want to explore it, then maybe also give tips as a professional coder.
Well, maybe that's for another time.
Okay,
Right now, it's not the time to be critical of you.
Oh yeah, no,
right?
But you can explore it.
So I want to stay on the topic here.
Yeah. But that's Violet Surprise, my DIY company with Allison Fradkin.
Yeah, and the link is now in the chat. You can see these are beautiful stagings, and
Thanks.
And so the link is in the chat for anybody that wants to see it. And so we're approaching 6 o'clock. So we're going to be doing the vigil at 7.
Oh yeah.
And so we may want to take a break at some point. But I'm not saying we're done with the interview yet. Let's think about, is there anything that we haven't gotten to talk about yet that we want to talk about?
We covered a lot of ground, so I'm down to talk about whatever you all want to talk about, or I don't know if there's any questions in the chat, or if Jay or Kevin or you have any other questions.
Yeah. Well, let me ask. I'll ask, I guess, a closing question maybe, or something, or some questions, not a closing question, but some closing questions to think about this, because you'd mentioned before that for you, stories that involve people fighting or struggling to tell their own story and to not let other people tell their story for them and against them.
Yeah.
Is a theme. And I guess I want to ask, when you do that, how, for you as a director, how do you approach
getting the actors to make that journey with you? What for you? How do you orchestrate something like that as a director when you're looking at a play where you have these complex people who are trying to tell their stories and dealing with these dignities and indignities? What for you would you say is your approach to that?
Often, if we're doing it if we're talking like about acting coaching, like at kind of the very baseline, I often start it with, what are you fighting for? What do you want? And like when I'm working with college students and like they're in a scene, I'm always like, fight for what you want. And so that's kind of at the baseline. And then when I'm working with actors, of course, I try to create a very accessible and positive rehearsal room. Like for instance, I start all my rehearsal processes with an access check-in, which is something I think I might be the one who coined that. I don't know if other people do that or call it that, but I talk about my own visual impairment just so the actors know, like, okay, I'm not ignoring you if you wave to me from like 20 feet across the room. And then that also makes space for actors to talk about themselves and mention any access needs that they have, because even if somebody appears to be able-bodied, you don't know, like they could be hard of hearing, they could have some movement impairment, they could be neurodiverse. Like there's so much below the surface. So that does give a platform for actors to share that without like wondering if or when they should share that. So that's also something I do to kind of set the stage for an open and accepting room. And then, yeah, in terms of like actor coaching, it all usually comes down to fight for what you want. Like spoiler alert, like I was working with the cast on the Marie's beheading scene, and I had to keep telling Allison, like, get angrier, like, because you know her, like, angry Allison never exists. But she was basically Marie telling off the judge and the jury at her trial because, like, obviously she was going to be executed. She was Marie Antoinette, and her trial was super unfair and stacked against her. So yeah, I often am like, fight for what you want. And then of course, pedagogically, I'm like, okay, how do you do that? Like, what do you want from the other person? I had action verbs like drilled into me in grad school. So I'm like, what action verbs are you using? Some actors really click with action verbs. Some don't operate that way necessarily. So I try to adjust to how they do it. Often in plays and in scenes, it often helps to think about if the arc of the play and the arc of each individual scene is thinking about like what changes from point A to point B. Like in each scene, this is the story of how something changes between the beginning and the end of the scene, and to kind of highlight that shift and those opposites. And in kind of an epic style play like The Revolutionists, that definitely can be done. But also in more kind of realism plays like the one I did, Buddha's Birthday, this summer, which you saw. Yeah, Buddha's Birthday was like full of dignity stuff. Yeah, so you're saying, yeah. Yeah, I think that's usually where I start from. Yeah, I hope that was a good answer.
I appreciate your answer so much, but I have to admit that the only reason I appreciate your answer so much is because Amelia gave me a reading list before this interview on fighting for what you reading Shirkoff's book.
Oh, Audition?
Yeah, Audition.
I'm reading that too. I'm listening to it on Amelia recommended I get the book, and then I bought a hard copy at a used bookstore when we were there with Jesse, and then I did end up. The audiobook is like, there's more times where I can like throw on an audiobook while I'm cooking or doing everything. So yeah, I have the book, but I started. Yeah, no, I'm like halfway through.
Yeah, if you are part of the Shirtlift estate, you should know that I've been helping you sell copies.
Yes.
I jest. But
it's a really great book, and I think
Yeah.
theater professionals see that everywhere. Like just being able to say, what is my motive? What I'm starting to get in my head already, right? But like I say, what are you fighting for? That's so clear. There's no ambiguity about that.
Yeah. And like some of the ways that Shurtleff phrases things to me are clearer and more powerful than how I learned those same things in school. So as a working director, I do appreciate like that affirmation, but also like just that fresh relearning in just a clear, concise way. Yeah.
Well, Patty ordered it for me, and she's like, "Are you trying out for a play?" I'm like, maybe, but I'm mostly just appreciating.
Yeah, no, Kevin, you're already cast in a lot of stuff.
You'll be cast in. I know Amelia's talked with you about me creating a dignity scenario.
Yeah, no, Kevin knows he's cast in that.
Great.
Yeah, yeah, it's coming. So I'm trying. I think this has been a pretty good interview. We could do another one at some point and ask more questions. But is there anything else anybody wants to think of as we close out of this interview? I'm trying to think if there's more. And we're going to take, after this interview, we're going to just take a little break to reset before we do the vigil and everything. We might come on a little bit before that. But is there...
I don't think anything now. Like, I'd be happy just to pop by on this platform. And if we wanted to just do like a round table about theater intersected with dignity or other things, like whether it's just me and Amelia doing a fireside chat or also with Kevin or with anyone else, like that could be fun.
Yeah, actually, one more question before we break does come to mind, and I see Jay saying Kevin said maybe to an acting role. I heard it. Yeah, no, he's definitely casting something too. But yeah. So one more thing. For you, in what is the role of the director in dignity and indignity in a play? What do you feel the obligation or the role of the director is in facilitating dignities and indignities, both in the production of the play, for the audience, and also for helping the company be a whole company?
I think did Kevin leave?
Kevin might be back in just a second. We'll see.
I think and like I know I'm not perfect at this. I think I've grown in this over time. But I so even before you showed me Donna Hicks's book and told me about dignity, I remember one of my professors, the one I mentioned, Gilbert Macaulay, he had a way of phrasing it called boarding, BOARD, like boarding an airplane, and thinking like if you're creating an experience for the actors and the audience, it's like how the airline creates that experience of like safety and clarity and like what to expect for people boarding onto an airplane to go somewhere. And so I think I've actually grown in this the more that I've learned about dignity, but the director is often seen as the one who has like the most power or the final say. Although as a director, like I've worked with producers who have like perceived themselves as having more power or privilege than me, and like that's fine, whatever. But I think to the actors and then to the audience who will then watch the play unfold, there is that position of privilege and power. And like, that's why I've started doing things like access check-ins. That's why I'm like, as I'm planning rehearsals for The Revolutionists, we're rehearsing in a lot of free adjacent spaces like libraries. And the cast all live in very different locations, ranging from the city to the north suburbs to the south suburbs. So like in terms of choosing locations for rehearsal alone, like making sure that it is as balanced as we can be for the people who are called. So it's that kind of thing. It's curating an experience, and then everything is a part of that, like how I give direction, how I handle like the daily rehearsal call, the breaks, the locations. And like there have been times others' dignity, like if two team members were in conflict and I tried to be the one to say, okay, break it up. This isn't, what you're doing is not productive. Like maybe I could have handled that better. Or I wrote about this in my master's thesis, which was published, but I kept it very vague. So I'll say, during my thesis, there was a cast member who was bullying other cast members to the point where it became harassment. I could have caught that earlier, but when I did, like the faculty and it was a really hard decision we had many different conversations with this student, but she kept doing the harmful behavior. So it did come to a point where she needed to be released. And like, that was a hard decision. And I wanted to protect everyone's dignity. And like, maybe I could have caught the bullying a little bit earlier, but also we are all just people doing our best. So yeah, and I kind of spoke about that with that same level of vagary in my thesis, and I'm not naming any names. So yeah, like it's such a skill. It can be so hard, but yeah, I think the director definitely sets the tone for how dignity works in the process. And like, you know, I want to be better at it. I'm a lot better than I was before, but it's a journey and I can keep becoming better at it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always, you know, learning is a lifelong process, and there's always more opportunities to learn. I saw a few more people came into the audience. If you have any questions for Iris, feel free to share them in the chat. In a little bit, we're going to break a bit, and we're going to be doing more in a bit. Definitely, it's at 7 p.m. Central. That's 8 p.m. Eastern, a candlelight vigil for world peace. And we're also going to be back on soon. We're going to take a break in a little bit. Are there any questions for Iris before we break? Feel free to put them in the chat. And while we're waiting, I'm just pasting in the chat a link to the festival schedule, and so you can just click that link and check it out. And you know what? Actually, the link is and check the link out. And yeah, feel free to comment and rejoin us. We'll be just taking a little break. Is there anything else from you, Iris, that you're thinking of? Anything else you want to say before we wrap up?
I'm just really blessed to have known you. I've known you for a little over a year, and like being with you in the last year has really helped me grow as a person. And like, I hope that we keep blessing each other in our lives. And like, I know I learn a lot from you, and I'm better for having met you. And I know this is not just about you, even though it's your birthday, but yeah, I'm very, very thankful for everything.
Thank you.
Everything you've taught me.
John Mark. Oh, it's so lovely to see you here. I'm so glad you made it. Wonderful. Stay around, John, because we'll be having folks up tonight. And we're gonna have all kinds of stuff going on tonight. John Mark, do you have any questions for us right now? So glad you're here. So we'll be coming back in just a little bit. We're going to take a little break. Wonderful. Yeah, we're just going to take a little break, and we're going to come back. The latest we'll be back is 7 o'clock for the vigil, but we'll probably come back on a little bit before that. We're going to take a break because we've been going all day, and we'll check back in as soon as we do. So I'm going to put yes, wonderful to see you too, John Mark. Thank you so much. And we'll be going tonight till midnight, and we're going to have a debate later tonight. But the debate's going to start as just
us doing good old fashioned calling in and listening to each other and connecting first, and then anybody who wants to be debated can nominate themselves to be debated. And the theme that I'm going to be defending in the debate is don't take the bait. Don't take the bait debate. So please join us tonight. That's going to be at 8:30 p.m. And we might even be doing it earlier than that. And we're going to first call each other in. If anybody needs the container, just let me know, and then we'll be debating when people are ready. But it's connecting and listening first. All right, so we're gonna pause now. Thank you so much, everybody. I look forward to seeing you all more tonight, and this has been really wonderful. Thank you.